That's 3 major injuries. He is now graded.
Why are you jumping around on stage like this?
Another injury like season. Always played. I'm going through it all in this video. The tweets, the injuries, the excuses, everything Embiid.
Like this, 2 weeks and a few academic plays later, he's gone from tragic hero to tragic villain.
We're gonna start by showing you here a clip of something as raw as this instrumental here. Seriously though, this dude, Joel Embiid, he had interesting story.
What sports did you play in Cameroon?
I played soccer and volleyball. A little bit of basketball.
Now, growing up in Africa, you're mostly gonna see people play soccer as a sport, right? But Embiid also played volleyball, which was interesting.
Was soccer your favorite sport when you were growing up?
I would say volleyball was my favorite, but soccer, everybody plays soccer in Africa.
Apparently, the plan for Embiid was to stick with volleyball, right? That's what his dad wanted him to do.
I understand that your dad wanted you to stay with volleyball. Is that right? I mean, how did you end up convincing him to let you play basketball?
Actually, I was trying to convince him, but I wasn't the one that did it. It was my uncle. My uncle played basketball, and he had to talk to him, and finally decided to let me play basketball.
People would call him JoJo, right? Embiid, he was actually a phenom in high school. But how did he get to this point? Well, there was a quote here by Embiid when he said, "When I started playing basketball, my coach back in Cameroon, the first day he gave me a video of Hakeem Olajuwon. He told me to watch it every day." Interesting.
Familiar with Hakeem before this?
Yeah, in high school, when I started playing basketball, my first video tape was Hakeem Olajuwon video tape. So since then, I always watch it.
So you basically try to be like him. He was your first role model.
Yeah, and he's from Africa, and it's kind of like me because he started playing basketball, I think at the age of 14, 15, something like that.
Yeah, his path into basketball is pretty similar to Hakeem's, which is actually interesting. He would say in an interview with Draft Express that, he started playing basketball in 2011. That's really when he started playing organized basketball, and that's when he got sent to a camp where, Luke Baamute was the one coaching him. And you had articles at the time, very shocked that, he just started playing basketball a year ago, and look at him now. His first go-around was playing with Montverde, but he was quite raw as a prospect then, only playing backup to Dakari Johnson, so he didn't get much minutes. But when he did play, he would show some flashes.
Sub! Hey, it's all right, listen. Sit down. Hey, listen. I know it wasn't. Listen, look at me. I know it wasn't a foul. We're good. Look at me. Look. Hey, look. You get 6 here. You only got 3. That means you got 3 more, all right?
Man, W coach, man. I like this stuff. And Joel, man, you could see, man, he had potential. He did, whoa. What? He did it between the legs, man. Wow, this kid, man. He's amazing. It's insane how nimble he was, the 7-footer. This guy, his movements, quite advanced for a guy that had just started playing for, less than 2 years up to that point in high school. And a 7-footer that was working on his post moves like Hakeem, man, the potential was oozing out of Joel JoJo Embiid. If I could be like Hakeem, oh boy, that was bad. I'm sorry. This guy has highlights of him dunking over his teammate that's hanging on the rim, bro. Embiid is hilarious.
My junior year, I didn't really play. I was playing JV my junior year, so yeah. But I don't think I wasn't that good. Even when I got to Montverde, I had to work with Coach Ball. It really helps me. It just worked. At Montverde, I used to work like before practice, during lunch, and after practice, almost every day with Coach Ball. So it really helped me. And then when the summer came, AU, I played really good, and then I got all these offers.
Some of the schools showing interest at that time: Louisville, Texas, Florida, DePaul, Marquette, Kansas, SMU, Cincinnati, Virginia, Wake Forest, George Washington, Vanderbilt, and Houston. Yeah, he had a lot of schools flocking towards him. Man. And like I said, that's when during that summer he transferred in mid-August to Gainesville to obviously get more minutes, but also to really try to highlight himself in front of scouts. Well, JoJo, he ended up choosing a very good school, actually. I like the shimmy, Joel. I like it. The school he ended up choosing was Kansas. And believe me, Kansas, that's a pretty good school. The Jayhawks, that program, it's very good. Now, if you look at the scouting report during that time, there was an interesting line here that's in bold here, right? Talk about how he's a physical specimen, but that another injury adds concern about his ability to stay healthy through a full NBA season. This was written in July of 2013. And at that point, he's a freshman, right? And apparently his pro player comparison blend, DeAndre Jordan and Andrew Bynum. Interesting blend of comparisons, I guess. And Embiid would have a teammate in Andrew Wiggins, Maple Jordan. Yeah, he was rated #1 out of high school. He's Canadian. Let's go. Yeah, he would pick Kansas and he would play with Joel Embiid as a teammate. Embiid in Kansas, he looked interesting. He looked good. I like a lot of this highlight tape from Embiid. It just shows he has some of the fundamentals down here. And again, the comparisons with him and Hakeem, man, there was a lot of similarities here. Both coming from African cities. Not just that, but they also are 7 foot during their freshman years, weighing 250 pounds. And their first year of organized basketball was relatively late, 15 for Hakeem, 16 for Embiid. This is quite interesting. But yeah, those comparisons, you have to be careful with them, okay? This should not be expectation-wise what Embiid should live up to, right? Hakeem is arguably top 15 all time if you ask most people. I'd say he's top 10, if not top 7. He's that good. If Embiid even reaches close to Hakeem's heights, that makes him a surefire Hall of Fame already. Now, one thing about Embiid is he's a pretty good rim protector. Even right here, you got Marcus Smart, right, getting fouled here, and Joel dropping on him. That's funny. Is this a 2-for-1 foreshadowing? Perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, him being a major lob threat is what gets him the DeAndre Jordan comps. And the Andrew Bynum comps is because of how advanced he is coming out of high school, right? But the Hakeem comps, I think that's just, based on him coming from Africa. Not just that, but having a similar track in terms of, how he got to basketball. Let's be honest, bro. There's a lot of subtle racism here when it comes to, comparing players. Now, there was a debate on which player here would be picked at #1, apparently. His defensive prowess is enough for me to think that he is the surefire #1 pick. And it seems like a lot of articles agreed with me. And look, man, the potential that he has is just oozing out of him, right? 7 foot, can shot block, not just that, but he's pretty advanced for his age. For a player that just picked up the ball at 15, it wasn't just Bleacher Report. You also had SB Nation saying that he should be the #1 player coming into this class.
Forte, a terrific shooter, has it at the top, and he lost it. Turnover. Embiid has it for Kansas. Joel with a giant step.
It wasn't just Joel, though. Andrew Wiggins was actually sensational for Kansas as well. And it was one of those things, one of them could be the #1 pick. But there was some bad news coming here. Embiid apparently with an injury. Reports are that he has a stretch fracture on his back. Out indefinitely, will miss the next 2 weeks. Oh, this is terrible. And yes, as you can see from the tweet, he did win the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year award, averaging 2.6 blocks per game at Kansas. And unfortunately, this will come at the worst timing, as obviously the Big 12 championship game was coming up. Not just that, March Madness is coming up in a couple of days as well.
Kansas Jayhawks setter Joel Embiid out for the Big 12 tournament and possibly more.
It's such a big loss, and now you have to play arguably a big tournament here without your best player, arguably. And yeah, Wiggins, but Embiid is just a big part of it. And as this article says, right, 7-footers that have an injury history early in their careers, it doesn't track well. Back injuries are just a pain. It's ended multiple NBA careers, including Brad Daugherty at 28 years old. We all know how this deeply affected Ralph Sampson's career as well. Bill Walton too, like so many players that have had huge potential, some of them having realized parts of it. Embiid will end up missing the March Madness tournament too, and they unfortunately lost early in the third round against Stanford here. And now it seemed like this would be the end for Joel at Kansas.
I don't think anybody could say that Joe was making a poor decision by entering the draft.
Yes, Embiid would enter the draft after 1 year in college. Obviously, that back injury, he's recovering from it. So, did he do enough in his time at Kansas to get that #1 pick that was talked about, right, a couple moments ago? He reportedly consulted with Luke Bamute about this decision to enter the draft as well. So I don't think Embiid here is just hastily doing this. I think he's consulted with who he thinks, it has the wisdom to give him the decisions, right? And many people will tell you, it's better to start your NBA career earlier rather than later. And in terms of where he's ranked, right, some people view him as a #1 pick. Right, Chris Mannix ranks him number 3 on his big board, and he's ranked number 2 in Draft Express latest mock draft as well. And as far as the teams who had the chance to pick Embiid, right, team that could get the #1 pick, right, the Bucks. Oh, the Sixers are also up there. The Magic.
Thanks again, Mark. The 3rd pick in this year's draft goes to the Philadelphia 76ers.
And the Bucks got the 2nd pick, and that means Cleveland. Cleveland, with David Griffin representing them, gets the #1 pick of this draft. Let's just say I and many others have reasons to believe this was rigged for Cleveland, right? This is the 2nd straight year they get #1 pick. 3rd time in 4 years to get #1 pick. Crazy stuff, man. Do you know what the odds are of one team having the #1 pick 3 times in 4 seasons? Like, that's ridiculous, bro. Well, does that mean Cleveland now pick Joel Embiid if he's the #1 pick, right? You have some people, some pundits saying Cleveland should go big at #1, right? Pick Joel Embiid. With FSB Nation writing here that he is the #1 pick if he's healthy, right? Interesting. Like, there was legit a case for Embiid to be #1 pick. It made sense. Potential-wise, he's just the best player, best prospect that you could pick, surefire. He might become a all-time Hall of Fame type player. But like this article says, there's also Andrew Wiggins on the board and Jabari Parker, another player that some teams are really looking into. But here, sources told ESPN's Jeff Goldman that Embiid is the front runner to go 1st overall.
Potential #1 overall pick, Joel Embiid, won't be able to attend the draft because he's having surgery on his broken right foot. Embiid now drops from the #1 overall pick to number 4 on Chad Ford's latest mock draft.
Now it's Andrew Wiggins taking the top spot of the draft. Oh, wow. And it's just quite unfortunate. Embiid, had he been healthy, would have been the #1 pick of this draft. But now he has surgery. We're not sure how far down he'll fall. I mean, there's a reason they had Embiid holding all those hats here. That's funny. So who's going to draft the next Olajuwon, as many claimed him to be? Embiid fortunately graced us with a picture of him during surgery, I guess. The article here is titled Joel Embiid would like to show you his pre-surgery selfie. Oh, brother, that was back when the word selfie was a huge thing. This shit makes me sick, bro. 2014 is just a cursed year, dog. Now, instead of being compared to Hakeem, he's being compared to Greg Oden. Oh, no. We all know how Greg Oden struggled with those injuries in his knee, right? Oh, he had terrible struggles with it. And now Embiid having a surgery, right, to repair the navicular bone. I think some people are shuddering at that thought. At the time, guys like Bill Walton had that same injury, right? Yao Ming. A lot of players have had struggles with those injuries as bigs. I mean, just look at the list that Embiid is being put next to. Chris Borchardt, I don't know who that is, but Ilgauskas, Kevin McHale, Yao Ming, Bill Walton. Ugh, this is not good. Not good at all. And he's by far the youngest in this list with this type of injury. Let's just say history is not on Embiid's side, right? This ended the career of Yao Ming, notably. Now, according to this tweeter here, the owner of the Bucks apparently is ruling out taking Embiid in the draft. They have the #2 pick, mind you. They say our decision got a lot easier, mainly because Embiid got hurt. He says here it's hard to take Embiid, right? We want somebody who's going to help us on day 1. So it's now the draft. Let's see where Embiid ends up. Oh, look at him, all happy and smiling.
Let's go to his body and the injuries that he had. We all know about the back injury. That recovered. Then you go to this foot. You said it. This navicular bone. Just a week ago, he had surgery. Then there it is. That's the navicular bone, right where you described it.
This man highlights not only the injury history, but Embiid obviously as a prospect and who he's compared to right often in this video.
He came out okay. Is it worth all the fuss? Yeah. Hakeem Olajuwon, Joel Embiid, apples to apples, freshman year. Look.
Now, Jabari Parker was also an intriguing prospect, right, coming out of Duke. And of course, Embiid's teammate in college, Andrew Wiggins, the surefire prospect at shooting guard. And again, bro, like, what the hell is going on here? Why do Cleveland always get #1 picks? But it's actually ridiculous. JoJo, as anxious as anybody could be, waiting for his name to be heard.
The Cleveland Cavaliers select Andrew Wiggins.
My Canadian king, Maple Jordan, let's go. And we already know the Bucks are not going to pick Embiid, right? They ended up picking Jabari Parker, right, with the #2 pick. Third pick goes to Philly. Let's see who they pick.
The Philadelphia 76ers select Joel Embiid from Yaoundé, Cameroon, and the University of Kansas.
Talk about a horrific reaction to being picked at #3. What the heck? Now, Embiid did clear this up on the Dan Patrick show. There was a delay on the TV, right? So you saw a reaction from later, right? Not earlier.
I mean, I thought I was going to drop to the second round, but I was kind of surprised they took me at 3.
But when you heard your name, what'd you think? What'd you think?
I mean, I was happy. I mean, there's this controversy on TV. I didn't look happy, but it was because it was because of the TV delay. When they showed me, that part was when the commissioner Adam Silver was like the Philadelphia with the 3rd pick. That was that part. But when they
I
called my name,
thought you were upset that you were drafted by the Sixers.
In the video that NBA released, right, with obviously Adam Silver calling his name, right, you do see the actual reaction. This is how Embiid actually reacted to being picked by the 76ers, right? But yeah, Joel now, he's on the team. He's in Philly. And boy, this GM here, Sam Hinkie, this guy has a history of tanking for picks. And he sure tanked for a good one in Embiid. Oh boy. During the previous year's draft, there was a trade that the Sixers made that basically botched what was a failed season with Andrew Bynum and Drew Holiday leading them, right? Nerlens Noel here, picked by the Pelicans, was sent in a trade for Drew Holiday here. And obviously, they also traded another pick, the Pelicans did. So now the Sixers had both Nerlens Noel and Joel Embiid to basically start their seasons. But Embiid now hurt. And obviously the season before that, the Sixers obviously tanked to get Embiid, right? People will dub this the process era for the Sixers, right? Those tanking years in the early 2010s. Oh boy. Also, the other controversial thing that Embiid did during that summer was congratulate Ronaldo on beating the U.S. in the World Cup or something. This guy will be disappointed to find out that the Sixers did not, in fact, pass up on that guy.
In the last 15 years in the NBA, the only true center is you, to average in the top 5 in scoring. In the last 15 years, only you, Shaq, in the top 5. Where have all the dominant big men gone?
When the topic of big men come up during this era, it would be about their demise, apparently. The era of big men seemed to be winding down as the game becomes faster, pace more for space. Guys like Charles Barkley, for example, were saying that, teams are just trying to copy the Warriors jump shooting, right? They love it now. They analytics, they love the shot.
And I want to make it clear, I'm not the old man, get off my lawn. There's a couple reasons why I think it's stupid to play like that. Because number one, you take your size advantage out the game. Why do I want Karl Anthony Towns, DeMarcus Cousins, Anthony Davis?
Often people will say, Roy Hibbert, he's like the last true big. When really a lot of it is, the bigs are evolving, right? Hibbert was a product of a older era, not just that, but now with more space, bigs have to really stretch the floor more, like Roy Hibbert will illustrate later on this video.
I would say don't pigeonhole players. If they're really tall at a young age, don't pigeonhole them into one position.
And there's guys like Roy Hibbert who understand the league is evolving, right? Things are changing. And I think big man, they have to change with it. That's what he says, right? Well, yeah, now Embiid is hurt. So when is he going to play? We don't know yet. Actually, we know he's going to end up missing his entire rookie season. So he won't play a single game this season coming up. Now, during Embiid's time off during the summer, well, he's proceeded to tweet a lot. He first tried to recruit LeBron to go to Philly during his draft year. Interesting. Embiid, realizing that he might get fined for this, does tell the NBA, please, I didn't know, okay? And yeah, he's actually seems to be serious about this. Then he says here, he probably DM'd me, but I don't read my DMs, so I'm gonna go ahead and block him. Nah, blocking LeBron James is hilarious. That's crazy. And now he knows maybe to ask his agent, Rich Paul, on Twitter, and that's his next move right there. But we all know LeBron decided to go to Cleveland and return back to his hometown to try to win a championship there. And then after he realized he wasn't a good recruiter, well, he says here, hey, I want you to come slide in my DMs at Kim Kardashian. Oof, Embiid's taste in women, man. It's pretty bad. And then when he realized that she was married, well, at that point, he really couldn't do much. So instead, he set his eyes on Rihanna. Oh, that's way better. That's much better taste from Embiid. So this man changed his profile picture to... This is just so weird, bro. And he would let the world know. Breaking news, moving on from KK to Rihanna. Hey, baby, holla at me. Dinner? Wait, what? He's inviting her to dinner. This would be a legit firestorm of tweets. Embiid reaction. You know, in life, you just need to experience new things. And I just thought that I should still shift my attention to a new girl. Sources, Rihanna's considering Joel Embiid's offer. In what world is this real life, bro? I actually cannot believe, looking back, that this is real life. Rendezvous tonight. That's actually French words. I bet she loved that. Okay, what am I reading, bro? I bet she will love it when I speak French. They all do, actually. And I confirm they do. Fresh cut. Getting ready for dinner. Almost 9:30. Tonight's gonna be fun. I wish this was the last tweet of the day, okay? I wish this was all he tweeted. This man would go on and quote Rihanna lyrics. This guy, man. Come here, boy, meditate it up. Come here, boy, you can get it up. This is my favorite song. Yes, no doubt about it, my favorite. Joel also seemingly a French fan during the FIBA World Cup in 2014. Nicolas Batum noticed this by his tweets, and he, of course, decided to offer him a spot to play for the French national team. Joel Embiid here saying La France déroule, which means French is rolling here, and then Nick Batum replying, come play with us, Embiid, and then Embiid replying to himself, but adding Batum here saying, I'm not French. Okay. Oh yeah, let's get back to real matters here. Apparently, Embiid was going to show us pictures of his dinner here. He said, the server has no chill. All I want is a Shirley Temple. We'll get back to that later. Family dinner with Rihanna. Okay, nobody in their right mind believes that this dude Embiid was eating dinner with... Okay, can we stop? You know, he would troll not just about other matters, but about himself too. He says here, MVP rankings in a couple years, where he has himself #1 over LeBron and Kobe Bryant. And then this caption here over Wiggins smiling like, oh boy, that's a terrible picture. When she hits you with a... I'm not reading the rest of that tweet. I'm sorry. I refuse to read the rest of that tweet.
I would say when I get on the court, I'm another man. I don't laugh. I don't play. But I would say off the court, I'm goofing. At Kansas, I would say I kind of did it, but it wasn't like right now. At Kansas, there were so many rules. So, but now it's...
He said, what now? There are so many what? I unfortunately regret to inform you, he did not say hoes, he said rules. There are so many rules. Meaning there are so many rules, that's why he couldn't tweet the things he's tweeting now, right? And like, let me tell you, bro, I would love to see him troll LeBron James in 2024, right? I know the narrator oftentimes needs to stick with the story. I'm just gonna say it, bro. I need him to troll him today. Today! All right, before I forget, this is a basketball channel. Let's talk about the basketball here. Nerlens Noel now and Embiid, both apparently going to be centers for this team. Which is weird because now it's like, okay, who's going to be the starter when Embiid comes back healthy? It has to be one of them, right? You can't put one of them on the bench, right? A top 6 pick and a top 3 pick. Like, what are we doing here? And I'll be honest, man, Nerlens Noel's career, I just don't want it to conflict with Embiid, right? They both need their shine. And them both being centers on the same team, that means one of them is going to have to be on the bench. But for now, it was Noel starting because Embiid was hurt.
Michael Carter-Williams giving it up. Noel scores for 2!
A nice game winner here for Noel's. Why do I keep calling Noels? It's Noel. There's no S. And we finally see Embiid here. You know, he's clear to shoot jumpers for the team. Ooh, that jumper is smooth. But I think some of you already are noticing that he's gained a little bit of weight here. Apparently, according to this New York Post article, he's nearly 300 pounds, and the 76ers are worried about it. I'd say it makes sense to be worried about it if he's just spending all his time tweeting and not practicing. Oh, Swaggy, what the heck? This article says he put on 50 pounds in 3 months. Embiid here saying, I play a lot of video games, so maybe sleeping at night is hardest. I know I need to get healthy. I know my diet is going to help me a lot. I need to lose weight, but sleep is always going to be hardest because I play video games all the time. Oh no, Embiid is a Doritos eating, Mountain Dew drinking, tweeter, and video gamer at the same time. This is terrible. This is very terrible news, folks. Never thought I'd see someone's career end in video games. This is terrible. Well, apparently Embiid is declining those rumors. He's saying that he doesn't weigh 300 pounds. Oh no, those are fake stats, I guess. He says here, I don't weigh that. And a team source also added that Embiid's been at a maximum 275 pounds while sitting out. Well, now the Sixers have an interesting nucleus of young players: Michael Carter-Williams, Nerlens Noel, and Joel Embiid. Well, scratch that. Michael Carter-Williams is getting traded alongside KJ McDaniels. And the Sixers have a record of 12-41, right? They're terrible. And then Michael Carter-Williams tweeted himself when he found out the trade. He said, I can't lie, I'm shocked. I love this city. Thank you for everything. I can honestly say I gave it my all. I wish Philly nothing but the best. Oh, that's terrible. Even Chuck is like, yo, what's going on in Philly? Charles Barkley saying here, I thought they were getting some good players. I mean, obviously, the key is going to be Nerlens Noel and Joel Embiid. And I thought, you know, MCW is going forward as well. Listen, I don't know what they're doing, to be honest with you. But at this point, you've got to write it out. And I'll be honest, I was also confused about the Sixers at this point as well. What are they even doing? Sam Hinkie probably saw this mixtape dropping in 2014 and said, ooh, those prospects look enticing. Let us tank for another year. The season's not even over and we're talking about who would be a better prospect, Jahlil Okafor or the player Joel Embiid who hasn't played a game yet. Oh boy. And they're both weighing around the same. They are as tall as each other and wingspan's the same, right? They're similar in stature, right? And guys, look at this. Their offensive stats per 40 minutes during their freshman seasons. Okafor's stats quite interesting. Oh, wow. Now, I will say this, though. Okafor's game features a lot of back to the basket post game, right? I wonder where Jahlil's going to get drafted to this summer. Well, Embiid is still trying to recover, and he's doing shooting drills. Look at him. Woo, thumb fake, splash. Hey.
Yeah, exactly. Remembering.
Also doing through the legs dunks. Okay, you gotta be careful, bro. You gotta be careful.
How jealous are you of Nerlens Noel flat up? You gotta get something to at least match his freshness. I mean, I look good. I get whatever I want, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't even think Embiid believes that, ball. Bro, why am I hating, bro? He actually does look decent. Unfortunately, his looks is not going to help him much when he's having minor setbacks with his foot injuries. Oh, no.
Coming early in the third, and it looks as though Joel Embiid is running the huddle.
I'm not fooled by what the Sixers are doing here. This is a clear effort to tank. Why not? Why not keep tanking? The season was over, and now we're in 2015 thinking, is Embiid going to be healthy for next season? But then he suffers another setback with his foot injury. Oh boy. They're saying here Embiid, after weeks of rigorous work, was not feeling pain in his foot. But then a recent CT scan revealed an issue in the healing process. Oh boy. With an injury like this, knowing the history with, multiple big men having to, end their careers because of this stuff, right? You have to be conservative. And I get what the Sixers are doing here. It's got some people thinking that, drafting Joel Embiid was a mistake. It was all just a mistake. Oh, no. As you move on to the next year's draft lottery, there's some intriguing prospects here, huh? Apparently, Jahlil Okafor is the best available player than Karl Anthony Towns, D'Angelo Russell. Interesting list here. The Sixers have the third highest chance to get the number 1 pick. Nice. It was between the Timberwolves, 76ers, and Lakers for the top 3 pick. Let's see here. And unfortunately, Philly would have the 3rd pick, where they're lined up to be the whole time. Ah, shucks, the Timberwolves won the 1st pick. That's tough. And who did the 76ers pick? Well, they picked Jahlil Okafor with the 3rd pick. Apparently the best available player according to Jay Bilas in May. Call him Joel Nostradamus Embiid because he apparently told Jahlil he was gonna get picked in the draft. Oh, wow.
Center Joel Embiid is set to undergo a 2nd foot surgery, and it turns out it's for the exact same injury he had repaired last year.
Worst part about all this is he did what he could. Obviously, there were some hiccups along the way, but now he's apparently set to miss the next season as well. That means yet another wasted offseason, and it's going to be another long year. So now Jahlil Okafor gets to play in the Summer League here. Oh, wow. It is quite weird seeing Jahlil Okafor and Nerlens Noel play whilst Embiid is just, having to sit on the bench and not play. Many would argue that a lot of this is self-inflicted, though. I mean, Embiid reportedly having a poor diet, which includes a picture of Shirley Temples. That word again. Oh, boy. I mean, it's obvious seeing how different his body looks from 2011 when he was in Basketball Without Borders, right? And back when he was in Gainesville in 2013 to basically now where you could tell he's put on a lot of weight, a lot more weight than he was before. And especially during his Philly days, he's looking heavy. Like, this is him in 2015. Is this photoshopped? It might be. I don't even know. Multiple league sources saying that last season's decision for Hinkie to trade Michael Carter-Williams was Hinkie's decision alone, right? And that apparently Brett Brown was angry at the move. And even the CEO of the Sixers was caught unaware of that move even being made. And apparently there were a few hiccups during Embiid's rehabilitation where, Brett Brown, the coach, had to send Embiid home from a West Coast road trip last season for being an insubordinate to the team strength coach, apparently even physically threatening the strength coach on that road trip multiple times. Wow. And understandably so, Embiid having, a very lackadaisical approach to his rehab has caused many in the organization to be anxious, seeing that now he's out for the 2nd straight season, right? Well, the Sixers have new leadership coming in, namely Brian Colangelo here, who's been named the chairman of basketball operations in Philly. Sam Hinkie is still with the 76ers at this point, but obviously a new leadership means probably that his job is on the line. But of course, the Sixers owner is going to say here, this is not a deviation from our plan. We believe we are entering the next phase of our process. But the next paragraph outlines that, it's clear Hinkie has, for all intents and purposes, been fired, right? This is the beginnings of the end for Hinkie. All the years of tanking, although not completely his fault, right? Partly due to the fact that Embiid can't play for 2 years, right? But the thing is, all those years of tanking, I mean, it takes a toll on the franchise. It really does. So Hinkie have to have known that this was coming, and he had to have thought, okay, how do I get out of the situation here?
I'm Prim Sripapat. He was already on shaky grounds, but after roughly 3 years with the Philadelphia 76ers, Sam Hinkie's time with the team is now done.
Sam Hinkie had apparently stepped down, right? This was not him getting fired, but merely him seeing what was happening in the front office, right? And saying, look, I'm going to quit while things are going this way. What does that mean for the franchise's future? It's soon to be seen, right? Embiid still recovering, of course. Sam Hinkie had a feeling that he was basically being replaced. Okay, he wasn't fired. He just quit because he saw the writing on the wall, and basically was confirmed when it only took an hour for them to basically give Brian Colangelo the GM job. Like, that's how you know they didn't want you here. So now reports are saying Embiid is unlikely to play in the Summer League. I mean, no duh. Like, he's not gonna play. Like, what the hell? Like, we haven't seen this story before. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is the probably the 4th time I've read this exact same caption. Finally, some content to react to here. Vice Sports did a sit-down interview in his car, I guess, in 2016 from Embiid.
Over the past year, I'm a big video games guy, so that's all I do. I just play video games and work out, watch a lot of basketball, watch a lot of film.
What foods are you eating out here? Just Shirley Temple?
Yeah, I would say, mainly Shirley Temple. I drink Shirley Temple by the pitcher. I usually drink like 3 or 4 pitchers per day.
He said 3 or 4 pictures of them per day. I don't think he said cups. He said pictures. That's crazy, dog. All the Sixers tanking efforts over the last 3 years have culminated, into them potentially having the number 1 pick. And then look good to start. Look at this. 3 picks left. And the Boston Celtics get the 3rd pick. It's between the Sixers and the Lakers. Let's see who gets the 1st pick.
The 2nd pick will be made by the Los Angeles Lakers. And that means that the number 1 pick in the 2016 NBA draft goes to the Philadelphia 76ers.
And apparently the Kemba Mutombo, he's the Nostradamus. He congratulated the Sixers on winning the lottery before it even happened, bro. Yeah, the NBA is never beating those allegations of rigging the lottery. He tweeted here, sorry guys, got excited about the Sixers odds and got ahead of myself. Still keeping my fingers crossed for tonight. No. That's not how you tweet. You should say that you're Nostradamus. Just say that you have a crystal ball. It would have been so much cooler if he had a crystal ball. It actually would have been cooler if he was Nostradamus. I'm not gonna lie to you. And apparently the number 1 pick of this draft was set to be Ben Simmons from LSU. I think many of you have watched the Ben Simmons downfall documentary. I know I'm not supposed to say this early in the story, but like, you know, it's hard for me not to. He will be mentioned briefly in this video, but you know, it's more focused on Embiid, so you're gonna have to go watch that video. Damn, I didn't even know it had 4 million views. What the hell? Yo, shout out to y'all, bro. Their support has been amazing. So now they're both teammates. Nice. And Embiid, in his Instagram post here in the summer, seems to be praising Sam Hinkie and saying here that the GOAT, he died for our sins, trust the process. That's an interesting way to put it, I'll say that. And on Twitter, Embiid was trying to recruit KD to go to the Sixers. He was apparently about to leave the Warriors. He's saying here that he almost got LeBron 2 years ago. But unfortunately, Kevin Durant went to the Warriors. It was a stupid move. It was the weakest move I've ever seen from a superstar. One thing that was interesting to note here is that when Tim Duncan retired in 2016, Embiid not only congratulating him on his great career, but also saying that he wears the number 21 now because of him, the big fundamental. Interesting. Now, even though he wouldn't play in the Summer League yet again, he still is on track to play for the next season.
It sounds as if you are 100% anticipating that he'll play in a preseason game.
He is on track to do that. He most definitely is on track to do that.
He also stated that there was no red flags, no issues, so everything's in progress, thankfully. Embiid in the offseason, you know, he likes to make kids' lives miserable, but then he tweets here poking fun at himself. Don't worry, little man, we still got the same amount of NBA games played. It looked like Embiid was progressing well in this training here, and oh, he looks nice.
This is the birth of a legacy.
It was very inspiring. No defenders, no crowds. I mean, it doesn't get any braver than that.
So the Ringer decided to do this parody of honoring Embiid's legacy and basically talking about how he hasn't played in 2 years and all we see from him is Instagram videos of him training. Oh boy. I'm honestly shocked to discover that the people at the Ringer have been hating on Embiid for this long. That's actually, it takes a lot of dedication to do that. Now, some of you make fake this is a hate video, but I don't want to just hate. I want to really look at his career, really look at his path here. And then Embiid, he says, over those 2 years where he was hurt, his game has grown. He says here, I haven't played in 2 years, but my game has gotten so much better. If you watch the tape, I'm not the same guy. I'm going to make mistakes, but I'm going to be just fine. I like that confidence in himself.
Ben Simmons, fracture in his right foot. Now what for the 76ers?
This is such a curse, man. The Sixers are such a cursed franchise. Sixers thought they were going to have Embiid and Simmons play during this season. Only Embiid. Simmons set to miss the season with another injury as well. Oh boy, this is terrible news. And what did Embiid say about this whole situation? Did I just say situation? What the hell was that? He reiterated perfectly saying, trust the process. Well, finally, it was about Embiid set to play finally in his NBA career.
Good looking move. He doesn't predetermine anything on the post, so that a lot of bigs do. They like to get to that right hand jump hook.
Let's just say Embiid looks impressive here.
Let's go through some of these posts through the years.
Felt great being back out there. Now we don't have the same amount of points in minutes. Hashtag trust the process.
Embiid for a long time now was getting a lot of criticism from fans, and they were basically saying, look, you got no points, you got no minutes in the NBA just like us. And Embiid basically using that as a retort now, saying, hey, look who's got the gun now, bitch.
You are bae for real. Great seeing you last night. 3 hard eyes. At Rihanna.
How'd that work out?
Well, I actually met her for the first time, and it's pretty fun. We talked, and obviously she knew me, so I was pretty excited.
Congratulations, Embiid! You finally talked to her, yeah!
Being back out there, I feel like I haven't been back out there with my teammates in a while. So I missed like 29 games last year. So it was a lot of fun. We got JoJo here.
I low-key like this duo dynamic.
So it's just a breath of fresh air that they have some NBA talent on the floor like Embiid.
After doing this nice move here on Steven Adams, Embiid then gesturing over and saying he can't guard me multiple times. And you had Embiid here, as you could see here. Woo! That was a nice move. Reminds you of anybody? Yep, that's what the NBA was basically hinting here at. That Embiid was basically emulating Hakeem Olajuwon. Oh, wow.
Embiid planted against LaVoy Allen. Joel Embiid, a chance to put his team in front, and a foul. 3, no, and that's going to do it. The Sixers will win their first game of the year.
This would mean this would be Embiid's first win of his career. And as you can see here, they started the season 0-18 the year prior, so this was a welcome sight, winning a game in November, okay, nonetheless. As for Embiid's numbers, quite impressive, 25 points, shooting not so good, but hey, he's a rookie, so let's just give him some grace. I mean, look at him hustling right here. I know he's not technically a rookie, he's a redshirt rookie, right? He's 2 years removed. I get it, man. He's gonna have a certain advantage, but what I will want to say here is this story here about how Embiid might have lied about how he killed a lion at 6 years old. What the hell? Who even thinks this is a real story? Come on now. Now, Kat, he did take Embiid to school here. Look at that move. Wow.
It really ain't your typical big man. Now, Joel Embiid reminds me of a younger version of Hakeem Olajuwon.
Embiid was starting to get recognition around the NBA world. This is great. Embiid, this might be the time. He might be that player that they were envisioning him to be.
Straight up and down was kind of leaning from one side to the other. Booker, Embiid there to say absolutely no. Embiid, that was his shot, thought about it. He got the roll, and now he's got himself a rookie season high, 26 points.
He's been nothing short of sensational this season. My goodness.
Wow, what a block!
When Embiid said, I really feel like I'm the process, like the process is about me, I felt that. I really felt that. I get it, man.
First of all, the first album we got for you is the Process trademark that he went to put in. He nicknamed himself.
Apparently, Embiid also wants to sell Shirley Temple drinks, shirts, sweatshirts, and all sorts of things with the Process label on it. I respect it, man. Get your money however you can. This was what people were waiting for after being drafted. This is what people wanted to see. Although it's 2 years later, look, man, he's still making people look stupid for doubting him. But he would have his goofs. Look at this. Oh, he tries to pass it behind the back, gets the ball back, whiffs on the dunk, but then, puts it back in. He's trying to shush the crowd despite that. Come on, Embiid. Come on. By the way, in this game, he had a career-high 33 points, not to mention he dove into the crowd. Oh boy, Embiid, gotta be careful with yourself, man.
This game was funny. Early on in the first quarter, they got into a butt-slapping contest. Look at this, one butt slap, he gives it right back. He gives another one, he gives another one. Is this a fake video?
This man. I don't know how he made it funnier. He somehow made that video even funnier than it's supposed to be. Apparently, his saga with Rihanna is not over. Oh no. Apparently, if he makes the All-Star game this year as a rookie, he would get a date with Rihanna. Oh, wow. Spoiler alert, he did not make it. Apparently, Embiid, he threw shots at Mia Khalifa. I'm not going to say what that woman is known for, but let's just say Embiid said it himself. Okay, I'm not going to read this. He's one of very few rookies to lead his team in points per game, rebounds per game, blocks per game in the last 20 seasons. It's actually amazing to see. And in terms of scoring, he's blowing all rookies out of the water with the most 20-point games this season.
21, Joel, the process, Embiid!
It's his world and we're living in it. Joel is averaging an insane 3.5 blocks per 36 minutes, okay? This man is absolutely looking like a defensive stall. I mean, this guy is just insane. Look at that. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. Seeing this, bro, wow, what a slam. But then seeing him fall, yeah, look, we'll get into that. Joel is pretty close to breaking a record that Wilt Chamberlain has, okay, as for a rookie. This is insane. And yes, he's been playing like a DPOI, even though he's a rookie. Like, this dude has actually been showing a lot of potential. I'm telling you what, man. Oh, wow. I don't like defensive rating for individuals, but what I do like to see is that block per 36 and that defensive field goal from within 6 feet. Look at Embiid just, he's so good already. Okay, now back to this, right? He dunks and then falls. Apparently, he ended up tweaking something here in his knee. It's just an unfortunate, landing. Now he has to work with, oh boy, that's not good. Look at this. He dunks it and then he doesn't land properly to where something buckles in his knee. He has to go to the locker room. Now, things did look okay as a couple of days later, he would play against the Rockets. Oh, what a slam! Let me replay that. Oh, wow. Again, please, one more time.
Happy with Joel, man. He's a talented guy. You're looking at a man with a bright future in this league. He reminds me of myself in my prime. When I played ball, I was a lot like him because I was a big man. When I played,
what?
I was the tallest kid in my class.
What?
That's when I did a lot of big man basketball.
Hey, yo, Kevin Hart, you gotta stop lying, bro. It's not good to lie. So yeah, as I said, after the Trailblazers game, he was set to miss 3 games, okay? And then, of course, Embiid, after that, playing the Rockets, he misses 10 of the 11 games, right? Brett Brown apparently saying throughout the month that Embiid was just being cautious, right? He's fine. But look, this stuff is obviously going to raise eyebrows if you play him one game and then just stop playing him entirely. Like, something has to be going on. Well, apparently Embiid is supposed to be hurt. He's supposed to be taking his time and being cautious, but he's dancing in a Meek Mill concert. What the hell?
Some members of the Philadelphia 76ers organization are a little bit disappointed in Joel Embiid for dancing on stage at a concert when he's been sidelined with a knee injury since late January.
You played like one of the last 14 or 15 games. You have a tear in your meniscus. Why are you jumping around on stage like this? Because you got to understand, all that shows you're fragile, but also the way you just re-injured yourself.
It does look like he's being reckless and careless, right? Because he did injure himself and then re-injured the meniscus on that dunk. This is an injury that obviously costed you a chance to play the Rising Stars Challenge. And Embiid, he's the same guy around this time that said that he was in a dark place during those 2 years when he was hurt and he wanted to quit basketball. He was considering retiring. Like, bro, if you were in that dark place, why would you want to go back and be reckless, right? Because now he's out indefinitely with a knee injury, okay? He's out for the rest of the season, oh boy.
And that's 3 major injuries. And I'm sorry, and I know everybody's getting offended by this, and I know in the PC world we live in, we can't say things like this, but he is now Greg Oden.
When you're being put in a comparison with Greg Oden, and you're obviously losing in that edge, playing less games than Greg Oden did in his first couple seasons, this is bad. This is terrible.
But I went on Twitter for 5 minutes last night. This is outrageous. How can you not compare the two? Stop it.
I don't disagree with this point. I just think, you gotta, it's a bit soon, man. You gotta be careful.
If you get Rookie of the Year, do you think she should give you a shot, man? Who? Rihanna.
Rihanna's been. Man, Rihanna, I love you.
I love you too, Rihanna.
I love you, Rihanna.
See, these guys are nicer than the other guy.
Hit me up. I love you.
This might be the saddest renditions of Romeo and Juliet. This is terrible.
Sitting out his first 2 seasons for Boo Boo, and now out for the season after we shot this commercial.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Jolly Rancher really trolling Embiid like this. Oh boy. As far as Embiid's chances of winning Rookie of the Year, I don't know. It might be slim to none, maybe. Although he's a finalist, right? He's only played 31 games, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to beat out the rest of the competition. So not only is the other finalist Embiid's teammate, but you also have Malcolm Brogdon from the Bucks. I wonder who's gonna win the competition this year. Let's just face it, if he were healthy, he'd win the award, okay? He was going to win the award if he had played enough games, but the voters are going to hold the fact that he missed most of the season against him. And so your winner would be Malcolm Brogdon from the Bucks. This might be the flukiest Rookie of the Year competition I've ever seen. But yeah, let's hope Embiid doesn't lose out on any more awards because of injuries and whatnot. And once again, the Sixers are in the lottery. They're trying to get a high pick yet again.
Okay, that means that Sacramento's pick has moved into the top 3, but they may not pick there since Philadelphia has the right to swap picks with Sacramento.
So Philly just got a top 3 pick off of a trade they made a while ago. That's actually cool. I'm not gonna lie.
The 5th pick will be made by the Sacramento Kings.
Okay, this is actually Philadelphia's pick, but they invoked their right to swap with Sacramento. So that means Philly is in the top 3.
Embiid should go to these every year, bro. He's clearly stealing the show away from everybody else. And the Sixers here had the 3rd pick of this draft. Wow. And Embiid, don't be mad yet, because Boston, who had the 1st pick, would do something very interesting here. Oh boy.
Huge shakeup at the top of the draft this weekend. The Celtics deciding, nope, they don't need Markelle Fultz. The Sixers deciding, well, thank you very much, we will take him.
This guy, Danny Ainge, had the blessing of having Brooklyn's picks, which ended up with a number 1 pick. And he then traded it to the Sixers so that they could get Markelle Fultz because they didn't want him. But Embiid, Ben Simmons, and Markelle Fultz, that's an interesting team.
About to handle some business here. So you've been trying to get at Rihanna for a minute. This is one of Rihanna's good friends.
So
maximize this opportunity.
Make your pitch, Joel.
Okay.
She has to take this info back to Rihanna. Why should Rihanna give you a shot?
I mean,
it's your moment, man.
That's it.
I'm
confident.
Look, I'm 7'2". I'm good looking. You know, women usually love my accent because I'm from Cameroon in Africa. And I'm pretty intelligent too, so, and I'm funny. And I love pretty women and just be around them. I feel
She's not bad in that department.
I myself may have to enroll in Embiid's class of Risonomics because I was not at all familiar with his game. Oh my. This is Shaq in the full level 100 from Embiid right here.
Get it.
Why does Embiid love bullying kids? Like, what's going on with this guy? And already Embiid is basically showing to the world that the Sixers are intent on drafting Markelle Fultz, already having his name in the locker room. And I mean, I get it. He's a surefire number 1 pick. I mean, just look at these numbers. My goodness. And you look at that core in Philly that's being built. My goodness. It's very, very interesting. I like this a lot. Oh boy, now we have to talk about the LeVar Ball saga of this whole situation. So Lonzo, his son, was the 2nd pick of the draft. Lonzo Ball, I think a lot of people know. And he's a pretty good player too, but this guy LeVar, man, he talks a lot.
How good is Lonzo Ball gonna be for the LA Lakers?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, Lonzo Ball is gonna take the Lakers to the playoffs his first year. Come see me when he does. I have another hat on to say I told you so.
And the Philly players, they heard that and they were like, nah, we do not buy this malarkey. Ben Simmons, after hearing that, tweeted crazy pills. Embiid said, please dunk on him so hard, talking about Ben Simmons, that his daddy runs to the court to save him. And obviously, Lonzo now has to be dragged into all this mess. Like, this is just sad. Now, I will say, they have a point when they say Embiid, he tweets more than he does play minutes in the NBA, which is crazy, by the way.
Man, fuck LeVar Ball.
You heard it here first, folks.
Joel, there's been some troubles lately. You had to be held accountable for some of the things you've said.
I mean, yeah, I just got fined. Thank you for saying something that I think most people I've been wanting to say that, but I guess I was the guy to say that, and I'm glad I said it.
The NBA apparently fined him $10,000. Come on, NBA.
And I gotta ask you, man. You know your reaction to Joel Embiid saying "F LeVar Ball" on social media.
Hey, the reason he said that, he got 3 words, because his vocabulary is limited.
What's gonna happen?
I got 3 words for him. Can't play at all.
Can't play.
Oh, shoot, that's 4.
That's
Keep it
4.
moving.
Right. Now, what's gonna happen when you guys play the 76ers?
Guess what? He won't even be on the court, probably.
Oh, really? Are you predicting another injury?
Another injury or something.
Another injury-plagued season?
Yes, always plagued.
Are you going to be in attendance?
I'm going to be in attendance, but I'm not going to worry about him. He's small change.
Those are big words coming from LeVar, man. Embiid better have something coming his way. Now, Embiid, he has some interesting revelations on what he was working on during the summer.
Joel, you said you worked to correct some things this summer with your body. Was there anything specifically that you worked on, like landing in traffic, or any specific skills or traits you think you worked on?
We've been working a lot on landing. I think landing is just about, me jumping on the stands and to save a ball and stuff like that. There's some stuff I got to correct, but we've been working a lot on landing. Especially, I fell a lot last year. I think it was also because I was like flopping too. So I gotta stop flopping this season.
Hey man, he said it, not me. And there was some nice things being said about Embiid by Dikembe Mutombo himself. It's beautiful to watch.
I said that it's better than me the way I used to play. I told him, yes, you are better. I need to give you a credit, young man. You're a lot talented, but you're just not lucky enough to play as many games as I did. So if you play as many games as I did, you might be in the Hall of Fame too one day.
I will say though, Embiid is already in the Hall of Fame when it comes to blocking kids. This guy, he loves it. And once again, just to illustrate the impact Embiid had during his short rookie season, it's quite historical, okay? Especially on the defensive end, you could see here some of the numbers. Some of his numbers look better than Rudy Gobert's numbers, and he was up for a DPOY award that season. And the Sixers and Embiid agreeing on a 5-year, $148 million extension. Wow. And as you can see, the bottom third here asking, how foolish do the 76ers look giving this extension? Well, not as foolish as you think. Yes, he only played 31 games out of his first 3 seasons, but he has a lot of clauses in his contract that basically deal with the fact that if he gets hurt again in a major way, basically the contract will be null and void at that point. For example, here, it says here, specific injuries are laid out in the contract and include only past problem areas with Embiid's feet and back, sources say, right? And obviously, people would think that, the Sixers will only waive Embiid to get off the contract if he were to suffer a career-ending injury. I don't think they would do it if it were like a back injury that would hold him out for a couple of games. SVP, he brought up the dot-com bubble as an analogy to what the Sixers are basically doing with Embiid, investing in an idea. And that idea being that Embiid is going to be their next superstar that's going to lead them to glory. But at the same time, Philly didn't really have much of a choice but to sign him to that extension.
Here's the thing. Philly had to do it. Because if they didn't before the season, he'd have become a restricted free agent. And Philly's seen enough in those minutes restricted, 31 games, to know what Embiid is if he's healthy.
And of course, Embiid hitting at the critics, right? He says, guys, I'm not made of glass.
Everybody gotta stop being scared. I'm not made of glass, so just freaking, that's basketball.
I'm not gonna lie though, it doesn't help that you always get hurt with some sort of injury. During the preseason, there was a bit of hustle and tussle between both Embiid and Hassan Whiteside, where here, Whiteside blocks his shot, then he gets the ball back right again, and then Embiid gets fouled, falls down, and there's some intensity to this, man. I like this.
Embiid again versus Whiteside. Embiid v. Whiteside. Fouls. So while Whiteside's picking up fouls and Embiid says, go to the bench.
Embiid's obviously struggling this game, 1 of 7, but during the game, that didn't seem to matter when he was taunting him. And then this beef went to Twitter where a random user said, oh, Embiid, you're funny saying somebody can't guard you where you're 1 of 7. Respect Whiteside. And then Whiteside said, the media won't show that. Interesting. And Embiid hits back at him like no one else could. Dude, they had to take your ass out of the game or you would have fouled out in 5 minutes. And we're talking about preseason, not regular season. Hashtag softy. And then he goes at him for caring about stats, apparently, and not your team success. Your plus minus was ass. Hashtag softy yet again. And then to poke fun at KD, he said, my bad, y'all. I thought I was using my burner account. Hashtag the process. He was a social media genius at this time. And you basically have Embiid here on this game falling twice on the floor, right? He gets up and then slips again. Oh my God. I thought you worked on that landing, Embiid. Oh boy, the flopping continues. And then this game, he dunks here. And then right after dunking, stares at Blake Griffin and says, hey, man, I'm there.
12 points to retake the lead. Embiid doing work. Count it in, a foul. 41 for Embiid. Look out, league.
This was a game where Embiid had 46 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 7 blocks.
Please also note the only other person in NBA history to even come close, not quite reach, but come close to what Embiid did last night was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I will not stand for this Alvin Adams erasure. I didn't know about this dude until today, but in a game in 1997, he had a game that was crazy. So she's looking at a game from Kareem in the 80s where it went to quadruple overtime, okay? And Kareem in the yellow bar here has 42 points, 17 rebounds, 7 assists, and 8 blocks. Crazy numbers, right? Meanwhile, in this game, 3 years prior, okay, no overtimes. And this dude, Alvin Adams, put up 47 points, 18 rebounds, 12 assists. Oh, but he put up 5 blocks, so really, he's not worth highlighting. This shit is ridiculous. This agenda, oh, I can't stand for it. And then there's the whole Hakeem comparison, which, oh boy. We get it, they're both 7 foot from Africa, intriguing prospects.
Bottom line, it is too early to say Embiid is going to be as good as Olajuwon. He's going to have to stay healthy, for starters. But it's also too early to rule out the possibility one day Embiid might be better than Dream. We just don't know yet. Last night was only his 43rd NBA game that he has ever played in.
Now, we'll give Embiid this, right? His troll game is fucking hilarious. I'll tell you what, man. Him going on Instagram and basically saying, what a night, in the location that he specified. Oh, wow. But this dude's gonna have to be careful when he plays, man. Look at this fall here against the Warriors. Quite scary, but fortunately for him, he was able to get up from this. Is that who I think it is? Oh, boy.
Come on, boy! Bring me some noise! Don't be scared. I got your ass now. No, you're good. I'm good. You know how we got to do it sometimes. They try to flip some stuff around.
Brutal end to a historic rivalry indeed. Oh boy.
Mitchell challenging Joel Embiid, and Embiid had something to say to Mitchell. And wow, and Mitchell put a forearm into Embiid.
The extracurriculars, Mitchell going at Embiid, oh, falling, flopping. And Embiid, call the technical ref. Yeah, this is disgusting. I gotta give Embiid this though. His efficiency, his impact on the court, it's quite stellar.
You said you were 69%, I believe, was the exact number you put yourself at. Where are you right now?
See, you can't even get it out.
I can't be serious with you, man.
I was talking about we were basically talking about my condition level,
right.
But I think he's getting there. I think I'm at 81%.
81?
Okay. You are.
He even shouted out Jalen Rose. Yo, this shit is hilarious. Embiid then plays against Drummond, flops and gets fouled, tells him, oh, yo, go that way.
Who's the best big man in all of basketball?
I mean, you looking at him right here. I mean, I deal with them both ends, defensively, offensively.
I respect this level of confidence. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I see the vision, man. I mean, this dude is putting up numbers on both ends, making it look easy too. And the fact that he's a troll just adds to this mystique.
Okafor's time in Philly is over.
No! They traded Jaleel. Now who's gonna be buddy-buddy with Embiid? Brett, I need answers now. Give me answers now!
What did you say to him?
Oh man, I was just like, love you, new beginnings, love you, good luck. And then I made sure to let him know that I was gonna kick his.
No! Embiid, Okafor. It was supposed to be a partnership, a duo. I think I'll be able to get over this.
Looking for George, he was denied. Westbrook crossover drives the lane, blocked by Embiid.
Okay, guys, I'm already over it now. Embiid, let's go! This man is on a rampage. I'll block that shot. Get that garbage out of here.
Embiid on a catch, and he's fouled, and that's it for Adams. He's fouled out of the game.
I don't know if you should have done that, Embiid. I mean, this could age poorly. You're losing by 2 at the moment. I mean...
The Thunder survive here in triple overtime in a thrilling game in Philadelphia.
And would you look at that? Look who's waving back at Embiid. Oh, this is bad. Embiid, you make yourself look like a fool today.
You know, he was talking mess to Steve-O. He fouled out, waving to the crowd, which is unnecessary, waving to Steve-O by, you know. Now it's time for him to go home.
I won the game. I give him a lot of credit. They did a lot of things, but I mean, the dude shot like 10 for 33. I wish I would have shot 33 times, and I guess we would have had a better chance of actually winning the game. But you know, he told me to go home, man. This is my home, man. I ain't going nowhere.
That is an A1 comeback. I'm not gonna lie. Embiid cooked him. Well, Embiid was practicing, and it looked like he was getting better.
Holmes got the start this evening with Robert Covington out. Embiid swiftly to his left. Here's Embiid on O'Quinn, deep catch into the lane and the two-hand flush.
But the team, they weren't winning much games.
You heard me talk about, and I heard Shaq talking about Philadelphia being disappointed that they're in the 10th spot and that they should be much better trying to get into that Eastern Conference race. And we also talked about Embiid, he does not practice at all. He does not do shoot-arounds. And the only way he gets better is by playing games and by watching film.
You can't do that.
Shaq, Charles Kenny, right. That's my question to you is,
I guess Embiid's too busy pushing his fans around. If I'm that fan, I am suing the hell out of Embiid. What the hell? In other news, Embiid apparently doesn't rule out playing for France. This will be relevant later in the video.
too much time to think about it, in my opinion.
Oh, Joel Embiid, marvelous hustle.
Referees didn't even call the foul, and the players had to tell the ref, yo, there's a man down, bro. What the hell? Now, if there was a foul, it wouldn't have been on Embiid. It would have been on somebody else here. Now, the Sixers looking better here. They beat the #1 seed Boston Celtics here. Oh, wow. And Embiid apparently is an all-star starter this season.
But years ago, you were denied by a young woman who told you to come back when you were an all-star.
She denied me back then, so why go with her again? So I have to pass that and move on to the next one.
You've got the mic. Anything you'd like to say?
Trust the process.
This guy Embiid, smooth as can be. Oh, this is beautiful. I love seeing black men thrive. Let's go, Embiid. Now, what I don't like to see is black men getting hit in the face like this. Look, what the hell is Embiid doing here, bro?
You know that on any given night, the most dominating player I see in the whole NBA, on any just single given night, is Joel Embiid.
And wouldn't you guess it, this is all because of an argument they had over LeBron, Raymond James Sr. Okay, bro. As we can see here, Embiid getting the best of Westbrook in his dunk, but it ultimately didn't matter.
Simmons and Embiid, the future.
Getting stared down like that by Westbrook, that's nasty.
The Sixers making the playoffs this year. Is this the year?
I think so. That's our goal. That's been our goal coming into the season.
Ben Simmons, he's here getting interviewed by The Jump. And yeah, the Sixers team, they're a 7th seed now. Oh, they're getting better. It's not just Embiid here. It's Simmons competing for that Rookie of the Year award, right? He's a redshirt rookie this season. But best believe Joel's the star. He's the best player at this point.
He's skilled for his size. He can shoot the three, he can dribble, and
he developed his skills over time, and he wants it. So he's a great player. He's definitely a guy that you respect, and is going to take over this league here once I'm done.
Okay, that last part, I'm not gonna lie. I'll give you that one, KD.
I'm on that podcast. So my question is, did you ever get Rihanna's number? Did she ever give you that number that you've been asking for? What's good?
Man, why are we talking about Rihanna?
Why not?
Okay, so the answer is no.
I seen the tweet. I seen what you said. Because I love her too. So can we play one-on-one for her? What's good?
For her?
What's up?
I'm ready anytime.
Anytime?
Yeah, we follow each other on Twitter though, so I just gotta slide in the DMs. But I'm taking my time.
Bro, you were smooth when you rejected her. Now you're going back into. Bro, Embiid, I can't defend this. So as we know, this is the All-Star game where All-Stars play. And Embiid, he was a starter, although not much defense was played.
All right, I'm here with Joel Embiid, and it looked like you guys really wanted to win that game at the end there.
It was a competitive game, both teams. I thought the whole game there was, the first few minutes there was kind of defense being played. And
Yeah, even back then, they had to play up the competitiveness aspect of the All-Star weekend. We all know this shit is just for exhibitions, right? They're not really being competitive. They're not trying to be injured.
90 minutes before game time. Is this normal, Chris?
I don't know. It's two things are happening here. We got a foot rub and we've got a burger.
What a life.
This dude probably told the Sixers, I mean, this is part of the process, eating burger. 90 minutes before game, I mean, just look at me blocking this shot. Look at how much better I am with the burger. Wagging finger. No. And how lucky is Embiid? He gets to experience an Eagles Super Bowl in the second year of his career. This is just insane, man.
Behind the back, splitting.
That move by LeBron Raymond James Sr. Oh my gosh.
Little love fest here between Joel Embiid and LeBron James. A lot of respect all around. Or illegal recruiting.
Apparently, that's what Embiid even says he was doing. Summer 2018 goals.
Guarded by Embiid. Tries to go past him, gets inside. Layup, missed it. Sarge the rebound.
I would hate for this to be one of the highlights I have to highlight, man. I feel bad for Moody here.
Ala Abdelnaby. Here's truly Mark Zumov here on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Joel Embiid here, unfortunately, got hit in the face here. It doesn't look good from the onset. Oh, no. Apparently, Embiid has a orbital fracture in his bone. No!
Zach Lowe's reporting that Embiid will be out 2 to 4 weeks, which means he could miss some or all of the first round of the playoffs, and that doesn't seem remotely fair to a...
Let's just say the Philadelphia 76ers are going to miss his impact. But thankfully for them, they have the easiest schedule remaining in the NBA. Ben Simmons, what you got for us? Well, they've been winning with Ben Simmons actually leading them here. As of now, they're on a 13-game winning streak. Wow.
Pretty much, it's been a two-man Rookie of the Year race all throughout the season. Yourself? Who's the Rookie of the Year this year?
Who would I pick?
Who would you pick?
Me, for
you
sure.
Pick you?
100%.
And the confidence. You just got to love the confidence here, man. The Sixers, were able to go on a 15-game winning streak. A lot of that without Embiid, too. And Embiid has a chance to be first-team All-NBA as a center. And if he does get that, he'll get a $30 million bonus on his next contract. And Embiid, well, he's got the mask on, baby. He's got the mask on.
No one cared who I was until I put on the mask, the phantom of the process.
I like this. It's pretty clever. I like the tongue-in-cheek ode to the Phantom of the Opera here. After missing the first 2 games of the first round, Embiid would come back. And this was him warming up for Game 3 of this matchup against the Miami Heat.
Osler fell out, and Justice Winslow stepped on it on purpose. And
in a frenzy, Embiid's mask ends up falling off right here, and Justice Winslow ends up stepping on it, trying to get it and break it with his hand. But that doesn't deter Embiid much. He hits a 3 right here, and he would shut up the crowd as well.
8 points, 8 rebounds. Here's Embiid with Johnson on him. Oh my goodness, top shot.
Embiid in his playoff debut scores 23 points. Wow.
Justice stepped on it and tried to break it with his hands. man, but little do they know is that I have about 50 of them, so it's going to take much more than that to get me out of this series, and it's going to be a nightmare for them too.
You give this dude a mic, he's more than likely going to spit some bars. Oh, man.
Yeah, this was.
I got his three.
He eating right before the game? Not right before the game. Yeah. You don't eat right before the game. 30 minutes either.
I like that.
What is with this man and the burger? Like, what the, come on. This series is quite an intense run, even with Embiid off the bench and Embiid back in the game now. It got tense. It got tense. And now it's between Embiid and Hassan Whiteside. The epic duel of the big man.
Wade up and over, looking for Whiteside. Embiid there with another block. This is the second 6-point game. Dragic on the push, and it is swatted by Embiid.
This would be an easy dub for the Sixers after Game 4. Up 3-1 the series now.
Conference semifinal round.
Was there ever a doubt for the Sixers, the clear better team in the series? This would be their first playoff series win since 2012 when they played the Bulls. D Rose with his torn ACL in that series. And things looked quite promising for the Sixers after a statement win here.
I was wrong. I'm picking the Philadelphia 76ers to go all the way to the finals.
You gotta stay off that weed, Stephen A. Come on now. And now the Sixers face a Celtics team that doesn't feature Kyrie Irving, their best player, quote unquote. And this meant that the Sixers were favored in this series to win it. And Embiid, he started off the first game with a whopping 31 points, his career playoff high up to this point.
The Sixers should be ashamed of themselves. They looked awful tonight as far as I'm concerned. You got to remember that this is a team whose success was predicated on two things: its ability to defend.
Ouch, undermanned Celtics team beating the Sixers already. Wow. And all of a sudden now the doubts start creeping in. You talk about Embiid's injury history. Oh no. Now I will say the Sixers, they've missed a lot of 3-pointers, and I'm not sure if that's gonna happen again.
I'm a Boston guy. I love the Celtics. That's my old team. I look at it as my second home. But Philly will win this in 5.
Oh, in 5?
Yeah, they will get this done.
But Embiid, man, he's hearing the noise and he's like, where were y'all years ago?
Mindset has always been, 3-4 years ago, no one was around, no one was talking about us. Anything new that always comes, I'm like, that's nice. But like, where was everybody 3 or 4 years ago? So he's nice, but I don't really pay attention to it.
He also claimed in that interview that he was unstoppable when he was covered one-on-one, right? Part of the reason he had 31 points is because of that. But honestly, Embiid, 3 to 4 years ago, y'all were not relevant at all. Now y'all in the playoff picture. Okay, no wonder people are gonna start talking about you now.
The 2 seed Covington for 3, knocks it down.
Bro, this is a 22-point game. The Sixers, oh man, the series is about to be tied now.
What a flurry by the Boston Celtics. Kevin, a 26-8 run.
And all of a sudden, it's the Celtics who end up winning this game too as well.
What?
I used to have a coach, especially when the team has opportunities to win.
Who was this coach?
I ain't gonna say no name, but he used to just come in and pick one guy who's not supposed to play the way he did. And I'm picking on Big Ben today. Big Ben, you gotta give me more than 1 point. You gotta give me more than your average.
I mean, dude was getting outplayed by Terry Rozier in the first 2 games of the series. This is terrible.
Embiid, and Baines just picked up his 5th, and Embiid didn't like the push after the whistle.
Game 3 will be as intense as it would ever be. You have Embiid here stuffing it on Al Horford. It's a tie game. Can this Sixers team finally get a win here?
Here's Redick with 8 seconds to go, and Redick, a loose ball, picked up by Rozier. They got a breakaway. Rozier to Brown, he puts it in.
You only got 1.7 seconds left, man.
Philly out of timeouts. Here's Bellinelli, catch and shoot, and it's good!
Although it looks like a 3-pointer, it was a 2-pointer, and now it's going to overtime. Where the Sixers had a 5-point lead. Like, come on, bro. And then the Celtics come back here. Horford puts it in here. But somehow, some way, the Celtics get back the lead here.
Possession, 5.5 to go. Horford with a steal. What a play by Horford.
And this is how the game would end. The Sixers now down all 3. What? Embiid, he's not having that bad of a series, averaging 24 points per game, right? Shooting poorly the last 2 games, though, I will say that. A lot of people looked at Ben Simmons and said, you're not bringing your end of the bargain here. You gotta play better. Hasn't even cracked 20 points in this series yet.
And now Rozier called for a foul on the push-off. And Rozier and Embiid come together. Rozier
They got called for offensive foul, and I was trying to get the ball to keep the game flowing because I felt like we had an advantage. We were on the run, so I just wanted to keep it going and trying to get the ball, and he kind of kept the ball away from me and tried to punch me twice, but too bad he's so short that he couldn't get to my face.
The call ended up being a double tech. Look, man, not much here. Just 2 guys going at it. And this was a game that, thankfully, the Sixers ended up winning. There was definitely some intensity from the Sixers, and look at this. Or Embiid contesting that shot from Morris. And then you get the legendary Embiid stare down thereafter.
Covington for 3. Ilyasova the offensive board. No. Another offensive board and a hammer down.
Again, Philadelphia, Joel Embiid is giving a lot of yapping.
And Marcus Morris, his response to all that was 3-zip. We're up 3-zip. Don't matter if you win this game.
What made you kind of sparked you to remind everyone of the series score a couple of times during the game?
Say that one more time.
Reminding everyone what the series score was. You were with your hands a few times during the game.
Because that's reality. It's hard. Because I know I wouldn't say a damn word if I was down 3-1, but hey, we all different.
And for this game 5, whoa, what is Embiid doing here? What is this freaky shit going on here?
Baines goes by Embiid. Oh, Embiid. He blocked it, but the foul, and now a push after the play.
Let's be real, folks. That was a flop by Baines, but it still doesn't matter. Embiid's hit with the technical.
Knocks down the first.
Now Embiid, he actually had a decent game here. It's 27 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, right? But in the closing minutes, you had to win this game. Come on, now you're down 6.
Joel Embiid, a Euro step and a finger roll. Embiid with Horford on him, gives it up. Sharic's wide open, and he's got it.
Top this shot.
What an answer here by Philadelphia. And now Simmons springs open. Simmons running the show. Simmons up high, and it goes.
But the Celtics, they would respond in kind.
Rookie on rookie. Tatum goes by Simmons, and Tatum misses the layup. Smart with the big shot. Tatum, and Tatum scores. Boston on top. Going their big man, their all-star center. Embiid backing down Baines. No, Embiid's got it, and it's stripped by Rozier, and it's Boston ball. And he'll.
Oh, man, just a terrible possession here. Embiid, this is not the way to go. No! It will be a game free throws, which Marcus Smart trying to miss here actually makes it, which means now we have the chance to see a haymaker, a throw. Okay, he about to pass that. Let's see how this goes. And the game's over. Oh, no.
Baseball pass, and Smart's got it, and the ball game is over, and Boston is headed to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I know how proud you are of your team. How hard is this to accept?
It's hard because I feel like we had a pretty good chance of beating them, but I mean, they just got to give them a lot of respect. They play well. They play well together. They made some tough shots during the whole series, and they defended us pretty well too. So, got to give him a lot of credit. But he sucks. But you just gotta learn from it and come back next year and do better.
Respectable answer, Embiid. That's 1,000 plus fans right there.
In the process.
I think we have a good chance of taking that.
Wait a minute, man.
He definitely garnered more fans after this draft lottery where it appeared he stole the show.
Is actually Philadelphia's pick. They invoked their right to swap with Sacramento. So that means Philly is in the top 3.
The 3rd pick in this year's draft goes to the Philadelphia 76ers.
And Embiid would end up on the news here for seemingly wanting to dunk on people. Random. Why do this to just random citizens? Like, what the hell? Now we gotta talk about this nonsense. Jerry Colangelo. He's caught. He's got 5 burner accounts apparently. One tweet he's seen talking about Jahlil Okafor, basically criticizing him. And then there's tweets where he's criticizing Sam Hinkie. Oh, wow. The Ringer were able to basically look at the followings of this account here and seeing that all these burner accounts are following this one account that is well familiar with Colangelo, to say the least, really. This doofus even went after my precious king, Masai Ujiri. I will never stand for this! There were even tweets where the dude was criticizing Joel Embiid. This is bad. Apparently, Embiid even talked to Woj, and he basically said that he talked to him and that he denied him saying this.
Our Adrian Wojnarowski then tweeted the following he got from Embiid, and I'm quoting the Sixers center here. I talked to him, meaning Colangelo, and he didn't say that. He called me just to deny the story. Gotta believe him until proven otherwise. If true, though, that would be really bad.
Day yesterday, it's no surprise. Embiid was. So that's the first reaction. Just Joel told me that Sam Hinkie is better and smarter than you.
Well, he did put together the actual team. Yeah. Brian Colangelo just fine-tuned it.
And another fun night on Twitter. All jokes aside, I don't believe the story. That would just be insane. So.
Well, it wouldn't matter what Embiid thinks. Okay, this guy, there's too much bad press here. He would have to step down. Hey, bye-bye, loser. And in other news, Embiid ends up winning the MVP award, the Shaq and the Full MVP award. Yes!
So as we take a look at Joel Embiid's best moments, this is here is the 2017-18.
Embiid is apparently saying that winning an MVP is his goal next season. Wow. And apparently he has a message for the ladies over there in California, I guess. I don't know where he's at.
You're gonna make a, you know, a DM to Rihanna?
Nah, I don't slide in DM.
Test the waters, maybe though.
I don't slide in DMs. That's bad news.
That's bad news. Maybe get her number from her agent or something like that.
I don't know. I don't like to discuss anything about my relationships. Yeah.
If you ask me, she's missing out.
Every girl in the world is missing out. You know, you gotta taste the process.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta see what the process is like. Hey, the legend.
Oh, Scotty.
The legend spark. You gotta hurt.
W. Scottie Pippen, man, he's sticking up for his guy, bro. TMZ, gotta stop harassing this dude with your cameras, with your paparazzi. I would hate to be a celebrity, just walking the streets and you got these randoms just coming out here with these cameras. Not to mention they probably are in bed with the feds. I mean, how else are they getting all these footages of these arrests? Like, what the hell? Well, unsurprisingly, teams were making their pitch to LeBron James, and one of them being Philly, of course, and Embiid even contributing to it without, you know, obviously tampering and getting fined for it. But yeah, you have multiple teams trying to go at LeBron. Hey, man, come to LA, come to Houston, come to Philly.
Yesterday, Joel Embiid put in a little pitch for LeBron via the USA Today. He's the best player in the league at this moment, so I think he takes us to another level. Which is important because at the end of the day, I want to be a champion.
And during the offseason, Joel Embiid, when he wasn't pitching for the LeBron Jameses of the world to go to Philly, he was trying to make kids' dreams come true here. That's Embiid dunking on Mo Bamba there. Nice. I got hoes, or whatever the fuck this song is. Oh, boy. What the fuck was 2018 anyway, bro? Well, LeBron made his decision. He's a Laker, and Embiid with an incredibly based tweet. Indeed, the Lakers will forever be Kobe and Magic's team. Not to mention Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, come on now. I mean, what the fuck is a 20-free LeBron James gonna do? Like, come on now. Why you gotta do this, bro? In Paris too, bro? Wherever you travel, Embiid's gonna dunk on you. Just guarantee that. Some of you might be thinking, why am I covering off-season Embiid so much? Because it's fun. It's actually funny. It's a great, you know, breather, you know, a refresher of some things that happened that some of us forgot about, really.
This was my first year. This is basically my first year where I'm able to play basketball. I'm healthy, able to work on my body, and I have a lot of expectation. I mean, I've been working out all summer, and I've already seen that it paid off, so I'm excited, and I feel like I always say, and the stats also prove it. when I play better, my teammates play better. So if I expect to be the MVP, I feel like he's gonna, put myself in a conversation to win the championship.
Now, Joel Embiid took part of this NBA Africa game, right? This was a cool event, honestly. That's dope to see stuff like this.
There we go.
Nah, getting bit by a lion, it's a baby too. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Now, I like that Joel Embiid's setting high expectations for himself, right? This is the good thing about players like Embiid, man. They can reach those mountaintops, so why not strive for it, right? Now, he was already putting up numbers that are quite sensational for a player of his caliber, right? And he was second in DPOY this season, right? Low-key LeBron, you may be dancing now, but you're missing out. If I'm the Sixers watching this, bro, woo-wee, that gave me shivers right there. Oh, wow. Now, I will say, even though Joel may be talented in multiple fields, he definitely cannot sing like, people like me here. Obviously, you've heard my singing.
Baby, I'm dancing in the dark.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, JoJo posted this video of him singing along to a number. Oh, we're just still going to have this punched up loud. Singing along to a number of Sheeran songs on his Instagram last night.
Come on, MB. You got to hit that high note. Dancing in the dark. Come on now. Come on. I got the chops for real. Come on, man. It's cool, though, MB. You could play basketball at a high level, I guess.
Clock is down to 8. Joel, double, triple, knocked away. Paul's got him early in the quarter. And Rozier with that
Joel one-on-one plays here by both teams.
Okay, dog. I'm not even sure if you can do that at a high level anymore. Okay, Embiid. Getting sauced up by a second-year Jason Tatum. Splat. Oh, bank shot. Bro, Tatum even gave him the wink.
I like to have that relationship with someone who's like on the team of like a rival of yours.
Man, JJ mentioned it earlier. This is not a rivalry. I don't know why I record against them, but it's pretty bad. They always kick our ass. So
at this point, Embiid, you should just stick with the rivalries that you already have with Andre Drummond, because apparently that's a rivalry now.
Embiid in front, soft hook, hits it.
And Embiid, well, he got his wish. Drummond with his second tech got ejected from the game. Embiid's a funny guy, man. He flops and actually sells the call to where he gets ejected. This guy's a legend. A legend in the making. A legend in the making and flopping. I mean, get this guy out of here. Garbage. Well, you got Joel Embiid, obviously parodying, I guess, Andre Drummond's video here. Joel Embiid strikes again. And he also ended up saying that he owns a lot of real estate in his head. Interesting. And the rivalry, I guess, thickens as they're about to play in December as well. The worst part of all this is it overshadowed Blake Griffin's 50-point performance. Quite historical here. Wow.
Bounce top side to Blake Griffin. Turns, drives, lays it up, lays it in!
And with the free throw, he ended up winning the game. The Pistons ended up winning the game. And Embiid is the story. Like, this is hilarious. Now, for the 76ers to obviously win a championship, they would have to get better, not just as individuals, but as a team collectively.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Butler of Philadelphia 76ers. This is what I'm talking about right here.
So the Timberwolves trading Jimmy Butler to the Sixers for Robert Covington, Saric, Bayless. Oh, Jared Bayless. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. But yeah, Jimmy Butler now part of the 76ers core now. Also, Embiid playing against the Miami Heat absolutely destroyed Whiteside yet again. This was his 9th game in the season, early in the season already, with 30 points and 10 rebounds in the game. 9 times he's already done that. It's freaking November, folks.
And three-pointers. Redick rolling Embiid. Oh, no.
Embiid, you gotta stop appearing on Shaqtin' the Fool, bro. Like, obviously, this is shaping up to be Embiid's best season, health-wise and play-wise, but you gotta stop being such a troll on the court sometimes. And Embiid in this game against the Raptors, quite frankly, he was terrible. I mean, could somebody explain to me what he was doing here?
We turned the ball over a lot, and we gave up a lot of offensive rebound, and I sucked.
Getting cooked by Jonas Valanciunas has to be one of the funniest storylines of this whole season. And apparently Embiid is saying that his role on the team changed and that he's frustrated with it, saying that Brett Brown always had him starting on the perimeter and it just really frustrates him. Oh no. Yeah, it's true. Brett Brown has been using him more as a spacer ever since Jimmy Butler got on the team, right? It is something that I get where Embiid's coming from, right? But I mean, at least you're playing a lot of minutes, right? And maybe that's part of the problem too. You're playing a lot of minutes, and Jimmy Butler, obviously, him coming in, now your role's different. But that doesn't explain the struggles, right? You're losing against the Spurs here, and you're losing like in the span of 4 games, 3 of them. Like, this is terrible. And I think that's just the whole team as a whole needs to get better.
Because I picked them to win the East, and I picked Embiid to be the MVP. But from the moment they got Jimmy Butler, Embiid does not look comfortable. He doesn't look happy. He's playing terribly. What is going on?
Embiid offensively is doing a lot more drifting. If you notice in the first half, his aggression and his energy level is up. But in the second half, it isn't. A lot of that has to do with conditioning. When you've had so many injuries that he's had over the past couple of years, it's hard to get in a peak level of conditioning that he deserves to be at if he's going to be effective.
I was very disappointed, Jalen, because, listen, when you play with better players, you're going to get less shots. See, that's the thing that drives me crazy.
Maybe Embiid is playing too many minutes. Who knows? Maybe that might be the problem. In a game where Kyrie Irving was the closer for the Celtics, the Sixers losing yet again to this team. This is during Christmas as well. Oh, wow.
I felt like I could have done more. I didn't get the ball, or the ball didn't find me in the fourth and in overtime. So in those situations, I got to show up, but then also I got to be put in the right situations to be able to like help the team. And I felt like I wasn't in the right situation, so I felt like I could have done more. We lost. I put this heavily on me because I know I could have done more.
It's definitely true that Embiid did get enough touches, right? And he is blaming himself for this loss. Like, even with Jimmy Butler, you can't beat the Celtics team. Like, what? This is definitely something the team has to work on, getting Embiid more involved, because they won't win a championship if he's not more involved.
Embiid down low in the foul. Beverly is not afraid of anybody.
This guy Embiid is just going to fight anybody, I guess. Even his own teammate for grabbing this rebound. Oh, wow.
Timeout because Joel got it in the eye.
Joel not at all pleased.
He did say this triggered flashbacks. He was basically scared that he hurt his face again.
Helped by Adams, nowhere to go. And they turned him over. Westbrook against Embiid, and Embiid clobbers him.
Westbrook, of course, not taking this in kind. Wants to go after Embiid, gets restrained by his teammates. I will say, though, him losing the ball, right? Embiid thought he was going to go up. That's why his knee went up like that.
Joel, what happened with the confrontation there with Russ? It looked like he went for a block, and maybe he kind of bobbled the ball and just sort of clattered into him. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I think I was going for the block, and I think he lost the ball, but I was already in the air, and I don't know why he was mad. I have no idea, but he's always in his feelings.
Embiid foul late. Was that just him landing on you? What was your objection to it?
I don't think he just landed on me. He had a little extra to it. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay.
You guys are cool?
No.
It's not just them two fighting each other. Apparently, Embiid's fighting somebody else.
Oh, the quick blitz right there. Embiid comes in on Harden. There they go. Shot clock knocked away there by the Rockets. And here comes Harden with a reverse and knocked down by Embiid.
Embiid, he gave a little extracurricular there after the block. Oh, no. He even recently said he was going to tone down on the social media usage and this trash talking. I guess he lied again. Well, the Sixers got a new player to add to their core, Tobias Harris. They had to give up a bunch of picks for it. Oh, no. In yet another loss against the Celtics, Embiid had a problem with the refereeing. Oh, no.
Sounds ready.
Joe, do you expect to play tomorrow?
I don't know why not.
Thanks, guys.
The referees suck.
He would obviously get fined $25K for that. Oh, no. And the fine comes in. It's $25K. Wow.
You know what I was getting into?
On being fined.
I knew what I was getting into, but I haven't seen the last 2-minute report, but I did get fouled, and everybody knew that. I felt like he changed the outcome of the game. You know, the game could have been tied, and you know, it was. I was in the heat of the moment. I knew what I was getting into. I mean, the same thing happened last year, and the last 2-minute report came out again, and say that I got fouled. And it was against Boston again, which I hate. Which I hate.
And in another game, this guy jumps over actress Regina King and goes into a statistician's. Bro, this guy is dangerous, man. I'm telling you what. February, so that means another injury has to be picked up by Embiid. Out at least a week, man. Come on now. Now, Tobias Harris, he stepped up for the Sixers with Embiid out. And him, alongside Jimmy Butler, are set to become unrestricted free agents. Who should the Sixers prioritize between the two? In other news, Ben Simmons and Embiid win the award for best synchronized flopping on the court. And they also recently beat the Celtics. Nice.
Well, I'm glad. First of all, I'm glad we got the win. Second of all, this is one of the best defensive players in the league. And third of all, I've been hearing that these guys can guard me better than anybody else, so I just had to come out there and show that I'm the most unstoppable player in the league.
I like this type of confidence. Ooh, Embiid. And this was obviously a game that featured a lot of extracurriculars.
Before he hit his arm. That's a very good point. And Marcus Smart and Embiid's going right back at him.
Joel, what was your reaction to what happened with Marcus Smart when he shoved you?
Obviously, I was frustrated because it was a cheap shot. I didn't see it coming, caught me off guard. But I mean, I don't really want to talk about him, so I don't care.
The elbow to the chest, I wasn't too worried about that. But then the legal screen from Joel, the very next play, and I thought it was just really obvious that, you know, it was an illegal screen that should have been called, and I thought it should have been cleaned up. You know, if you call that screen or you make the right call, then, you know, you just don't let the offensive player just really do what he wanted and, you know, allow the defender to protect himself and protect his space as well. None of that ever happened. So with the legal elbow, you know, I don't know if you guys watched, but you can even see Joel lean in with the elbow. You can see Joel walk off like he didn't even do anything. I don't know what the call was. So after that, you know, I waited for the call. It didn't happen, and I just got up and I pushed him. You know, and it's hard because now, you know, you send a message to a guy pretty much telling him you can't protect yourself. You know, you're supposed to just take that and allow it.
I get where he's coming from, but man, that is a cheap shot and a half. We all know that Embiid, he can be a dirty player, man. But now you look like the worst, dirtier player in comparison. Now this Celtics rivalry, man, it's not just Marcus Smart and Embiid. You got other players, you know, chipping in.
First word that comes to mind when I say Joel Embiid.
Lame.
Lame? Why is that?
Just do a lot of talking.
Oh.
I respect his own court game. Just do a lot of talking.
Do you talk to
30 points per first quarter. Oh, there is Giannis from downtown.
And like some of this shit is played out, but then it's like, you know, Bledsoe as well. Like, why are you throwing the ball that hard? Like, they're obviously gonna eject you for that, bro. Come on. And now Embiid could just talk about, oh my gosh, Bledsoe threw the ball so hard at me. By the way, in this game, Embiid not only got blocked by Giannis once, but Giannis blocked his shot not just twice. I'm hearing it happen a third time. Oh my goodness. I'm having word that he got blocked a fourth time as well. Let me read off the Greek Freak stat sheet for this game. 45 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks. Okay, bro. It's no wonder Giannis won the MVP in 2019. Joel didn't even end up top 3 in MVP this season as well, but
Sixers GM Elton Brand said it's possible that Embiid won't be ready to play for Game 1 this weekend.
all that bullying at the hands of Giannis, well, it resulted in Embiid feeling a bunch of stuff in his knee and whatnot, and obviously he would miss Game 1 because of this. I'm not laughing at Embiid, by the way. I'm laughing at the fact that this happens again. He's missing another playoff game for the second straight year. It wasn't just that game, though. He was a DNP in 5 of the last 7 games prior to that.
This is really troublesome to me. Amir Johnson is not active, but he is on the bench. That's a cell phone.
Wait, Embiid is playing? Wait, game 1? He didn't miss game 1? Now, apparently Embiid was saying that Amir Johnson was checking on his daughter.
I just looked down because he said that his daughter was extremely sick and he was checking on her. I don't know. I just looked and but he was checking on his daughter.
And also, this game 1 was wild, but just in case y'all missed it.
Yeah, Philly had 10 points on the free throw line. You also have Jared Allen in foul trouble. Defensively, how do you want to fix the positioning?
Double technicals were assessed. Okay, this is a non-issue, but of course Embiid involves. I don't know how, but the Sixers ended up losing this game.
Embiid thinking 3 maneuvers into the defending Allen, and that's an offensive foul, and it's called on Joel Embiid.
In this game too, Embiid got a flagrant 1 for this elbow right here on Jared Allen. I don't know how, but this stuff keeps getting worse.
I wasn't surprised. I saw the replay, and obviously it wasn't intentional, and I got him pretty good, and I'm sorry about it, but okay. I'm sorry about it. It wasn't intentional.
Why the fuck are they not? Why the fuck are they laughing about this? Like, is Embiid just that much of a dickhead that they're laughing at the fact that he's apologizing?
Simmons and the Sixers cut down the Nets in Brooklyn last night to take a 2-1 lead in their series. Maybe the most impressive part of the win is that they did it without Joel Embiid.
After averaging less than 13 points per game in the first 2 games, Ben Simmons goes for 31, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 blocks, 2 steals without Embiid. And in game 4, it was Embiid's turn to stuff the stat sheet. He had 7 dimes among his 31 points, 16 rebounds, and 6th block game.
When Jared Dudley got in your face in the third quarter, what did you make of the whole incident?
This guy, Jared Dudley, was being an enforcer, a pest, even taunting Ben Simmons. There was this incident with Embiid, obviously, right? He fouls Allen here, and then there's a whole brawl that gets started with Jared Dudley going off on Embiid. Not gonna lie, just a master class of trolling and enforcing from both players.
I mean, first of all, he's a nobody.
Well, that settles it. Nobody versus Embiid. Stay tuned next time. Now, Embiid, when being asked about his status for Game 5, he said, gotta keep him guessing. He even trolled the media here but after the game.
Feels good to be up 3-1, so we definitely don't want to be in a situation like the Warriors 2 years ago.
Joel.
I was kidding, man.
Not gonna lie, future 2-1 here, and if he said this today in this climate, he would have been shattered on.
I think a healthy Joel Embiid can take the Sixers as far as the conference finals. That's my personal belief, because I think they'd have a shot against Toronto.
Slow your roll now, okay, Stephen A. Slow. They gotta finish the series off first. Okay. They obviously would finish this series in 5. I mean, this is not competition.
There's really no answer for a healthy Embiid. The issue is that he's not healthy.
Oh, how convenient that there's a excuse already placed up for Embiid if he loses in the second round. Oh, he's not healthy, guys. And I wonder, how did game 1 go again?
The 4th. Leonard, head and shoulder fake, hangs, gets the bounce. 45 for Kawhi Leonard.
Getting a rousing ovation from the crowd. Just an incredible performance.
Okay, so they did lose game 1. Oh, wow. Embiid with 16 on 5 of 18 shooting. I guess he wasn't healthy, folks. That's really what this game sums up here.
Embiid, a ball fake. Embiid spins to the rim. Pump fake. Embiid gets the bucket.
Funny enough, though, this is one of Embiid's 2 baskets of the game. It was mainly Jimmy Butler who did a lot of the carrying in this game.
Told him before the game, go get this one. He told him that he had to carry us, and he did that.
This was James Butler. Like, that was the adult in the gym.
Coach came in here and he said, this wasn't Jimmy Butler tonight, it was James Butler, because how mature.
My name isn't James. Literally, it's Jimmy.
Butler had more clutch time baskets than the entire Raptors team.
Because Simmons and Embiid
while they do fit sometimes, they play a different style. Simmons is best when they up and down, when they play fast pace. Then he can score the basketball, he can assist, he can get three-point shooters open, he can get to the foul line, he can do all the things that he wants to do, and he is the biggest player out on the floor. However, when Embiid is in the game, Embiid becomes a post player, similar to the way Magic and Kareem used to play with each other.
This was also around the time the narrative of Embiid and Simmons not fitting together was beginning to be spouted by many. And this is a weird stat. Apparently, Sixers are way more efficient when Embiid gives them the ball, spot up a three-pointer, right? Funny enough, though, during this game, Embiid had 12 points, and it was Jimmy Butler with 30, 11, and 5 who carried the load. Right? Embiid has also been going through stomach flu during this series. Another, I guess, excuse here. Oh, boy, he's sick.
You talked, Joel, about what this game was like physically going through this for you, and in particular, the pass you hit Jimmy with for the three, and then the layup that ultimately put the game away.
Man, if you've had whatever the name is, if you had the sheets before, Joe, if you've had it before, you would know how it feels. But these are my guys, and want to show up every night, play hard, and tonight. Felt like that was a big game for us.
And Siakam drives it, Embiid, shot blocked, his fourth block of the game. And then Siakam upset.
As a Raptors fan, I will say this was a low point in the series, Game 3. Oh boy. Embiid, this I think was his highlight of the series.
Shoot it! That's why you shoot it! I don't care if you shoot a three every time. Take us home. Take us home.
Now, Jimmy Butler took them home, but also Embiid did too.
Embiid fakes, Embiid down the lane.
Embiid with a game-high 33 points. This guy was absolutely a mammoth in this game.
It's tied up. Joel Embiid, though, a bit of a non-factor. After averaging nearly 25 a game on 51% shooting against the Nets, he's now posting 14 on 7 of 25 shooting against Toronto.
Some may notice I called him a mammoth because of how rare he is at scoring 30-plus points against the Raptors. So rare, in fact, that you could argue he never existed in the first place. Marc Gasol, who was a recent acquisition by the Raptors after trading Jonas Valanciunas, Delon Wright, and CJ Miles. I mean, this was a beautiful masterclass of a trade by Masai. Look at how he's guarding him. Embiid cannot do anything. Look at this. Marc Gasol, elite defense.
Tobias Harris. Well, that was good defense. He knew that there was a potential shot clock. Siakam fouled by Embiid.
I will stand on this. Embiid is like one of the most dangerous people in sports history. Like, this guy's reckless. Sixers with a chance to be up 3-1 in the series, and the Raptors, they can't have that happen.
Embiid switches, fires a long one. Butler on Green. Pass in traffic. Harris the three. Missing, and the Raptors in control now.
And the Raptors do it. They tied the series up. Let's go.
The eye test, it looked like something was bothering you tonight. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I didn't have a good night. Been slick, stone up. Guess I need an IV at 6 in the morning. So, yeah. But try to play and try to get the win. Obviously, it wasn't enough.
I know the reporters are the one asking the question, but Embiid, this looks weak. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're sick, if you're that badly ill, you should not be playing. Okay, you're the one, same guy doing the windmill dunk. And now you're the guy. It just doesn't look good.
I got a text from him at 6:20 a.m. this morning telling me like he didn't sleep all night. He'd really never felt this poorly, and he was unsure, Coach, if I'm going to play. I just want to give you a heads up. I'll try, but I don't know. With that started my day.
Yeah, he's got to be ready and expecting that. Obviously, he's feeling a little sick today, so that plays into it too. Practice tomorrow.
Oh my God, Embiid, what are these shooting splits?
Not seen a lot of that from Ben Simmons or the Sixers in this game.
Just the 5th shot of the night.
This is glorious.
And he might just not play the rest.
Embiid getting trolled. How about them apples? Kawhi is just averaging 30 points in this series. 38, actually. Sorry. In this game 5, Embiid ended up putting up 13 points. 13 points. Ben Simmons not even showing up on the scoreboard. That tells you everything you need to know. Butler is the man in the room here.
I mean, hell, if I was a coach, I wouldn't even show the film. Just move on. We got our ass kicked. Simple as that.
Joel Embiid he's sick. I understand that, but I do agree with Shaq. If you're out there, you got to play. You can't play bad and say I don't feel well.
It's crazy because we've seen Jordan flu game highlights. Like, bro, come on, bro. Like, that's not an excuse at this point, bro. This Sixers team, I mean, they got to step it up, bro. Pedal to the pedal, whatever the fuck I just said. I don't even know what I just said. I'm not going to lie.
Mark Jackson said, Joel Embiid, you're one of the greatest big men, so can you step up to the challenge? He's not doing it there. I don't want to hear no excuse. If you step on the court, you're dog meat, you're barbecue chicken layer. I don't care about no respiratory. I don't care about no boiler.
Bro, imagine when Kobe was scoring 21 straight points against the Celtics in 2010, right? This guy had an injured finger doing that. And a shooting hand. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, Embiid, you don't got no excuses here, bro. And look, Embiid is not the one really, like, trying to make the whole him being sick as an excuse. He's just answering the questions that the media is asking him. But at the same time, it's the attitude. It's just like the way he plays sometimes. It leads you to think, okay, yeah, he's not that serious about this. When you're winning games, oh, it's the flashy windmill, the airplane, and now you can't do that. Now you feel different. All of a sudden now, oh, you woke up at 6 a.m. because you didn't feel good, threw up. Oh, there was a bunch of stuff. That's how my day started, you know. And I mean, oh my goodness, Embiid 8 turnovers, Simmons 5 turnovers, combining for 20 points. Like, this is terrible, terrible basketball.
Ben Simmons ended up with 7 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 turnovers.
I guess them lights at Scotiabank Arena were too bright for Embiid and Simmons.
Embiid, drive, hangs, can't finish. Oh, Simmons! Embiid driving at Gasol, gets bumped, and it goes!
Actually awake and watching the game.
Embiid meets Kawhi and Mill.
Look, Embiid, right? He didn't have that bad of a game, even though he shot 5 of 14, but this Philly team came to play.
8 games in the NBA Finals, and Jason Phillips in his 92nd playoff game.
Nothing better than a Game 7. Oh, boy. And it looked like the Raptors were going to take away this game with this Siakam layup right there. Wow.
On him. Ready. Embiid lowering, knocked it away. Embiid gathers it in.
Embiid here would make his free throws, and it was now up to Toronto to basically play the same game. 3 throws. Let's see if you make them. My bad, just had a bitch over. Let's see if he makes this one. No, he misses it. No!
Caught by Harris. 2-point game. Here comes Butler driving. Layup is caught.
4 seconds, 90, tie game. I know you guys know what happens next. Let's do it. It's off to Leonard. Defended by Simmons. Is this the dagger? Game, series, Toronto has won. Oh, it's so beautiful. Music to my ears. And for the people clowning Embiid for crying after this game, that shows you how much he cares about this. This, if anything, this just makes me respect him more. I'm not gonna lie though, it's still funny. It's still hilarious. Hey man, I'm a Raptors fan. What do you want me to say, man? This is comedy to me. I respect him still. I respect him for, you know, competing out there. Let's see. He finished the series off in the Game 7 with 21 points, 6 of 18 shooting. Okay, man, 4 turnovers. Keep in mind, this is his first Game 7 of his career. Let's give him some grace. All right, look, he was sick. Oh, he was not healthy. His knee was sore. We got to give him some grace.
Came so close. Why would you break it up now? I'd break it up now. I would break it up now after what I just said. And the reason is this: I don't trust Joel Embiid's health. I don't trust his back. I don't trust him.
Oh my God. I don't think if I fall here, I'm gonna die though.
Of course you'll die.
I'm not dying.
Of course
I cannot die. I'm African, we don't die.
Buddy, are we sure about that? Are we really sure about that? One thing though is that the Sixers have to make a decision on Jimmy Butler quick.
He is on his way to Miami tonight. He is expected to meet, I'm told, with the Miami Heat on Sunday.
at 6 p.m. once he's allowed to. Philadelphia has not ruled out working with Butler and with other teams about a sign and trade, teams who don't have the cap space, a meeting with the Heat on Sunday, and then possibly early in the week out in California with the Houston Rockets.
And that's what happened. He ended up joining the Miami Heat via sign and trade for Josh Richardson. But why couldn't the Sixers keep him? I don't get it. Apparently, Jimmy Butler rejected a max offer to join the Heat for less money? Now, Miami did give him a lot of money, 4 years, $142 million. But it wasn't as much as what the Sixers gave him, which, they offered a $190 million contract. Now, the Sixers, they did add Al Horford from the Celtics here, with the cap space money that they had left after they gave up Jimmy Butler in the trade. I'm just curious how Al Horford's going to fit here, with Embiid obviously being a center as well. Like, is he going to play backup 5 with Embiid obviously starting? Now, some people think that, Jimmy Butler, they're better off without him, right? The Rockets apparently thought that. Some teams thought that. Maybe the Sixers thought the same thing too, and they just thought, you know what? Let me just trade Jimmy Butler and get something in return.
It's going to be different because this is where I'm going to be for hopefully the rest of my career. I think I fit here, the way that they work, the attitude that they go about everything. It's me in a nutshell.
Now, what could also have happened is Jimmy Butler saw the writing on the wall and was like, you know what, man? I'm better off not signing with this team. That's why he rejected the offer, reportedly, right? And I wonder why that is.
And along with the Bucks, who's your favorite to win the East?
Clearly, the Philadelphia 76ers. I thought the addition of going out and getting Al Horford, and I think Tobias Harris is going to be terrific there. But let me tell you something. It's going to come down to Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid.
Let's just say he did not hold back on either of them here in this assessment.
At some point, them two young players who are both terrific young players, I want to repeat that. Two terrific young players. But Joel Embiid's got to get his fat butt in shape, and Ben Simmons got to work on his game. Jalen, when I got to Philadelphia in 1984, the most important person in my life, basketball-wise, said to me, "You fat and you lazy."
Now, Chuck is basically saying, is anybody in the Philly organization going to have the courage to tell Embiid, hey, yo, get your ass in shape?
I wanted to have that person on the team, or the person who has to tell Ben Simmons, yo, man, we just gave you $170 million. Can you please work on your jump shot?
Sounds to me like it all hinges on those two players, not just working on their games individually, but fitting seamlessly together to combine into some force that is unstoppable in the East. So with Ben Simmons signing a huge contract, that's obviously being emphasized more than ever because there's a lot of people that don't think they both fit together.
So here's a couple of things. Look at Markelle Fultz and what ended up happening to him as a #1 pick. Look what happened with Ben Simmons. At some point, we got to look at Brett Brown and his coaching staff and talk about their player development.
Now, I didn't want to talk much about Markelle Fultz because, that's a situation that, deserves its own video. And really, I want to cover Embiid's aspect more so in this video. And I think Markelle Fultz, his storyline doesn't really add up much in this video. But now back to Embiid fully. I mean, he seems to be ready and, gearing up for a great season.
Yeah, I almost won Rookie of the Year playing 31 games. I will finish second playing 31 games. That's
I voted
insane.
for you. You think you should have won?
Thank you. Next year you should vote MVP next year too.
We'll see.
Trust me. I got a great season coming.
And let's just say things are already starting off with a bang.
Now it's in my ears. I'm not gonna drink any milk. I'm used to spice, so I'm not feeling it. It doesn't go away. I don't have any regrets.
Hey, Embiid, you doing okay over there? I mean, you look like you're doing awful right now. You look like you're suffering. Oh boy, I see you drinking that milk. I guess you're a milk type, huh? I guess you're getting snow bunnied as well. Oh boy.
This view gets me excited. That view back there of the city. I came out here, I hadn't noticed it before. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go.
And also during that Packy challenge where, Embiid was suffering, he said that he had lost 25 pounds during the summer, which is great news. Hopefully now he could actually have a healthy season relative to how Embiid's been the last couple of years of his career. His conditioning certainly has to improve. Obviously, his injury history It's not helpful knowing that, at any point, you could expect him to miss 10 to 40 games at a time. Now, apparently Embiid is a Packers fan, and even the Sixers broadcasting team, amongst other fans, were not happy with this. Now, what's funny is the Eagles actually ended up winning this recent matchup here against Green Bay. Embiid, you might be cooked, buddy.
Josh Richardson, you did lose Jimmy Butler. You lost J.J. Redick. Jimmy Butler in particular, it seemed like you guys got pretty close by the end of the playoffs. What kind of loss is it for you personally, just not to have him around with you?
It was a big loss because me and him, we got to the point where we were really close. We still close. We talk a lot, and that's my guy. That's my brother forever. I wish he was on the team because I feel like the relationship that I built with him could have gone a long way.
Now that's interesting. Interesting revelations here, Embiid. Jimmy was carrying a large part of the offensive load during the playoffs to where you're thinking, how is this team going to play without him? Now, for some reason, Embiid, after this posted dunk, decides to shimmy on him, and he got a technical for taunting, obviously. We know how soft the NBA is, right? Now the season's starting, and both the Sixers and Timberwolves are 3-0, and it's a matchup between the two bigs, Embiid and Cat. Who will prevail?
Everybody else is like, oh, Carl and Joel, and I know you're scouting and looking at film, but how much are you paying any attention really to the individual?
Not at all. I mean, it's a game about trying to find a team to win. I mean, I know everyone wants to hype it up. I mean, that's what sells papers, but I ain't in the business of making out money. I'm in the business of getting W's.
And let's just say this matchup took on a life of its own, oh boy.
Here's Horford, blocked on the play. Wow, and look at this, whoa! Embiid going at it with Karl Anthony Towns.
All right, this is the crime detectives trying to see how this fight all started. Ben Simmons looking at the field, and Embiid and Cat fighting behind him. He tries stopping them, and I guess he was successful because then he ends up actually being on Cat. This has to be one of the funniest fights I've seen. They're all just trying to wrestle each other. Look at Ben Simmons, right? I want you to pay attention to something, okay? Ben Simmons supposedly the peacemaker in here. Does this look like peacemaking here? Choking out Cat during the process.
Are a couple of heavyweights. And Embiid seems delighted by the whole thing.
And no surprises here, both players ended up getting ejected. Obviously, this is a no-no in the NBA.
The fight in Philly last night.
That was not a fight, Ernie. That's not a fight.
The skirmish.
Oh, look at it, Ernie. There's no punches.
There's no punches.
Not gonna lie, they don't sound like they're big fans of Khabib here. Perhaps the funniest part about this is Ben Simmons not being punished at all, whilst Cat and Embiid both get suspended 2 games without pay as well, by the way. Okay, I was wrong. Embiid on Instagram now saying that he missed being part of the third stringers. Oh, wow. I see Embiid was real close with Jimmy Butler back then. Oh, boy. Cat replying, I ain't no bleep, raised around lions. I could say the word. I ain't no bitch, raised around lions is what Cat said.
Did you take a swing at him, or are you trying to get him in a headlock? This is competitive. It's competitive basketball that was being played.
I'm sure it was competitive when Ben Simmons choked you and made you tap out, I guess. Now, the reason Cat tweeted out, I ain't no bitch, is because Embiid said it in this presser after the fight, right? And I will say, Embiid posted a tweet about this thing just like he did on Instagram, but he left out the part where he missed being part of the third stringers. I wonder why. And of course, the photos Cat used in response to Embiid here. It's quite interesting, that fourth one on the bottom right. Cat also wrote this same caption on Instagram. Hashtag bitch talk apparently is a thing. I don't know what that means. And Embiid did clap back because apparently his comment that he left on Cat's Instagram was deleted. Now, of course, you know Embiid had to troll Cat on his own as well. Euro stepping our way through Minnesota, and we ended up raising the Cat last night. And then Cat responding, that caption was as trash as your picture quality. I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I was personally attacked in this one. Oh boy. I'm not gonna read Embiid's full comment here. He does go deep into Cat's playoff history here. Interesting stuff here. I don't know if Embiid should be the one talking. He partly got carried by Butler too. The tea goes deeper because apparently Cat's Instagram manager, apparently his best friend Chucky Anthony, basically wrote that he's been running Cat's IG for 3 years and he's never deleted one comment. Apparently Embiid is lying about all this. Wow. Man, why can't we just go back to some old school fights? Like, wow. Embiid is just always involved in the fight, bro. Like, you could bet money on it.
The whole incident with Joel, I mean, how do you describe what happened? What could you do? I mean, he just was, you know, too big to be flopping. Just flopping and just grabbing, and then, you know, I'm just not the one to be, I'm not the one that's going to take that. So.
And folks, we have some interesting developments here. Embiid seemingly is trying to move on from his checkered past.
We moved on, and I'm happy for him. He's doing great in Miami, and tomorrow it's going to be, you know, a game like any other games. We got to...
No trash talk?
I'm done with that. I mean, the whole season, I only had that incident at the beginning of the year.
Now, Embiid's talking about, obviously, the potential matchup against Butler that's coming up soon. And he vows, apparently, after getting suspended with a cat fight, to never be suspended again. In this game right here against the Raptors, Embiid did something that I actually didn't think was possible. Embiid was being put in Alcatraz by Marc Gasol. I mean, Siakam's there doubling him as well. This man, Marc Gasol, literally shut down Embiid. He scored not 1, not 2, not 3, but 0 points. How?
To Joel Embiid. What the hell was that? 32 minutes and 0 points? 0? What the hell was that?
And I'll be honest, it wasn't just Marc Gasol defending him. I mean, there was times where this guy just settles on a 3 with Hollis Jefferson on him. This is, of course, his first scoreless game of his career. Now, shout out Scottie Pippen, because he came out with a W take.
Scottie, how much credit should we give the Raptors, though, with the way they're playing? You know, they're the defending champs, no Kawhi. Most people were like, they'll be okay. But, you know, they're right in the mix in the Eastern Conference right now.
Well, they deserve all the credit because they the one snatched his heart last night. Right. They took his confidence, and they were, you know, they contested every shot, made it very difficult for him to get to the rim. So they deserve all the praise here.
It's that prolific defense we had, bro. I miss those times, I'm not gonna lie. Now, the TNT crew, they were criticizing not just Embiid, but Jokic for playing below his means, really. But it's the Embiid criticisms that I want to highlight, because it's quite interesting what they say here about the big fella.
When you keep shooting jumpers and shoot 5 and 6, 7 threes, what are you shooting from 3? 30, 40%?
No, he's not the 40.
Go down and your numbers are going to go down.
Embiid 31% from 3.
That's not good.
That helps the defense out every time he shoots a 3.
What's funny is Embiid's team has been streaking. They've been winning 10 of the last 12 games, but he does have a tendency to settle for shots a lot of times. And we know Shaq and Chuck, they obviously made their bread and butter going in the interior and really dominating bigs.
Joel, what's your thoughts about Charles Barkley and Shaq saying about you, criticizing you for your game?
I mean, you know, that's what they do. You know, maybe they're right, but I do think they're right. I think I need to, you know, be more aggressive. Just look to impose myself. Just look to dominate. I think the whole season I haven't done that.
And boy, did Embiid respond within a day or two.
Embiid getting great position. Yeah, Reggie, hurry up and shoot it. You know you want to. Harris on the rebound. Embiid stuffs it. Nice pass. Tosses.
And that right there was a clutch block to basically seal the game for the Sixers. Embiid with a whopping 38 points and then 13 rebounds to boot.
I actually called Shaq yesterday and just, you know, he thought I was mad at him. I was like, nah, I understand what he was saying. You know, I've had a down year so far. So I just wanted to, you know, talk to him. You know, I've been kind of frustrated.
I'm not gonna lie, this is wholesome as hell. Did not expect this from Embiid at the time, but he actually responded and he's taking the criticism in. That's great. And this was a game that he really needed to bounce back after the last couple of games, you know, underperforming.
Joel, this is me, Shaq. Forget being a basketball player that's played, whatever. As a fan, that was fun to watch. As a big man fan, that's fun to watch. You dominated the game. You shot high percentages. You played well. You had fun. You played hard. Your teammates followed you. No, Charles just said he doesn't expect you to get 38 every night. I do. I've seen it before.
I got you.
You can do it. You have it in you.
But there was some losses here against the Heat, for example.
Who's the best player on the floor
for the 76ers?
Joel Embiid?
Joel Embiid, right there. He's being guarded by Bam Adebayo, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, he just came off a free throw. He's rested. He's not tired. Why isn't Joel Embiid literally sprinting down the floor? He should be going to the block, right? Look at the time left here. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10 seconds on the clock. Sprint. Go down to the block. Get the ball down here. That's where he needs to be. Look, just watch the lethargic attitude. Just kind of jogs down. Now, as he's jogging down, look at this, Greeny. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Wide open.
6'10", 6'2". Drive, right? Not focus, not focus, not focus. This whole lane is open. Drive. Go. 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 Still can post him up. Still 7.9 seconds left. Take your time. Go down to the block. Go down to the block. Now look, Ben Simmons did not even look at the rim, Greeny.
Yeah.
Did not even look at the rim. Now.
Yeah, I think what Jay Williams is saying here, I agree. Because Ben Simmons, I mean, he's got the shorter guy on him. He's a guard, so he's going to get matched up with a Kendrick Nunn. And he has to take advantage of those matchups. And Embiid, meanwhile, that open lane, Embiid not wanting to even go to the lane. He's stuck at the 3-point line. You're 7 foot. Bro, destroy these niggas. Now, Embiid, he is capitalizing on some stuff off the court, too. I mean, he trademarked the process, basically. And let's see how that goes in the future. And just in case you think this is a recent thing, 2019, no, it was in 2016 that he filed his trademark. This is a Christmas game between the Bucks and the Sixers. Giannis versus Embiid. And despite the Sixers winning this game on Christmas, the narrative seemed to be against Embiid, so to speak.
Embiid be the best player in the East?
Joel Embiid could be the best player in the East. Will he be? No, because there's Giannis.
I mean, the fact that Embiid outplays Giannis on Christmas Day and it still doesn't seem to matter. Look. This is one of those things. Like, Embiid's going to have to really punch his ticket so that he could be in that conversation. It's one of those things where ESPN and others are saying, until Giannis, I guess, slows down, he's going to be the one in the way of Embiid wanting to really be the best player in the game.
The issue in question is the want-it factor. What we have to understand is that everything about Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak, the way he walks, the way he works out, the way he plays, the energy that he gives, etc., tells you he wants it. Joel Embiid walks around having fun playing games.
Can somebody tell me what exactly is wrong with that? Having fun whilst playing games? It's not really about the stats, right? It's about attitude. They want to talk about how Embiid carries himself, right? Comparison is often the thief of joy. So looking at him comparing to Giannis, you know, you lose, sort of speak, what makes Embiid special, right, in his own right. And I think this is one of those things where, like, Embiid, he's very playful as a person, right? And I guess the narratives, you know, it probably got to him to where he's not as playful as he used to be because, well, they'll turn that against you, really. Like, they're really saying that Embiid having fun or wanting to play with fun is basically a bad thing. That's weird. Now, Embiid, he did talk about the team offense and how they got to get better. And there was one line he said that was quite interesting. If you've got the space and shoot it, you've got to do it. Basically saying every player needs to buy into taking open shots. I'm pretty sure that's directed towards Ben Simmons there.
Keep an eye on Joel Embiid playing defense, and then keep a close eye on his left hand. RJ, what happened here?
Well, Steven Adams, that's what happened, right?
That finger got dislocated real bad. I don't even want to show you guys this. And despite Embiid basically playing with one hand, they won the game. W. You got people, they always love to put this video out there. Kobe, you know, dislocating his finger and then getting it popped right back in and playing the game. And that's basically what Embiid did here. I mean, you got to give it up to him. But this Ben Simmons not wanting to shoot threes, it's becoming a huge problem.
Didn't you ask Ben to
Yes,
take a
I
three
did.
a game? Maybe I misread the box score. I haven't seen one.
And this is true. And so, you know, evidently I have failed. And it's something that we're all mindful of. And this is one of these things that is never going to go away. The attention that this has received is remarkable, but I guess I help fuel it. And, you know, I own it.
And Embiid, he's trying to basically be PC about this, trying to basically, you know, help out Ben if he wants.
We're watching and we want to know.
Well,
Like you said, I'm down there. You know, that's where I'm best at. And he also likes to be down there. And a lot of people always talk about, oh, you got to stop shooting threes and all that. You know, sometimes you got to make sacrifices for the team. You got to make it happen. And, you know, that's what I have to do from time to time. I have to be at the three-point line just to make sure that he got some space. And from time to time, you know, he's got to figure it out. Right now, he's still walking through it.
Damn, so Ben Simmons taking away his ability to post up more? Basically, Ben Simmons is holding him back from truly being a monster. Or at least that's how a lot of the haters read it, right? Unfortunately for Embiid, he actually had to undergo surgery for that ligament that he tore in his left hand. I find it very interesting that Embiid is a big that really got drafted when, you know, the big man was dying really as a position. And now we're basically seeing a renaissance with, you know, Jokic and Embiid around this time.
One of the weaknesses of Joel Embiid's game, he's one of the most talented players we have in the NBA. If I'm guarding Joel Embiid, I'm on cloud nine that he's shooting threes.
But if he's having to do that more because of Ben Simmons' inability to shoot threes, then it's like you're really in the pickle. And then Embiid, he has a great ability to shoot it. He plays much like a guard a lot of times. And that's part of what makes him special. I think Chuck, obviously, he's old school. So he looks at it like, if you're a big man, you need to be aggressive. You need to dominate the paint.
If I was in high school at 7'2", as a big man, I'd work on ball handling drills, being able to dribble up the court, read the defense, shoot threes, slash, be an all-around player as opposed to just a center who just specialized in the paint.
You sort of have to develop a lot more than just the post game or the inside game if you're big nowadays. And then Embiid, he's one of those guys that really is a multifaceted big. And we see this now. Roy Hibbert apparently worked with Embiid, obviously helping him so that he can master the post game and whatnot. It's one of those things I'm like, bro, Embiid is leveling up as a big. He's evolving the position itself.
Joel Embiid tonight will be wearing number 24. To honor the memory of Kobe Bryant.
This is a W gesture by Embiid. I'm not gonna lie, he didn't need to do this at all. This was a sad time. I'm not gonna recount too much of it, but all I'm gonna say is I'm pretty sure most of you know where you were when you first heard the news.
Giannis is playing with force, and Embiid is playing SOF capital T. Right here, I'm saying, you know what, I'm not shooting no jumpers, I'm going right at you.
And now the TNT boys, after seeing Embiid get outplayed by Giannis, get outworked, get out-hustled, oh, they're mad.
I'm just going at you right now. I'm taking it to your chest. You 7 foot, so am I, but you're still too little. Jump hook him to death. And right here on the other end, he's not playing with force. He's looking for the foul. He has a little Band-Aid on his little hand. He wants the ref to call the foul. The ref don't call the foul, so he runs back on defense like a little baby, and then you let this guy score on you.
A little harsh.
SOF, capital T. I'm not being harsh. Listen to me.
That's pretty harsh.
This is too much. I'm not gonna lie. He's grilling him way too much. And if you've listened to TNT for years, you know what's coming with Chuck. He's gonna talk about how Moses Malone basically fat shamed him and he's had to basically, you know, lose weight and try to work hard. And that obviously going to allude to how Embiid basically needs the same thing.
But I thought he had positively responded.
Yeah, for a week, Reggie said it.
Yeah, to your
Reggie said
to your
it.
pep talk and your
for 1 week. But you do know they play more than a week,
right, Kenny?
The notion that the Sixers got the 6th best record in the Eastern Conference is a joke.
Damn, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. It wasn't just Shaq and Chuck that were not happy about that.
What a great pass. You know who the Eastern Conference Player of the Month is each month in the NBA?
Yeah.
Giannis.
Greek freak.
Giannis with a 36 and 20 rebound game. My goodness.
Get back to the fun, Joel. You know, smile a little more. You know, the whole season. I kind of told myself that, you know, I was going to be serious, and I felt like everybody just look at it in a way that, you know, I'm moody or I might not care. I do. I want to win, but at the same time, you know, I try to have a different attitude. Obviously, hasn't been working, so got to go back to that fun, Joel, that fun personality. Still be locked in, you know, try to help us any ways that I can.
What is he trying to smile about?
Embiid.
Yeah, wait, what? I don't understand this. A team is only as good as the effort they get from their best player.
Yes.
Give me a single shot, Nikki. Give me a single shot. I got something to teach the world about. I don't even want the single shot. You know what? I'm angry about it. Let's go to the tape. Go to the tape. Go. The effort of the best player. Look at this turnover. Watch Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons complaining to each other. You're down 15 points. Chase it down. But you know who doesn't complain? Look who's up by 14 points. Look who dives on the floor for a loose ball. Up by 14 points with 1:19 left to go in the game. Giannis, the league's MVP.
I mean, yeah, the game's otherwise over, right? The Bucks are winning, and he misses a three-pointer here, and Ben Simmons tries to go for a layup. Giannis is right there to stop him, fouls him. So I get why he's pissed, because he sees Giannis play this way, and then he sees Embiid, and he's like, yo, Embiid can be way better than this, and he's just choosing not to be. But I think him smiling is not a bad thing. Him smiling is really... that's just how he is, he's a happy-go-lucky guy, But you know what they say about trolls, right? You know what they say about, types like that. They don't get taken seriously in society. They don't get taken seriously in competitive sports. There was also an interesting exchange between Embiid and Jimmy Butler, right? He basically writes out a quote, "You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain." Jimmy Butler replies, "I know a place where villains are welcome." And Joel Embiid says, "Damn right, my brother." And apparently people found out Jimmy Butler basically posted the same quote before he got traded to Miami. This is interesting. Is Embiid going to be a hero? You die a hero, you live long enough, become a villain. I want to be with the Jimmy Butler in the Miami Heat. Is my game translate well to Miami? I want to take my talents to South Beach,
Sixers up by 7, but not going well for Embiid early, Sean.
Yeah, the miss, then the other miss.
So Zach LaVine right here shoots an open three-pointer. I mean, it's not really that open. But Sixers fans can sense the lack of hustle, the lack of, urgency, and they're just booing.
Sixers down 3. We'll be back.
And Joel Embiid, I mean, he probably got his ego bruised after they booed him. He's shushing the crowd after dunking that. Oh, wow.
I've not been playing up to my standards. So even tonight, just mad at myself. So just gotta, just frustrated. I don't care how it looks. I'm just playing basketball and, just getting back to myself. Just being a good, just playing basketball and just trying to dominate.
Look, this Sixers team, they've got something with Embiid and Ben Simmons, but the fit just is wonky. And of course, that does contribute to all this nonsense going on. But also, Embiid's not helping himself here, adding to the fuel of a lot of the discontent from fans and media alike. He has 28 and 12 in that game against the Bulls, but still feels like he didn't play up to his standard. Gee, I wonder why.
The process doesn't go. Rebound, Embiid scores and the foul. That'll get the fans right back on his side.
This is where the fun side of Embiid really truly shines. Now, part of the reason he's getting booed so much is probably because of his tweets, his little Instagram posts, right? Jimmy Butler, tampering. He quotes Dark Knight because he wants to go to Miami. Well, it seems like he backtracked and basically said, look, I'm a Philly guy now. I like Philly. I'm not leaving, basically. And look, man, Embiid, this is the fun personality that he has, shushing the crowd after he makes a three-pointer.
Joel Embiid is unhappy.
Like, really unhappy.
Because the internet keeps using not-so-amazing GIFs to react to his amazing highlights. Mountain Dew presents the Joel Embiid Deserves...
This is a segment called Why Is This a Thing, where Embiid was in a commercial with Mountain Dew, and they're advertising GIFs in 2020. All right, bro.
But the All-Star game, just proving I'm here, I belong, and being the best player in the world.
I don't know why Joel has to keep saying that he thinks he's the best player in the world. Like, I don't know what he gains from saying this so much. Nah, I like the confidence. I will say that. Like, obviously, a lot of these guys are uber egotistical, right? You sort of have to be egotistical and to really be a great player, it seems like.
Some of the fans sensing a possible career high. Hits for 3. Yes!
Scoring 49 points. This guy is, man, he just shows you how great he can be.
Yeah, I believe I am. But when I made that statement, I didn't actually say that I was. I said that, being with, some of the best players in the world and I proved myself. That's what I said. But yeah, My bad. I do believe it.
So you believe you're the best player in the world, but that's not really what you said in the statement. Oh, okay, Embiid. All right. And then he obviously, Herder stole the ball from him, and he decided to give the middle finger to him. Nice, nice. And of course, that's another $25K fine for Embiid. He got to be careful. Jeopardy time, Embiid. Question about Embiid. Apparently, this person's an idiot. All right, let me be Alex Trebek for a moment here. He's my fellow alum. Let's do it, okay? So, Embiid, what his nickname? Could you please tell me what his nickname is?
Paul, what is do a 180? No. Margaret or Mike? What is the process?
This guy said do a 180, dog. And apparently Joel Embiid, the process. I mean, he's I'm taking the do 180 and I'm embracing it, right? That's what Embiid says in his own words. Joel, do 180 for me. I can't take credit for that joke. Embiid came up with it first. I'm sorry. I had to. The jump with yet another weird graphic. I don't understand what this means. The cone of uncertainty, really? They're 5th in the Eastern Conference. Underwhelming season. They should be a better team, right? And really, the media is basically asking themselves, oh, can Embiid be a driver and carry this team through the noise?
Here's what I'd do if I'm Elton Brand running the Sixers. If they go out early, I fire Brett Brown as head coach. I bring in a coach that I believe can maximize Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons together.
Okay, but what if one of them isn't healthy? Like, that could happen like it has the last couple of years. And obviously, this is 2020. This was during the bubble. Embiid, he's actually pretty skeptical about the bubble, but he's open to it. You know, he'll try it. And Embiid seemingly arriving at Orlando with a hazmat suit. He's really taking this seriously, as you can tell. I suppose he took the risk of not wearing it before he stepped out in Orlando, right? He had to really, you know, this is performative. This really is performative. Like, did Embiid really have to wear the hazmat suit whilst he's on camera? Like, he probably knows he's on camera. I know I'm being weird about this, but it's just, I don't know. I don't like this. And guys, I know COVID was a serious thing back then. It still is to this day, actually. And we got to be careful. Every fall, every season, really. But this is just performative, I'll be honest with you. Look, the fucking hands. Look at his arms, his wrist. It's open, it's exposed. Apparently, Ben Simmons was hurt, and he was basically struggling with an injury here. And he's close to returning, allegedly. So during the hiatus, apparently he was sidelined with nerve issues, okay? This is not good. This is not a good sign. But fortunately, it does seem like he's progressing towards a return. Now, Ben Simmons, in the bubble, he doesn't seem to be feeling too well. And after this, he had to go to the locker room. Doesn't seem like he's doing well, but he's walking under his own power, which is great. 76ers, Ben Simmons had successful surgery. So I'm guessing he's out for a while. Oh, yeah, it says here that Ben Simmons had to fly back to Philly after suffering an injury. Golly, bro.
Much pressure here is now on Embiid that he won't have Simmons the rest of the way.
A knee surgery, likely out for the season, had to go to Philly. Yeah, it's over. Their playoff chances basically squashed with this injury update. And Embiid, he injured his ankle on Sunday as well. Yeah, this is just terrible luck. Terrible luck, man.
I know you've never been a huge fan of the combination of Embiid and Simmons. In your opinion, is it time now to break them up?
It's time to consider it, Greeny.
Yeah, I don't know how much more years I can give this experiment here. Like, they haven't really been successful all that much. I mean, second round exits. I mean, look, if that's the bar, I guess you're successful, but I think they're aspiring for higher ambitions. And Embiid here, I mean, he gets fouled by Harden. Wants the call. The ref doesn't call, so he shoves Harden, and now they're basically having a back and forth here. But like now the Sixers they're basically going nowhere. Okay, nobody thinks they're gonna win anything, and it seems like Embiid doesn't care anymore as much.
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown led the Celtics past the Sixers 109-101. Tatum had 32. Afterwards, look at Joel Embiid, not happy with.
Would you look at this? Embiid complaining about not getting enough touches in the playoff game. Oh, where have we seen this movie before?
So that's part of it. Part of it is the play design. He's 100% right. They don't have specific plays designed to get him the ball in the post. You need to put that into your offense and have wrinkles you go to on this given set, this trip, the ball's going in. and here's how we're going to get it to you. They
Oh, okay. If it wasn't obvious enough, you know who's going to be the scapegoat of this season and who's going to ultimately get fired after this playoff loss.
But Philadelphia really attacking in the paint.
This dude Embiid is a flop connoisseur. He loves flopping, and this one is quite egregious. I guess Marcus Smart too. That's ironic. Brad Stevens actually challenged the call, and you can see him muttering these words here. What the hell? He just gets to flop all over. And then he goes, everything's a flop. I know Celtics fans are gonna come for me for this one, but this gotta be like the widest reaction to a flop.
How disappointing has Joel Embiid been to you?
Skip, all the Sixers have is Embiid. Skip, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe he just doesn't seem like he's in shape.
Ooh, that one hurts a lot.
It was just a weird season. Where we can just, all look back and, have a lot of regrets.
Can I just follow up real quickly? What do you think the issue is with this team? I mean, do you think it's the way it's built? Do you think it's coaching? Do you think it's the bad luck with the injuries? All of the above? What would you say the issue is? Because, like Brett may unfortunately take the fall here.
That's a very stupid question. There's no issue. We're good. We just didn't win.
That reporter did not make it subtle that he wanted a gotcha, he wanted a scoop. Yeah, this is just terrible reporting here. And now it's a blame time. It's time to blame whoever it is to blame. You blame the front office. Okay, you blame the health of the stars. You blame Brett Brown. What's the easiest to fix here? Obviously, Brett Brown. That's the easiest thing to fix. So you know what's coming. Hey, Brett, Elton Brand wants to see you in the office. I mean, he just wants to talk to you about the whole season,
You're fired. You're fired.
Brett Brown goes, and there's a new coach in town, Doc Rivers. As you've seen in my Clippers video that I posted recently, yeah, he blew a 3-1 lead in the bubble. But they're counting on him figuring out the Embiid Simmons problem. Apparently, they're not as good together as they used to be. Now, that wasn't the only hiring the Sixers did during the offseason. They fired off Elton Brand and hired Daryl Morey, the former Rockets general manager. Interesting. And he obviously acquired Harden, that Houston trade in 2012, right? He did a lot of good stuff for the Houston Rockets. But now he takes over a roster that is very different from the Rockets core that he had in its prime years. And Philly, in the draft of 2020, in the 21st pick, picked a player that is going to be heard throughout the video, Tyrese Maxey. Quite an interesting prospect. He had one of the most heartwarming press conferences after the draft that I've seen in quite some time. I'll say that much.
They haven't won yet. They're young. They have time, and they have time to work. And I love what they both bring. I love that the biggest thing seeing them in the gym is their IQs. They are both brilliantly smart basketball players. And so that really will help in our growth process.
Well, only time will tell, I guess. Unfortunately, Daryl Morey caught in some hot fire. Apparently, he got fined by the NBA for tampering, trying to basically, recruit Harden. What it was is a tweet that he made, basically, I think referring to Harden, and I don't think you're supposed to do that as a general manager of a different team.
Joel Embiid said he hired a chef, nutritionist, physical therapist, and massage therapist over the offseason to help stay in better shape year-round.
This is great news. Embiid, keep going. This is the path to go. Enough with the burgers 90 minutes before game time. Come on now. Something tells me he might go off this season purely off the fact that he's eating better.
Here's Embiid. Joel Embiid for the tie. Got it! Into their offense. Embiid. Yes. Embiid again. Got it! Embiid galloping in.
Wow.
Count it!
More options.
Joel Embiid. What a night.
He ended up scoring 45 points for the Sixers here in this game. And he was just destroying bigs all over the league. Here's Tristan Thompson, and then Embiid just like, man, I'll just shoot it over you. And he gave the Celtics 42-10 in this game. Now, he did shoot 21 free throws, and there are some controversies here regarding how he got to the free throw line, right? One player, I can't believe I'm saying this, Marcus Smart, accuses Embiid of flailing, flopping?
You know, we got our hands up a lot of the times, and, you know, he flails and he gets the call. And then down on the other end, you know, we got our guys attacking the rim, getting a lot of contact, and we're just not getting the whistle. It's tough to play. If the roles are reversed, I do it every time. I mean, I'll be on too. If every time I threw my arms up or every time I got touched, I'm going to the free throw line.
Marcus Smart just told me that I flail a lot. Come on. I mean, I'm sure he knows himself and he knows his game too. You know, he does a lot of that. And I don't think I do. You know, the game is physical. Other teams tend to try to be extra physical against me. And I guess I'm just smarter than everybody else. I just take advantage of it.
I guess you could say Embiid is smart and Marcus, well, he isn't. I mean, you should call him Marcus dumb because I'm Joel Embiid smart. It's quite ironic that Marcus Smart, he's talking about flailing. You know, his game, he flops a lot as well.
Real quick, what's your relationship with Ben Simmons like right now?
You know, me and Ben, we're very good friends right now.
Man, get this garbage ass impersonator out of here, bro. I do a way better impression than this nigga. You know, Ben Simmons and me, you know, we're good friends and we do a lot of things together. And I think, you know, Marcus Smart, he talking about me flailing. I mean, you know, his game speaks for itself, you know. That's a way better impression. These guys cannot beat me. Now, Embiid, with these performances, has been putting himself in very high conversations, MVP conversations. It's not just him, though. Nikola Jokic, another center, Nikola Jokic, as I should say. Yeah, he's also in the conversation for MVP. The last time a center won the MVP award, Shaq in 2000. It's been a while. And let's just say Jokic, he's been averaging a triple-double for 14 games now. It's actually quite historical what he's doing. So Embiid, he's got some very tough competition here with Nikola, or Nikola, as I should say again.
Embiid battling with Gasol, fights him off. Oh, and he goes down hard, lands on his back.
Yeah, LeBron, that was not a good play right there. Yeah, he basically put Embiid in harm's way right there. And he's trying to talk to the refs, and that's a flagrant, bro. If anything, that's arguably a flagrant too. I mean, just look how he pushes him mid-air. Like, bro, you're not supposed to do that.
I've taken some hard falls over the past week. That fall specifically when you were pushed by LeBron.
Well, first of all, I mean, you look at it, that's a very dangerous play. And I guarantee you that if it was me, I would have probably been ejected.
Yeah, we know LeBron, you know, he's basically untouchable, right? You know, the Rich Paul clutch ports SUVs about to come at my house for saying this, but it's the truth. It's the damn truth, and we know it. They tried putting LeBron in some MVP conversation that he was never in. Embiid is in the MVP conversation, rightfully so. LeBron, not this year.
What's more difficult, playing FUT champs or guarding AD?
Playing FUT champs.
Was there any lies told? I'm just saying. Okay, enough with the Lakers hatred, okay? That video is going to come out at some point, not now. But Embiid, he's basically MVP conversation because look, he's the Eastern Conference Player of the Month for the first month of the season. Why the fuck did I talk like that? I don't even know what that was. I need to get all this LeBron hate out of my system. And look who's made a video about Joel Embiid now, the Ringer. Oh, that's funny. It's called How Joel Embiid Developed to an MVP Candidate. Oh, they did not want to do this video. They were so pissed when they had to realize that basically that video they did in 2016 or 2017, whatever, what year, it aged so poorly. Embiid is literally one of the best players in the league, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Ringer, Boston media. Like, imagine if your star player ends up winning a championship and is somehow regarded as a worse player than he was the year before. That couldn't be me. I'm just saying. And Embiid here scoring a career-high 50 points. And is this something we'll see in the playoffs? We'll see.
There it is. The first career 50-point game.
Too bad there were no fans in stands.
Hey, Joel, when you hit that shot to basically seal the game and you sort of lifted your arms up as if there were fans there, What was going through your head, and what were you feeling?
Fans are always there for me, when I play. And I always mention that, playing in Philly, I have a lot of pride, and I play for the fans, and I play for the city. And, all my goals when it comes to basketball are related to the city of Philadelphia. So
now Embiid is in talks with Anthony Davis. Who's the best player? And Embiid, he looks like he's having better numbers career-wise, but he's definitely been the best player this season. I mean, the scoring output from Embiid, right, it's enough for me to say that at this point of the season, he was having the best season out of anybody in the league. And even the duo was thriving. It reflected in the records, 19-4, best record by a starting duo. And again, this is what I mean. Embiid just laps over AD. Like, it's just insane. I think the most encouraging part, though, is the fact that Ben Simmons and Embiid are playing well together. That's been the whole problem over the last 2 seasons.
Big bag, make footwork. Cavs Sixers, check out the footwork from Embiid over JaVale McGee.
Cut it out. We've never seen
Hakeem could never.
We've never seen a big guy with the ball on a string. We've never seen a big guy with the ball on a string like Embiid. Boogie can do a lot of in and out, but I think Embiid is more fluid and smooth with into his rhythmic moves. It's insane.
Harris yet again. Tipped by Simmons, and Embiid unable to put it back.
Embiid basically being Randall from Recess tries snitching on Mitchell by telling him, yo, give him a tag for that. Miss Finster, he should get a tag for that. What the hell? Give him a tag for that. I'm not gonna lie, if Randall was putting up MVP numbers, he could snitch on anybody he wants, bro. And that's just what Embiid was doing this whole season.
Which player is the toughest to guard in the NBA? There's a lot. I'll go with I don't know. I'll go Joel Embiid. I'll give one to a big man.
And I think the rest of the league could probably say the same. I mean, he was the favorite betting odds-wise for the MVP award. By the way, I'm not serious about the whole LeBron hate shit. That was just fun. That was just fun for me to do. He definitely had a case for MVP. I'm not gonna lie here and say that he didn't. I know you're still gonna have LeBron fans in the comments seething when they see that part, right? Hey, man, just reply to their comments and say, watch the whole video, dimwit. Watch the whole video, dimwit. You know what? Let's cheer them up. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me... Sorry, I got carried away there.
Is he the MVP?
100%. 100%.
I think he's clearly the MVP this season. He's been so dominant and consistent this whole year, and he's been healthy, which has been great for us.
You even got the teammates of Embiid propping him up, which is W. Things seem to be going well in Philly, like really well.
Breaking news into CBS Sports HQ. 76ers All-Stars Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons are ruled out of tonight's All-Star game due to COVID-19 contact tracing.
What the hell kind of bad luck is this is some bad juju. I don't sense that this will end well.
Harris back to Embiid. Oh my gosh. And Embiid is down with his knee. That did not look good.
Did I curse him? What just happened? What? That's me laughing nervously, by the way. Embiid here seems to... Oh, he hyperextended that knee. Oh, my God. Yep, there's the Brian Stutterer video. Yeah, we're cooked. It's over.
Embiid's ACL and meniscus are fine. That is very good news. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Okay, thankfully, the worst was avoided. But this has to cost him a chance to win the MVP now if he's missing more time.
I'm very concerned about this injury because, for one, he's always been injured. And two, I've had a bone bruise in my knee, and I'll tell you what, there's no timetable on this.
Paul Pierce then goes on to say that his bone bruise took 8 months to recover, so I don't like those numbers. Now, defensively, the Sixers are still a good team without Embiid. Ben Simmons, he's up for a DPOY award this season, and they've been actually doing well without Embiid, winning games. Now, the trouble, obviously, with Embiid is this could affect his MVP chances if he misses more time than he is right now. Here are the improved numbers after one game. Yes, 7-3 record. They're tied 50 in the NBA, having one of the best defenses in the league without Embiid. Tobias Harris, Doc Rivers, Ben Simmons. That's a great defensive team. What is going on? But is Embiid still in the MVP race when he returns?
He's out of it. I'm sorry, Brandon. He's out of it. He's averaging 29 points and 11 rebounds for the season. But you know what? When I look at NBA.com, when I look at ESPN.com for the league leaders, Joel is nowhere to be found. He hasn't played enough games even to qualify. How can you qualify for MVP when you can't even qualify for the stat leaders?
Up to this point, Embiid played 36 of his 54 games. Yeah, if he keeps missing games, if he's not able to play the required games to even qualify for stat leaders, a guy like Jokic, who's played every game so far this season, is easily going to win the MVP over him.
Embiid's numbers actually look pretty close to the numbers Shaq put up in 2000 when he won MVP. I'm not saying Embiid is Shaq, but I'm just saying.
This era of Stephen A was weird. He had a baby Stephen A segment.
You're saying a lot of nonsense. That's what you're saying. Now Joel Embiid is your league MVP. Would you make up your mind?
The era of Snapchat filters, bro. This is so cringe looking back on this.
Embiid, through a combination of physicality, guile, and skill, leads the NBA in free throw attempts per game this season by a wide margin.
The crazy thing about that stat is how much more efficient he is than the other big men that have led the league in free throw made and attempted.
Talk about league MVP right now, particularly as it pertains to centers. There's the Joker, Nikola Jokic, who hasn't missed a game this year, and then there's you.
History is not on Embiid's side. Look at this, the lowest percentage of games played to win MVP. Embiid would have to basically make history here, being one of two players to be below 80% of games played to win MVP.
When you think about it right now, do you believe you're the league MVP?
You know, when Shaq won his MVPs, you know, averaging 29.7 and 13 boards, you know, I'm up there when it comes to stats. And, you know, also, you know, being the best team in the East. You know, what more can you ask? And you look at the last two MVPs, same thing, Giannis. I mean, those were his numbers, and he had the best record in the East.
I mean, Joel, respectfully, man, that's his case, right? I can't really say much. He even goes as far as to say that with the way he's playing, he should be shooting way more free throws.
Can you sense the other team being demoralized at sending you to the line because of the way you've been shooting from the foul line?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, I mean, if they honestly had to call every foul, you know, we'll go to the free throw line 30 times a game.
Okay, 30 times is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. ESPN had a whole feature about Embiid. It looked like a mini doc or a sit-down interview, was mashed up into a bunch of edits. It was quite interesting, honestly. There's one thing I do want to highlight in this interview that I think was quite interesting.
I was talking to Wendy. She was also crying. She knows how much I care about winning.
This man Embiid from Cameroon did the unthinkable. He did something that I'm not gonna lie, is quite shocking.
On September 16th, 2020, Annie went into labor.
Boys, we've lost another one. Oh no. It's all in good fun. I'm trolling. I'm not serious about this. Hey man, he could date whoever he wants, bro. Embiid, do your thing. But I'm not gonna lie, you're from Cameroon. You're missing out, Embiid. I'm just saying. You had people split on this MVP debate though.
Might it be Jokic? Might it be Embiid? If it's one of those two, who do you give it to?
I give it to Joel Embiid right now.
For all that, Joel Embiid is number one in the East. They won one more game than Jokic. Mm-hmm. And Jokic is doing this without the second best player on his team. He's 10-2 since Jamal Murray went down. It's over.
I'm not gonna lie, the argument for Embiid is starting to be shaky, okay? Jokic averaging 8.5 assists a game. He's actually very close to Chris Paul. I think he's leading the league in assists. He's up for MVP too for some reason. Embiid, I don't know, man. Those missed games, I think is gonna factor into this as well. Now, the post-up game was a dying game around the 2020s, and it's getting revived by players like Jokic and Embiid. And I think I do want to touch on this because I did touch on the big man dying as a position. Embiid by himself is actually putting up more post-ups than the majority of the NBA, not named the Nuggets and Lakers. Embiid, for all the shit that people give him for being a troll, basically, he changed the game, and he's reviving an art to the game that was lost, that was beginning to lose its shape, really. So the way the playoffs are shaped up right now, the Sixers are playing the Wizards. Nick right here, he's got some predictions here, and he's got the Philadelphia 76ers making it to the second round, obviously, in a sweep. Wow. He has the Philadelphia 76ers making it to the conference finals. Not just that, he has them winning against the Bucks in 7 games. It's a matchup between LeBron and Embiid, and who would win? Let's see here. Obviously, he's gonna pick his buddy LeBron James.
Simmons always looking for early offense. Not a bad leave on the take. What a finish! Wow. Incredible! Joel Embiid!
I don't even know what to comment with that right there. I don't even know what that is.
Embiid was cooking up Robin Lopez and Davis Bertans and was thinking about his white snow bunny, and he was basically hip thrusting there after to celebrate. Let's just say the Wizards were not a good team, and the Sixers were a way better team.
Well, these games at home against a veteran team like Washington, it's not unexpected to see them fight hard, maybe get a win. You guys were not about to let that happen. What was the mindset from your team tonight?
I mean, the job is not done. You know, we still got to get that fourth one. So we got to get focused. There's nothing to be happy about.
Next time some idiot tells you Kobe's not influencing the next generation, just let them know that's just cap. That's cap. He's been influencing them this whole time.
Used to seeing from Shake Milton. Look at the drive inside, the surge from Embiid.
Now Embiid, yeah, he took a very hard fall there, and he's basically recovering here. Let's replay this again just to see how bad it was. Oh my! He might have fucked up his knee too.
Joel Embiid left the game after going down hard right there. Did not return. They say it's knee soreness.
Go figure. He was holding his back, but it was his knee that was really giving him problems.
More breaking basketball news. Joel Embiid is not going to play tonight in Game 5. We didn't expect him to play, but the big news is an MRI revealing a small meniscus tear in his injured knee.
This franchise has to be cursed. There's just no other way. Like, this keeps happening. It's happened so often that they got betting lines on this shit. They got betting odds on this. This is just so sad, bro. Those are not betting odds 2-for-1. Those are just the chances of the Sixers winning when Embiid's healthy or if it's not healthy. I don't care. I see numbers. I see sports line. I see projections, and I'm thinking there's a bet on this. There's a bet on this. That's how big, that's how prevalent sports gambling has become, guys.
Hey, this is the playoff. Attack.
On to the second round where they're not playing the Knicks, they're playing the Hawks. Trae Young was terrorizing Madison Square Garden, and now Embiid's having to beat the Hawks to make it to his first conference finals appearance. Yes, sir.
Their surest ball handler throws it up, and that is the exclamation point.
Sixers, why are you losing against the Hawks? I know this is just game 1, but what the hell? Game 2 was somehow the Shake Milton game. This guy just started going crazy.
Atlanta finally had the lead, 80-79, and Shake goes for 14.
And with the W, Joel Embiid has a playoff career high 40 points. Wow.
Man, it started on the defensive end. You know, the way we started the game last game, that was not us. So we wanted to just come out with a different intensity.
Wow, Embiid's been dominant. Does that say 39.5 points per game in a series? What? Now in this game 2, Embiid was doing too much. Like here he shoves Gallinari as he puts up the bucket. Refs are then reviewing it to see if it's a flagrant foul. Oh boy. He got assessed a technical foul for it instead. And it was for the way he reacted to Gallinari, right? Okay, yeah, Scott Foster are gonna call that every day. But like imagine pushing a guy that you pushed initially and then going at him. I don't understand why Embiid's doing this. They even gave Gallinari a tech. Okay, bro. Sounds like Embiid's getting the superstar treatment. I mean, Gallinari getting pushed and then gets pushed again. He basically got a tech for Embiid getting mad at him.
Young feeds Capella off feed, goes down hard.
This might be a bad timing to adding insult to injury here. But Nikola Jokic was given the MVP award this season. If you're Embiid, this one hurts. He's from the same draft class as you, and he's the lowest drafted player ever to win MVP. Embiid was able to play, right? He was able to recover from this, and I don't think it cost him a game, right, in this series. After winning Game 3 convincingly, it was time for the Sixers to take a commanding lead in the series.
But you notice the pace with the big lineups in has slowed down, but it's benefited the Atlanta Hawks in the sense of now they've been able.
Embiid complaining about a non-call in his Game 4, and then the Hawks fans booing him for doing so, and then he says, "Shut the F up here."
Shot clock is off. Got a chance to take the last one if they want it. Sixers down a point. Here is Embiid. No, the final Simmons. No, and it's out of bounds, and it's Atlanta ball. Simmons tucks it last.
Embiid missing what could have been a game-winning layup here. Oh no. And in this game, Embiid, he was actually pretty awful. Settled for a lot of three-pointers here. In the game where Trae Young was shooting just over 30%, Embiid was basically giving the Sixers no help, I guess. In the second half, Embiid went 0 of 12. That is the most attempts in a half missed without making a shot in the last 25 seasons. As you can see in the bottom third here, Atlanta trailed by as many as 18 points in this game, and yet still were able to come back and pull off the W.
Without a healthy Joel Embiid, they're in big trouble.
Fine, you could say he hasn't been healthy, but that's not enough of an excuse for me. Well, now the Sixers have the better odds of winning Game 5, so let's just hope they do that.
Oh, he'll go to the hole, leave it. That's Simmons. Oh, beautiful offense.
As we can see here, typical Joel Embiid behavior here. Jawing at Capella, which leads to a technical foul.
Sixers with all kind of swagger here tonight in front of their home crowd.
Sixers up 22 here. Embiid with a nice flop here in which he gets the sale, and this results in a Capella technical foul. Sixers here up by 23 plus points against the Hawks. This is looking great.
It was charged to Philly, so they went from 6 to 5 timeouts.
Okay, thank you for that. Simmons knocks down a free throw, yeah.
Even though Simmons was struggling at the line, it didn't seem to matter. They were up big against the Hawks team that they need something to go right for them in this fourth quarter, or they risk losing this series entirely.
And now Luke Williams late in the clock. Three-pointer, no. The follow by a Cumwood now in this fourth quarter. That's a guy to get on a run with. Down 14. They were down 24 with 2 minutes left in the third. And Gallinari.
And you're looking at the Sixers. I'm worried Ben Simmons dribbles, passes to Seth Curry because he can shoot, so he's the one playing off of Embiid. Embiid gets the ball here and passes it back to Seth. He's been bailing them out with these shots.
Seth Curry scored 14 in the third. Gets 2. There's a lead for a Kongwu.
Seeing how much of a liability Ben Simmons is, they give it to Seth, who plays off of Embiid pick, and then gives it back to Embiid. He's open. Gives it back to, nope, he fakes it, shoots it, puts it in.
Sags deep into the lane. Simmons no threat to shoot it. Curry is a threat. He pulls a little mid-range and rattles one home.
Seth Curry being their primary ball handler because Ben Simmons can't shoot it is actually hilarious.
One of his father-in-law, Doc Rivers in Philadelphia. There is an answer here into the third, on into the fourth. Lou Williams has been right in the middle.
Lou Williams is just getting whatever he wants on the Sixers D. And now Trae's back in the game. Let's see if they can do something here.
In a row here tonight, got 37 points. Lou Williams keeps it rolling.
The Sixers, if they win this game, the hero of this game is not Joel, not Ben Simmons, but Seth Curry. I mean, just look at these numbers. 7 3-pointers, 32 points.
At 32 now. Lou Williams feeling it. Oh, my goodness.
But Lou Will is determined to win this game.
Indeed, again. Shot take on the three, gets in the paint. Tough shot, no, and Gallinari.
I know Sixers fans got to be nervous after seeing this John Collins bank shot. 21, can you do something for me? I guess not.
Young guarded by Curry. Gets fire. The floater up top. Wow, what a shot. Simmons now checks Young. Trying to get by him. Does so. Layup is good. Hawks down 6. Young with the ball. Milton on him. Gets by him on the screen. Here he goes. And Young. 2-possession game. Young the floater. And gets it right back. Late clock here, down to 4. Gallinari, big shot for the Hawks.
And now Sixers Nation. Oh boy, this is terrible. trailing by 3 points when you were leading by as much as 24 points. That face right there says it all. Joel here with less than 20 seconds left gets a foul. We see the free throw percentages. This is someone you want at the line.
And Embiid misses the free throw. A complete fourth quarter collapse by the 76ers to make it a 2-point game. He missed both of them. Gets the timeout. Joel Embiid misses both free throws. Atlanta ball up 3, 0.1 on the clock. And this is going to be an Atlanta victory in Game 5.
Embiid, you choked this one. Trae Young, ice cold.
Say Ben Simmons deserves 70% of the blame. I'm going to say Joel Embiid deserves 20% of the blame. And Tobias Harris, I don't know what he did yesterday.
The Ben Simmons component, I mean, he's just been awful shooting the free throws, and he's just missing them, man. Ben Simmons' utter lack of a shot really just overshadowed how bad Embiid played in this one. And that's because in the box score, you'll see Embiid with 37 points. You'll assume he played well, not down the stretch.
Here's Curry. Misses the three. Embiid again with a putback. Offensive foul. Embiid gets into it. When Collins gets in his face.
I don't understand why Embiid gets the chutzpah to even do stuff like this anymore. Like, this guy, like, what? Typical bully tactic, rams him in whilst putting his hands up. Ref, you know, look, ref, this is what I can do. Look, he's touching me. I'm not the one touching him, you know.
Back getting bumped by Maxey. Young, let's go of it. Oh, he got it! Ice tray! Maxey almost, ball.
Every time something like this happens in the game, it always feels like a bad omen, like a sign of things to come. Are the lights going out on Philly? Or is it the Hawks that are going to lose steam? I know people give Trae Young shit, but I don't think people remember how great he was in 2021, man. Hoo-wee! Can the Hawks win this series at home?
Embiid split the double team, missed the shot, but got the putback. Movement for the rebound. Here's Young, floater. No! Young battling Maxey with a hustle, saved it to Embiid. What a was in front of him. Embiid fouled. He'll go to the line.
And this time with a 3-point lead, Embiid would make his shots at the line. Yes, both of them. Oh, he misses the second one.
They've got Curry on Young, and Curry knocks it away, forces a turnover.
Well, there's going to be a Game 7 in this series. Oh, boy. And, man, that Game 7 would be eventful.
Simmons, they cleared out for him. Backing his way in. Spins on Gallinari. Gives it up. Oh, he was right there. And
if you've watched my previous videos, you'll know I went in on this play specifically by Simmons. You cannot do that in a game like this. Pass up an open dunk because you're afraid of shooting free throws? Come on now. But there was 3 minutes and some change left in this game. Let's see what happened the rest of the game through.
up top, Capella throws it down. Set up by Trae Young. And the Hawks lead by 3.
I feel like I'm that meme of the guy poking the stick. Sixers, do something! And
Embiid goes to work. Lane is empty. Embiid backing his way in on Collins. And Embiid, no. That shot a little hard. 2.5 to go. Long 3 on its way. And Trae Young! Ice cold.
I do want to highlight some plays that I think Embiid even knows. Yeah, he fucked up there. Embiid, one thing that he could have done here, obviously giving him some room there, and he did. But the lead now is a 4-point lead for the Hawks, and Embiid, with the ball in his hands, turns the ball over Gallinari with an open slam dunk. Okay, yeah, Embiid gets the rebound, puts it back in, but the damage is already done. And the Hawks win the series in a shocker. Dave McMenamin asked Embiid about what he thought was the turning point of the series, and he had an interesting answer.
I thought the turning point was just, we had an open shot, and we made one free throw, and we missed the other, and then they came down and scored, and we didn't get a good possession on the other end, and Trae came back and he made a 3, and then from there down 4, and then it's on me. I turn the ball over and try to make something happen from the perimeter, and But I thought that was a turning point.
And I agree. If you were to give the biggest blame pie, I would give it to Ben Simmons. He's the one that really didn't show up in the series. In the fourth quarter, he's only made 3 field goals, and that's only in 2 games. It doesn't count for the last 4 games of the series where he didn't even attempt a field goal in the fourth quarter because he was too scared to miss free throws, and which he did, obviously. He was 6 of 12 from the line during that span, too. So this year's scapegoat, Ben Simmons it is. Now we'll say Embiid, even though he had 31 points in the game 7, 8 turnovers, really, for a center? Come on now.
And if I'm Joel Embiid, Ben, you're gonna have to get your game together, man. If we're gonna win this thing, I need you to be not just an all-star, a superstar.
Even though Joel Embiid gets a max extension, $196 million, the story is about Ben Simmons. Some off-season tape, we're trying to see if he works on his game. Next steps for Ben Simmons in order for Embiid and the Sixers to win a championship. And as of now, the way things are looking, we're not even sure if Ben Simmons is even going to play a game for the 76ers after this one.
As NBA history tells you, even recent history, when 2 stars have an issue and don't get along, it never works.
Ben Simmons wants out, has said he's not going to report to camp. He's not going to be around. He wants to be traded.
And because of this now, his teammates like Embiid have to answer for this stuff. And coming off a career season where you're number 2 in the MVP voting, I mean, this is something you definitely do not want to have to deal with the entire season through. Now, Joel did tweet out saying, hey, sources, trust me, bro. Stop using my name to push people's agendas. This was basically Embiid denying that there was a rift between him and Ben Simmons, right? But I think where this falls on deaf ears is, Embiid himself said the turning point of Game 7 was the fact that Ben Simmons was open and he passed up on an open dunk. Like here, he's dunking, but because he was scared to get to the free throw line, he didn't want to dunk that ball. So now the Sixers have training camp and Ben Simmons is not there. And I think we all remember what Doc Rivers said after that Game 7 loss, right?
Doc, you think Ben Simmons can still be a point guard for a championship team like the one you guys want to become?
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
So, of course, it's not just Joel Embiid, also Doc Rivers. Ben Simmons is just tired of it all. He just doesn't want to play with them anymore. But if I'm Embiid, if I'm Doc, I feel like they have the right to feel the way they do. And honestly, Ben Simmons, he is a liability. Huge liability.
The situation is weird, disappointing, borderline kind of disrespectful to all the guys that are out here, fighting for their lives. At this point, I don't care about that man, honestly. He does whatever he wants. That's not my job. That's those guys' jobs. I'm only focused on trying to make the team better. But at the end of the day, our job is not to babysit somebody. We get paid to put just on the court, go out, play hard.
Clearly frustrated about this whole thing. I would be too. My teammates just holding out? For what? For being bad in the game? Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. And so now the Sixers having to play without Simmons. Oh, wow, what a foul on Josh Giddey. Embiid, what in the world is wrong with you? Now Embiid, to start the season, he lost his mojo. He even said it himself. In this game against the Knicks, he was woeful. He was so awful. Had 14 points, 2 of 7 shooting. Quite bad stuff. And obviously, the knee soreness is back now after he collided with Jonas Valanciunas against the Pelicans in his first game of the season. Oh no. I'm not gonna lie, these stats, this is not normal. Embiid should not be playing this bad. Obviously, weeks ago, there was this whole issue with Ben Simmons holding out. He finally showed up to practice, but then gets kicked out by Doc Rivers because he's not basically trying. This whole thing now is just clouding the entire team during the season. It sucks. It is sad. Embiid with a slam dunk hypes himself up and seemingly gets a tag for it. What? This NBA is soft. Embiid here had a game-saving block versus the Bulls. His defense still impactful as it's ever been, but you just knew the texts were coming in this game as well. Oh my God!
Trip. You think or no? Oh, he just punched. Yeah, he did.
He was frustrated because he turned over the ball, but damn, bro, be careful. Big news out of Philly. Embiid now testing positive or for the cough. Yes. Let's just say now the Sixers might be in trouble. Without Embiid, they're not that good of a team. And of course, there's no Ben Simmons, so that's even worse.
So Philadelphia is 14 games into the season, still no Ben. So
this guy's already missed 4 games because of this nonsense. And the Sixers in a crucial game against the Celtics, who are struggling as well. They don't even look at Embiid for a game winner. They just give the ball up to anybody named Embiid. And look, I understand why. Embiid, 3 of 17 in this game. He was awful. Now the Sixers are 3-9 in their last 12 games. Oof. But in this close game against the Hornets, Embiid did show up. Boy, oh boy, did he show up. Clutch plays after clutch plays. And Embiid had 40... Why did I say 30? Finishing the game off with 43 points. This guy is a mammoth. But the team is still struggling, both offensively and defensively. Actually, no, that's not true. The Sixers, though, they're still struggling offensively. 15-15 this season, 8th in the East. They have a 3-game losing streak. They are reeling. Now, Zach Lowe, he does rave about Embiid's defense in this segment, right? Look at how he's contesting this Whiteside shot without fouling. Beautiful stuff here. And look, I see what he's saying. Like, his defense is quite... Oh, wait a minute! Malika, that hair is sexy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Apologies, I just had to say, okay? I'm sorry. I think we all seen it.
Brown searching for some space, swatted out of bounds. Joel again. Joel wants it back. Smart coming over to double. Joel, tough baseline.
Wow. Finishing this game here with 41 points, and he's been clutch. He even talks about how he's been more comfortable as a closer lately.
Oh, Embiid used the shoulder into the face of Harrell. Now Harrell almost tackles him, and watch out. Niang has a couple of threes. Embiid goes to the offensive glass. He draws the foul. And a push here by Harrell.
And of course, that means Harrell with 2 technical fouls has to go. And Embiid showing him the way. Bye-bye.
Extra feed, Aldridge can't hit. The Sixers get to the finish line, and now Embiid motioning in a similar fashion to what Durant did the last time these two teams met.
Embiid telling them to go home. He's the one on the road. What?
Double thumbs up from Kevin Durant to Joel Embiid.
And no better way to leave than to send off the crowd with a hip thrust. That'll show them. Now, it was interesting seeing First Take. They talked about who would you rather have, Embiid or Jokic?
It's one of the hardest questions I've ever had to deal with here. But for me, it would be Embiid.
And then Stephen A, when describing Jokic, you know, the superlatives, nope, the platitudes start off, and then he says some, you know, tabulard and whatnot.
Jokic is no joke. He's an MVP candidate. He is something special. He really, really is. He's a big boy that knows how to use it. All that pork, that pork. He knows how to use it. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
always hate on Big Man.
Listen, I'm just telling you, he just leans on people.
Yes, he does.
And I'm like this. He amazes me. He can't jump on a curb.
So take any of Stephen A's opinions here with a grain of salt, is all I'll say here. And obviously, because Embiid's playing so well, despite the Sixers not being so good, they're talking about Embiid's prime being wasted. Oh, wow. You think that's hard? Imagine playing without your second and third best players. That's what Jokic had to go through during that season. So you want to say Embiid's prime and being wasted? You could argue same thing for Jokic. I mean, this guy is putting up numbers, and the injuries are really costing this Nuggets team a chance to contend. The Sixers now, hey, they're doing better. They're 5th in the East now instead of being 8th.
Everybody's welcome to play, and you know, if you want to be part of us, I'm sure everybody's gonna be fine with it. But you gotta show up. You gotta want to be there. And I'm sure everybody's gonna, you know, accept whoever, you know, that is. I get paid to, you know, bring results and win games. I don't get paid to, you know, babysit Tyrese. So, you know, I get paid to challenge him, to try to help me.
We all know who this is being directed at. We all know the subtle shots that are being thrown here. And look, this is Tyrese's 2nd season now, and he's improving. He's actually improving quite stellarly. Now, fortunately for the Sixers, they would get some needed reinforcements here.
I mean, look, we're looking at the next possible Kobe and Shaq.
This is a real trade that actually happened. James Harden, Ben Simmons swap. That's basically the gist of the trade. There was more given, obviously, in the packages and whatnot. And now this lineup with Harden in it, it's looking interesting. I'm not gonna lie to you, folks. Now, if you've watched my previous videos, I would go into like, it makes sense why the Nets did this, right? Ben Simmons, even though he's not better than Harden, he does offer something that Harden doesn't, and obviously Harden didn't want to be there. Now, the trade happened on February 10th, and wouldn't you know it, Embiid tweeted right after the trade happened, and wouldn't you know it, Embiid, after the trade, look at what he tweets here. Oh, boy.
How long did you have that tweet ready?
Honestly, I don't even know what the tweet was about. I just tweeted, random person. Not I thought.
The most obvious lie I've ever seen. This is more obvious than LeBron James lying. Like, what the hell? Now, as far as Joel and James Harden being the next Kobe and Shaq, we'll just have to see. Time will tell.
You've been in the conversation before for most valuable player, but then usually an injury has gotten in the way. Why are you the MVP this year?
I want to let the game speak for itself. That's what I've been doing this year. You look at everything we went through this year, the drama, that was adding a lot to the way we played. And, having to take my game to another level and, being a better playmaker. And for us to win every single game, I have to be dominant.
Well, now that the Embiid and Ben Simmons chapter is over, it's time for the Embiid and Harden chapter to begin. Oh, yes. In the first couple of games, these two were looking sensational. Look at these stats. Look at these. Oh, my gosh.
I said that they actually could have a possibility of being on the verge of being the next Kobe and Shaq. That was the wrong comparison. I'm looking at Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
In the win against the Knicks, Embiid had 37 points. James Harden with a 26-point triple-double with 16 assists. And Embiid, he wasn't done stuffing the stat sheets. Another game with 43 points, 14 rebounds, 3 blocks. And Embiid this season making history. He's now in the list with James Harden and Russell Westbrook with the most games of 40 points and 10 rebounds. He also needed the fewest games to reach 8,000 points in his career. This guy Embiid is making history in a way that we haven't seen before, really. But in the game between two MVP candidates, the Nuggets came off as the victors, even though Embiid had more points than Jokic. Jokic just having an all-around sensational game. I want to talk about this clip here from the Draymond podcast where he talks about basically how Embiid basically monikered himself as the process. He stole the nickname because it was supposed to be the Sixers being the process, and Embiid basically co-opted it as his own.
I got drafted by Sam Hinkie. And, he's the reason why, we were able to, whether it's draft me or have this many picks and all that stuff, And then I got to the league, and my second year, it was basically forced out by, I don't want to say names, but, I'm outspoken, so I'll say it, by the NBA. I would say, I don't know, but I think that's what it was. And then, that pissed me off because I felt like, yeah, sure, there was a lot of losing, which I wasn't part of because that was before I started playing. But I knew that eventually, once I started playing, it was going to change.
It's interesting how Embiid, obviously, he was like one of the major picks that turned the Sixers franchise around. So he has Sam Hinkie's back despite the NBA basically forcing him out, like he said. Now, even though we would see Joel Embiid not playing against the Heat because of back soreness, he was on a string of runs where he was playing the last 41 games of 42. There's the graphic. That's what I'm trying to say. And James Harden basically lauding Embiid, saying he deserves the MVP. He should be the MVP this year. But the box score watchers, they're going to look at this and think Jokic's case is much bigger than Embiid's yet again. As of now, it's looking like Jokic is about to win his second straight MVP. Jokic in this game against the Lakers, 38-18-6. Embiid against the Cavs, 44-17-5 blocks. Became the first player with a 40-point, 15 rebound, 5 block game in this season.
Like I said, it's out of my control. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, I don't know what I had to do at this point. At this point, I feel like, they hate me. The standard for, guys in Philly or for me is different than the standard than everybody else.
It's interesting that Embiid would say this like right after this game, right, where he had a monster game. He's like, bro, what else do I have to do? I mean, they hate me.
If I had to choose, I would go Joel Embiid, led the league in scoring, double-double. This team won 50 games this year. I mean, numbers were incredible. It's a great year. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's a lot of players that have been controlled by their narrative. Some of it has been because of the player. Some of it just has been because of, perception of other people about that player. In Joel's case, more people just like Giannis and Jokic. Simple as that.
So even KD feels the same way. Interesting. Now, when it comes to Embiid being compared to Giannis and Jokic, people will always hold it against him that the injury history, right? Giannis has a championship at this point. And look, Jokic has an MVP. You don't. And the part of the reason you don't is because you're hurt. Like, that's just the things that have been holding him back. Now, he's not hurt as much, but Jokic is just having a sensational season. Advanced stats-wise, fully on box score stats. I mean, if you look at his numbers this season, they're crazy. It's the playoffs now, and the Philadelphia 76ers are playing the Toronto Raptors. And oh boy, this series was an interesting one. If I didn't make it clear already, I'm a Raptors fan, and Embiid in this game, his reckless play out there on the court really pissed me off, okay? This is game one, and this guy's already slapping Scotty Barnes, bro. He was public enemy number one in Toronto, this dude Embiid. Oh boy. Scotty Barnes was on pace to finish this game with a triple-double, his postseason debut, and Embiid just steps on his foot and basically twists his ankle. Now, I will say, this video that it's from That Raptors Nation, obviously. The title, this part here, the karma part. I don't know if I endorse this as a Raptors fan myself. I don't know, man. And thankfully, yes, Embiid did get a flagrant one for this play on Scotty Barnes. Now, I'm not going to act like Embiid was a total bum out there. He was playing good still. Sure, he had 19 in the first game, but 31 in the second game. That's pretty good. And you can see her after the game, obviously, Embiid exchanging words with Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse, who's not a fan of the Embiid play.
The old Embiid will have a talk with one of the officials and Nick Nurse.
He's asking, did you vote for me for MVP? What do you think? You don't think I deserve it?
I'm not a good lip reader, but part of me thinks they're talking about the fouls, the flopping, that, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to have to relive some sad moments as a Raptors fan, but it's for the video.
Embiid turns, fires for the win. Joel Embiid!
By far the biggest shot of Embiid's career in the playoffs. This shot really just hurt everybody in the arena. Now the Sixers are up 3-0 after a hard-fought Game 3 win. Embiid basically unstoppable, 33 points.
Matter of 2 decades. So describe your reaction to what your fellow 7-footer Joel Embiid did last night to put the 76ers up 3-0, Shaq.
He gets the golf clap. I'm so proud of Joel. He's my favorite for MVP. I don't know how anybody else name could even be mentioned. Jokic is playing great. Giannis is playing great, but nobody is playing as well as Joel Embiid.
This is the part of the video where I'm like, at least my Raptors fought back in Game 4, man. Gary Trent, who's hurt. Van Vliet, who's hurt. Scotty Barnes, who's hurt. I mean, we all banged up in this one.
5 to shoot, and going to be a foul on Anunoby. Embiid and Anunoby, and now Anunoby hit with a tee.
Ridiculous that Embiid gets to flail around like that, and OG's the one getting punished. So stupid. But yeah, the Raptors won this game, and ironically, it's Embiid that didn't seem too happy about the referees clapping back in the, condescendingly sarcastic way.
Is it fair to say that you thought there should have been a few more fouls called today?
Well, I'm gonna take my own advice and not complain about fouls, but like I was doing at the end of the game, they did a great job. I admire the job that they did today. To me, it felt like they had one job, coming in here tonight, and they got it done. So congrats to them.
Can I infer that the job was to make sure there was a game 5?
I don't know, but you can. I really don't know what I'm talking about, but
We know, Embiid. We know.
Our Adrian Wojnarowski reporting that Joel Embiid does indeed have ligament damage in that injured thumb. It will require surgery, but he will put it off until whenever it is that this team's postseason run ends.
Yet another season where the injury bug reared its ugly head.
Well, the Raptors, with a determined effort.
This makes you think if Toronto had won Game 3, this series would look completely different. Oh boy. And now seemingly on the verge of choking a 3-0 lead, Doc Rivers is incensed.
I wish I would tell the whole story with me, all right? My Orlando team was the HC. No one gives me credit for getting up against the Pistons who won the title. That was an HC. Go look at that. I want you to go back and look at that roster. I dare you to go back and look at that roster.
Oh boy, that reminds me of another video I made last year about the NBA's biggest choke artist. Yeah, Doc Rivers, his story is well documented, and I've outlined it in this video. You guys can go check it out. I'm not going to talk too much about the Doc here. Thankfully for the Sixers, Doc Rivers did not choke this one. Embiid with the airplane celebration, and obviously people booed him for this yet again. And almost as if it was by mere karmic coincidence, Siakam whacks him in the face with his elbow, by obviously not intentionally.
Taking flight, and he hears it from the crowd. That's just Bush League. Here's Pascal on the inside, got it, and the foul. Doc Rivers wants a coach's challenge. You get what you deserve. Pascal Siakam going.
I love me some Jack Armstrong, but obviously that's a bit too much, you know, getting what he deserves. Look, Embiid, I don't like the airplane stuff, but this did not have to happen, right? And now the Sixers would play the Miami Heat in the second round. Oh, wow. And as if the deja vu couldn't get any crazier.
The Sixers just announced that Joel Embiid suffered a right orbital fracture and a mild concussion in that closeout game victory against Toronto.
Out indefinitely with a face injury going into a series against the Miami Heat. That's 2018 flashbacks right there.
How many stitches you getting, man?
I don't know. I think he broke my face. I'm serious. Yeah, I think it might have broken my face, but it's all good. It's
always unfortunate when somebody's hurt. I'm not trying to, do that karmic justice play. Nah. I don't like the celebrations, but I don't gotta stoop to that level.
Joel Embiid will not make the trip to Miami for games 1 and 2. The expectation is he'll be reevaluated on Wednesday with that orbital fracture.
Just like in 2018, he's set to miss the first 2 games, except this time, he's missing the games in Miami. And let's just say Miami was the better team all throughout that game 1. Obviously, another point of this is that Harden's age is beginning to show, and the Miami Heat are just a way grittier team. Well, Embiid is doubtful on the injury report, which is actually a good sign. That means he's more likely to return than he was, a day before this. It goes without saying that Embiid returning would literally change the complexion of the entire series. I mean, the 2-man game between him and Harden would just be sensational to watch in the postseason display. Miami may be up 2-0, but look at Tyrese Maxey with 34 points. Wow, that's a big boost.
Great news for basketball fans that we get Joel back for Game 3.
The Phantom of the Process is back with a mask. No one cared who I was until I put on the mask,
Harden back in, playing with 4. Embiid, able to snake his way to the rim. Harden into the paint, lays it in. Harden, shot clock fading. Harden dishes. Maxey zips in off one leg. Why not?
Just a total masterclass performance by the Sixers core. This was just sensational to watch. And when you look at this game 4, much the same story with James Harden going off for 31 points, 16 in the fourth quarter. How about that for clutch in the playoffs? The Heat have been struggling. Their depth is showing not to be as deep. Offensively in the second half, they're reeling. This synergy just doesn't seem to be there for Miami anymore. The Sixers, they've got their mojo back at home, and it's a series tied 2-2 now.
Your reaction to the MVP news that came out yesterday?
No, man, this is this is something that I knew, weeks ago. even probably 2 weeks before the season ended.
They got Jokic here in the stable, and yes, he's the second MVP in his second straight season. I don't know what I'm saying right now. He's got the trophy right there. He won the MVP yet again.
I just knew it wasn't going to happen. And, the only thing I'll say about it, obviously, congrats to Nikola. He deserved it. He had an amazing season. There's no right or wrong. There was a lot of candidates.
And in this game 5, it looked like the Sixers could have done something, but I mean, that's a blowout. I mean, just look at the score there. Wow. And obviously, you can't blame Embiid for his numbers dipping. You could just say the injuries obviously getting to him. But it's like every year the injuries get to you. Like that's a pattern that's very concerning.
Take a look at Dedmon on this play, though.
It hurts. I don't want to watch it. It hurts me to watch this.
In the face.
So obviously, we're going to excuse his 17-point performance due to injuries and all the stuff, just like we've been for the last couple of years now.
Right? When you think about Joel Embiid, you think about James Harden. And I'm just tired of all the slander to Joel Embiid. Oh, he was supposed to come out. He was supposed to be mad. He didn't win MVP. He was supposed to make a statement. When it comes down to guys dealing with adversity in the NBA, nobody has dealt with more than Joel Embiid.
So we're doing this again, I guess. Oh boy. Embiid, the 2019 was Brett Brown, I guess. It was Jimmy Butler, he left. 2020, it's Ben Simmons is hurt. 2021, it's Ben Simmons' ass. Nobody is going to say anything about Embiid. Can Embiid not be held accountable for once in his career?
It was an incredible disappointment. I think that if you're Joel Embiid, and here's the other thing, John. Where the hell has all this victimization come from? Weeks ago, people don't like him, and, he doesn't know what else he needs to do. First of all, I voted for him. Several people voted for him.
I'm not even trying to quote Stephen A. here. I'm just saying it seems like when things don't go his way, I mean, you get what you get with Embiid. But in the Game 6 where Embiid has 20 points on subpar shooting, Harden has only 11 points. Elimination game, Harden came to play. He settled. He tried passing it out instead of, being more aggressive with his shot. And Embiid, he won 7 of 24 in this game. This is just awful. And the Sixers' second round exits yet again.
Turn the tide here. It was a 1-point game at halftime. Philly had just 15 points in the third. Miami had 25. And that was it.
But I guess that's another series of what could have been if Embiid was fully healthy, right?
You mentioned the other day that you wanted to win this one so you can have something over Joel Embiid. You just spoke to him. What was that message to him?
That I love him. I'm proud of him. Yes. I still wish I was on his team. I definitely love the Miami Heat, though, man. I'm glad that I'm here. But I got so much respect and love for Joel Embiid.
Oh, no. As far as I can tell, I think we competed. I think we tried to play hard. Me personally, I know I tried. And then as a team, I think for the most part we tried, and we just wasn't good enough.
And I know JJ Redick, he went off on the people criticizing Embiid like I am right now. I know I'm criticizing him from the position of hindsight. He's going off.
I've watched Joel now since he came back. Game 3, Game 4, Game 5. He's been back 3 games. I watched him in the Toronto series prior to the concussion. That fucking thumb is really bothering him. I mean, they showed a slow motion of him shooting, and he shot a knuckleball from 8 feet. Like, he is really struggling. He had a concussion, and he's got a fractured eye, whatever it's called, orbital bone. Tommy, the fact that he's playing is like, let's give the guy his flowers just for playing.
Yeah.
I just don't buy this. He's sad, so he's having a bad game. Come on, man.
Look, when that's been the excuse going on 3 to 4 years now, it's harder for people to accept it, right? That's really where people are coming from here. And then it comes out James Harden has a hamstring injury, right? Okay, bro. I like how James Harden's on here, KD. No Embiid, obviously. I'm Chris Paul. I mean, what the hell, man? James Harden has been a no-show in the second half of the series for the most part, so I perfectly understand why he's up there and not Embiid. Oh, and he also had the surgery to repair that thumb that he was dealing with the whole playoffs. Look, my thing is if you're playing hurt, if you're struggling, right, it's either you don't play or you basically have to play it as hard as you can and basically face the same criticisms as anybody else would play. You can give him some flowers. I get it, man. You can give him that. But now it's on to the next season. Embiid has a good chance of winning MVP. They're giving Giannis a lot of points here. I'm surprised. Hey, that voter fatigue seems to be affecting Jokic. He's not even in the top 5.
And today, Joel Embiid revealed that he is now a United States citizen. That is so awesome.
Again, they didn't utilize the pick and roll that much in that Miami Heat series. And when they did, I mean, look, this is the things that we're just like, come on, bro. You need to be better than this in playoffs. And we're hoping with a full offseason now with the Sixers, Harden could probably, be better for this team.
At the bottom of my hands, not even like saying like that though, but I just know how valuable I am. It's not even about scoring, but just the pressure that I put on defenses to where I could draw 2 to 3 people and get Tyrese easy shots. Even get Joel 8 points a game when I have to do all that.
I have to fight for it.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's when y'all going to get to the point where that's natural. Right now everything is forced and unnatural. And
everybody feel like they're trying to go get it. So
and the only 2 I want to try to go get it are you and Joel. The other ones we will figure out.
Hey man, Joel can finally say he's an American. It's a blessing to be in the USA. And I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know I'm free. When I finally stand up, and you know what I mean when I say that America is free. It's a new season and we're already seeing some chippiness here. Embiid and Marcus Smart going at it. Oh, wow.
Flip doesn't go. And a foul call. Smart and Embiid get into it a bit. Embiid slips down.
Embiid might be one of the funniest 7-footers. Marcus Smart tries to grab his leg and Embiid flops down, bro. Okay, before the mobsters come for me, I will say upon further review, he does slip. So it probably was a wet floor and obviously from all the shenanigans going on. Shout out Heat Check from YouTube, right? He talked about how Brook Lopez was actually frustrating Embiid during this, opening week game against the Milwaukee Bucks here. Just another example of how age can catch up to one person. And, the Sixers, another stretch of bad injury luck. In the meantime, Embiid was on a mission against a Utah Jazz team that's quite bad defensively.
Back to Embiid. Joel driving, fading. 57!
Philly wants to know.
I feel great. I missed too many free throws. I'm like you now.
This guy is making it look easy out there on the court. I've got the sniffles right now as I'm recording this, but that doesn't stop me from appreciating what I just seen here. 59 points, 11 8 assists, 7 blocks. Let's see. How do I put this into perspective to where you guys at home can understand how crazy of a game this is, okay? Okay, I got it. Nobody has ever had a game where they scored at least 50 points, had at least 10 rebounds, at least 5 assists, and at least 5 blocks. Ever. He's the first player to ever do it since the stats were recorded, blocks and steals. He's unstoppable! His improved playmaking too, I mean, he's just using his gravity here. Look at all the attention he draws. 3 defenders are, technically everybody's looking at him, but 3 defenders right there within him, within a couple centimeters from him, and Embiid sees Shake Milton right there inside and gives the ball. But it doesn't seem like the Sixers have a good chance of winning the title. That is according to betting odds. I don't like referring to stuff like this, right? Betting is disgusting, but look, if you're willing to pay for a prediction, that means you really believe in what you're predicting.
Been held to 9 points thus far, and now
this obviously was a flagrant foul by Embiid, and what's really mind-boggling here, this angle here is the most damning. Embiid just rams into him. Like, what the hell kind of cheap shot is this? Now, this was the same game where we had Laddergate, Giannis and the ladder have been beef. Like, it was weird. In the game that the Sixers really should have won in regulation, they allowed the Lakers to creep back in a 1-possession game with 10 seconds to go, and what do you know?
Gets it into Reeves, turns, heaves it. Thibault is whistled for the foul.
And somehow the Sixers, after he makes 2 free throws, are given grace and...
Come to the ball, you gotta come to the ball.
Gotta get it in. No whistle. Back to Davis, and he's fouled.
1-point game, 2 shots at the line. The Lakers could easily win this one. Just make 2 free throws and you'll win it.
Davis with a chance to tie. And he does put the Lakers ahead. Can't do it. 2 seconds to go. Harden to Furkan for the yeah.
I don't feel like the Sixers even deserve to win this game after seeing that nonsense.
The end of regulation, you guys avoid disaster. But tell me about the character of this team that was able to get it done in overtime.
We should have never been in that position in the first place. That's what we've been talking about all season long. We got to be better. We got to be locked in, for 48 minutes. That wasn't enough, so we just got to be better. But I'm glad we responded in overtime, and we ended up winning.
And Embiid, boy, he was not done dominating these lower tier teams.
Embiid, 53!
This man was on a scoring run that was insane. And the one thing you can come away from this performance, he just has the whole package. He went from averaging 30 points to now averaging over 33 points per game. How about them apples? It's almost like Embiid wants me to struggle in this whole video. 30. Fuck, man. I hate that number.
This guy has been dominant. It will be a crime if he leaves this game not being compared to the best big man that's ever played this game.
This interview was interesting. He does talk about some things, like obviously his case for MVP and the stuff that he's been through, really.
I've been through a lot. Sometimes I think I'm like unlucky, but then again, I'm also extremely lucky at the same time.
Let's talk MVP. He ended up finishing second again last year. How much is that motivating you for this season?
It's unfortunate, I could have won at least one of those, if not 2. But, going into this year, I just want to be the best version of, myself.
James Harden said,
and Embiid, he confidently says he's the best scorer in the league. In this interview, I'm not gonna say he's wrong. I mean, just looking at some of the recent performances, right? Him and Harden, this is a dynamic duo now that could do some damage.
Here's Harden isolating on Randall. Harden zips inside and cups it home. Efficient stretch of late. Randall leads the way for New York with 33. Embiid has 31. Make it 33.
It's beautiful seeing the two players combine for 64 points on Christmas Day against the Knicks. And boy, was there a controversy when the starters were announced for the All-Star weekend in the Eastern Conference.
The big person we're missing here, Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, it was just unfortunate. Yeah. But it's just a numbers game. But Joel is...
So you're not mad at it?
Yeah, I'm mad at that. I'm mad at that.
Why are you mad at it?
Because I think 5-6 years ago, they took the center out of the game. And the center should always be in the game, no matter what. All this backcourt and frontcourt. Joel Embiid is a center. He should be the starting center for the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, it's a bad look not having Embiid in the starters. I mean, just because you don't have to have a center this year. This was around the time where a matchup between Embiid and Jokic was coming up, and we have some news.
How personally does Joel Embiid take these matchups?
Okay. So, a couple weeks ago when he was through LA, we were talking about matchup. A couple of weeks ago, he was asking, do you think Jokic is going to play when they go to Philly? Like, he's already been thinking about this for a long time. The Super Bowl for the NFL is in a couple weeks. For Joel, this Saturday.
Personal Super Bowl.
It's right up there. Because
this man, Embiid, wants to work. He wants that smoke. He wants to smoke Jokic this time around. Hey, man, I rate it. I respect it. In the game in which the Nuggets were leading at the half, Embiid came in and he went on to dominate. And obviously, part of the thing that the Sixers did was have PJ Tucker on Jokic and have Embiid roam in the paint as defensively.
Embiid missed 12 games, Harden 16, Maxey 19, and they're only one game on the loss side behind Boston.
I mean, how else do you think he's able to do something like this? Dunking, going around Jokic. I mean, he has the energy to do it because he doesn't have to guard Jokic.
Embiid going at Jeff Green and count the bucket. Embiid.
Oh, yeah, clear out.
Hits the short pull-ups on 80 baskets between these two teams. Embiid falling away. The runner-up the last 2 years. Embiid getting the block. Embiid stops, pops. It's good. Porter here in the second half. Embiid for 3. It's good. Nearing 3 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Embiid driving, kicking to the corner. Harris on target. Here's Embiid. Shot clock down to 5. Wants to take Jokic. Step back 3. Hit it! 47 for Joel. Timeout, Denver.
That face right there says it all. He cooked him. He grilled him. He sizzled him. He sauteed him. He flamboyed him. He did all sorts of things to him. He said, this year I'm the MVP, you know. This is my league. Dunk! Outplaying the dude and beating him. This is what Embiid is supposed to do. And just know he had some fire to dish out during this presser here about the All-Star starter snub.
Is there anything, any extra motivation for the fact that you want being an All-Star starter, or the fact that it is Joker, or anything extra for this position?
No, not necessarily. I'm used to it. It's not the first time, so just gotta, I guess, use it. I think it's more of a motivation to go out and, try to win the whole thing. I guess that's the only way I'm probably gonna get that respect. I think we gotta put a good chance. You playing the best team in the West down, 15 points or something like that, then, to come back and to be able to win the game, that gives us a lot of confidence. And, if we could clean up a lot of areas defensively, I think we could be even better. So it's just good to see. Like I said, we got a chance to, win. We got to keep winning. Obviously, the key is to stay healthy.
When you saw the All-Star stars, what were your reaction?
Man, I was not surprised. I think it's well documented that I'm not, very liked. And, that's cool. I don't know if it's because I troll a lot or, I guess I'm an asshole, but it's cool. I keep being me. I keep being an asshole, and I keep trolling. And if people don't like it, that's the problem. But
And Embiid, he was making statements like this block here on Ja Morant. This being a game-saving block, Embiid has some things to say about how this factors into him being one of the best defensive players in the league.
After the game, for me, like I always say, defense is more important for me than offense. Even tonight, I could not make any shots, especially the one I usually make. But
he then goes on to say he had to be more like Bill Russell on the defensive end. And I'd be remiss to say this was during the time Kendrick Perkins was, throwing around the accusation that Jokic was stat padding. Therefore, Embiid, he has a better case for MVP. And like Embiid, obviously, this was not his best game offensively, not even close, right? But in First Take Studios, the MVP debate got contentious. JJ Redick going at Kendrick Perkins for, I guess, implying is what JJ claims. He's implying that white voters have a bias, an inner bias to vote for a white player, right? Oh, wow. I feel like this was part of the reason Embiid was able to get more favors for the MVP that season, right?
The 76ers continue to put pressure on the Bucks and the Celtics in the Eastern Conference.
But also the Sixers team was finishing the season well compared to a Denver team that was slipping a little. They were losing to teams like the Spurs back then. Now, I couldn't find the original tweeter, right? He might have deleted the tweet, who knows? But the Spurs being, hunting Jokic on defense. Those tweets were trending around this time. I remember this day. And I think on the day he lost to the Spurs, Jokic did, Embiid hit that clutch shot over the Trailblazers. And you see how low Nick has Jokic in his player pyramid. It's quite interesting, how people viewed Jokic. Some people, all right? Nick Wright is a notorious Jokic hater, right? We all know this. Around this time, Embiid also was on a streak of consecutive games scoring over 30 points with 9 games. Okay, that's the longest streak in Sixers history. You have Tim Legler, a reputable media source for many things basketball. He's talking about how the differentiator between Embiid and Jokic for the MVP award is basically Embiid's defensive versatility. It was a perfect storm of things, going for Embiid. Defense was really the calling card for him during this time. And Tim Legler spot on said, Embiid, this is why he's the MVP. Embiid, in an interview with The Ringer, he had some things to say about, the pressures that he's being given for winning the MVP award, right? And basically what we get from this is an Embiid that seems to be throwing but he seems to be throwing the pressure at Jokic. He's saying here, people have been talking about who has the most pressure to win. People want to mention me. I'm not at the top of that list. I'm not a 2-time MVP. I've never made first team All-NBA. I've never won anything. So why is there pressure on me to do something when there are guys that have won 2 MVPs? By the way, he said this in a question where the guy asked, do you go into this postseason with a title or bust mentality?
Back here at Ball Arena, where there is a missing person order right here, I want you to pay attention to the details.
Nuggets fans were having fun at Embiid's expense for missing yet another Nuggets matchup at Denver. Apparently, Embiid, he went off. He said, I'll be the bad guy. I like being the a-hole anyway. I like being the underdog. And when we look at the last couple of games Embiid has played in Denver, the last time he's played in Denver was apparently in 2019. Oh boy, oh pal.
And you certainly didn't look sluggish on that block on Luka at the end of the game there. And look, it's a race to the end of the season here. How healthy and good do you feel as you approach the playoffs?
I'm getting there. Obviously, I'm not at my best, but I'm glad we got the win tonight, and got to keep building, getting stronger, and I think by the time the playoffs come around, I'll be fine. Yeah.
Bro, if this guy gets hurt again in March or April, bro, oh my God.
Lob it up, put it down, Claxton, and the foul, and Claxton goes down. Embiid.
I don't know what kung fu class Embiid is in, but when you're down, this is not the move to do, man.
Technical foul on Claxton for stepping over Embiid. Flagrant foul penalty 1 on Embiid for kicking Claxton.
I don't understand this call. A technical foul for what? Bro, Embiid should get a flagrant, bro. Arguably 2. But he got a flagrant 1. That's not enough. That's not good enough. He kicked the dude in his nuts. And in this series, Embiid, a lot of flailing, a lot of, falls down on the floor. Like, he's 7 foot, 250 pounds, or more than that probably. And he's just out here just, woohoo, going down as if somebody pushed him. Like, okay, what is this, bro?
For a guy to intentionally kick someone in an area that none of us want to be kicked at or towards, and for him to continue to play.
I honestly don't remember the play. Allegedly.
Do you remember the play where he got thrown out at the end of the game?
Yes.
So Claxton during this game got ejected for taunting at Joel Embiid. This refereeing in this game was actually out of control, bro. By the way, these same refs in the same game called this foul on Harden a flagrant 2. I am not kidding when I tell you they coddled Embiid this entire game. By the way, I think this was the same day where Draymond got ejected for stepping on Sabonis. And Embiid here with a dangerous play, kicking somebody in the nuts. I mean, this is something that you just cannot accept. You have to eject him. Draymond has that reputation, though. Embiid doesn't. Well, Joel here in Game 4, he ends up getting hurt. I'm not surprised anymore. Okay, bro. This is just amazing how predictable this stuff is. And Embiid taunting fans after they're up 3-0. I mean, I think they swept this team. This is one of those series that is very forgotten because of how underwhelming it was. Joel Embiid, I think this is one of those series that people need to talk about more in terms of, how dirty he can be, how dirty of a player he can be, really. And Embiid, he didn't play in Game 4, but like I said, it's a sweep. Nobody cares.
There is no latest. I mean, obviously, doctors looked at him, and he didn't do anything today. So, I'll say this, but if I was a betting man, I would probably say doubtful.
Interesting timing for a tweet like this to drop from Shams. And in this series, Embiid averaged a whopping 20 points a game, lower than his 33-point season in 2023. He's seen training here for the second round matchup against the Celtics. He's not going to play for this Game 1. Hopefully he can come back soon enough. In the game where Harden scores 45 points, including this clutch basket right here, the Sixers would upset the Celtics in Game 1 with no Embiid playing.
Oh, this is a big night.
The MVP award's about to be announced. Is Embiid actually going to win it?
Tonight, 2023 MVP from the Philadelphia 76ers, Joel Embiid.
All right, congratulations.
Good shit, Embiid. I would like to thank my family. I finally got my MVP mom. Look at me. forever immortalized in NBA history as being one of few MVPs in this league.
I don't even know where to start. You know, he's been a long time coming. You know, a lot of hard work. You know, I've been through a lot. And I'm not just talking about basketball. I'm talking about, you know, everything as a life. You know, my story. You know, where I come from, and you know, I got here, and you know what it took for me to be here. So it feels, you know, it feels good. You know, I don't know what to say.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say congratulations. I know me and Chuck, we stay on you a lot. That's because we see greatness in you. You've accomplished everything we wanted you to do. So congratulations to you, your family, and your organization.
Some of you out there are smart enough to notice that Embiid is in Boston right now, obviously for the playoffs. And 4 years ago when Shaq and Chuck called him out, the game in which he responded was in Boston. And obviously that's where Shaq said, hey, kudos to you. You did your job. Now Embiid's playing in Boston and Marcus Smart is there to ruin his day, I guess. Pulling the chair from under him right here, and he falls down. And now the series is tied 1-1. Celtics are back at it again. And in time for Game 3, the tributes come in for Embiid's MVP season. He also had a very touching moment with his son. Oh, it's beautiful. But it's time for more basketball now.
That 7-foot shot a moment ago. Almost a turnover.
There was that whole collision with Embiid, and he unfortunately stepped on Grant Williams' head, just knocked his head over on the ground. Although it wasn't intentional, it just shows how reckless Embiid can be playing this game.
I know you go for the ball. Yeah, I'm trying to go, like, jump over, but I ain't jumping in your head. Hey, brother.
But yeah, of course, it's not intentional, and B did apologize, right? I'm not going to be that mad at him. Just goes to show, though, the recklessness.
45 points. Embiid through the traffic.
Embiid in this game was actually decent. He had 30 points on 9 of 19 shooting. But now the Celtics lead the series 2-1. Embiid in Game 4, he was actually decent as well. Second straight game with a 30-point double-double.
Tyrese Maxey, good active feet.
And there's the one dribble pull-up, which has become repetitive and automatic. Mom and Dad loving it.
But this game will go to overtime where the Celtics had a slight lead. Now the Celtics having to drop a play to win the game.
Tatum. Smart. God.
Although it looked like he got that off in time, you could clearly see it here. It was still in his hands when he shot that. This was a game that Harden, he was the one leading them. He had 42 points in this game. Embiid had 34, but only 6 of his 34 points were both in the fourth quarter and overtimes of this game. His shooting splits in those quarters, 2 of 8. You could argue James Harden is just saving Embiid. We could also argue that Tobias Harris needs to step up more as well. I haven't said a peep about him, and that's because his impact has not been felt throughout this playoff.
It's Embiid, free to fire, drills it, 32 for the MVP.
Joel in this game, 33, but 4 blocks that were crucial in this Game 5 to take a 3-2 lead in the series. And all they have to do now at home in Game 6 is clinching this series to the conference final. Throughout this game, though, the Celtics were winning, but the Sixers making sure that this lead doesn't go too big. And in the third quarter, the Sixers would mount a run.
Harden inside and Brown on the move. Jaylen Brown hurt his knee in falling. Embiid with the drives the closeout inside, blocked by Embiid.
In the game that looked like the Sixers were gonna win, Jason Tatum coming in with the craziest shooting stretch I've seen. Earlier in the second half, this guy was 1 of 12, only had 3 points.
2 in a row. And sets the screen. Smart over Harris. Tough. Starting to feel like this one is really over now.
Yeah, Doc was trying to get them to foul.
Tatum with the 3. 16 points in the fourth quarter.
A lot is made about what the Sixers could have done better, but Doc Rivers not adjusting when they started giving the ball to Tatum is one of the biggest indictments in this one. But Joel said something in the presser that makes it seem like maybe Harden's at fault here.
We had a lot of wide open shots. We didn't make them. We stopped moving the ball, and I don't think I touched the ball the last 4 minutes of the game. You know, like I said, missed a lot of good looks. I didn't touch the ball at all.
Him not getting enough touches. Where have I heard that before? Look, fourth quarter, Embiid hasn't been, imposing his will as much as he should. But there is a point to be made. He only attempted one of those field goals in the last 5 minutes in this game.
And there is also a lot of blame on the head coach. Now, look, as a point guard myself, right, as a lead guard, you've always been taught to me, little kid, hey, the guard is the extension of the head coach on the floor. Right? So if James Harden is the quarterback, it is his job to understand time, situation, and possessions. But at the end of the day, sometimes as players, you get lost in the sauce of the game. It is the job of the head coach, who is not lost in the sauce, who is not participating in the game, to be that quarterback on the sideline and say, hey, it's been a minute and a half, and my best player has
got to have the
not
big
gotten
picture
a
in
touch.
mind. He has perspective no one else has.
That is on Doc. That is on Doc.
I think we trusted very well. It's a make-miss league, and they were 15 for 35 from the three. We were 8 for 34. I would say we had a lot of wide-open threes. We didn't make them. I didn't like how we played overall offensively, though. Down the stretch, got to play for your big fella more. Didn't think the ball went there. So I have to watch the film, but I just didn't think we had a game of great trust tonight.
Why is Doc talking like he's not the coach of the team? Like he can't just call a timeout, tell, hey, do this, hey, adjust, hey, Embiid needs to have the ball more. Like it just sounds like he's throwing the blame on the players now. Best 2 words in sports, Game 7. Let's go. And let's just say this was an all-time stinker by the Sixers.
Once again, the shot clock winding down. Ball in the hands of Embiid. His jumper, that won't go. Embiid.
And despite the good defense by Boston and Horford, they're still losing. The Sixers are still leading in this game. But after enough defensive stops, the Celtics were beginning to catch their stride as well.
Tatum gets inside, floats it up and in. Tatum finding some space, side three. Into the hands of Tatum. Embiid on him. Shot clock winding down. Tatum off the bounce, gets inside. Finding some space. Swerving around Embiid. Step back, three-pointer, got it! Tatum's been unstoppable. Step back, another three, punch it in!
Tatum was destroying Embiid, man. He was cooking it. Come on, Doc, what you got? Adjust, do something. Since that avalanche in the fourth quarter, he's had 54 points in the last 4 quarters.
No pressure. Tatum drives, goes inside. Antetokounmpo finished 4th overall.
Meanwhile, Embiid was awful in this game, had a total of, 15 points. To be fair, though, James Harden was also pretty bad with 9 points. Embiid also having 4 turnovers and Harden having 5 turnovers. It's pretty interesting. Oh, boy. What do you have to say for your failures, Joel Embiid?
I got to be better, and I will be better. That's what I'm focused on. All of us, we got to, come back and found ways to just keep improving and, help the team. You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just, try to keep finding ways to get better and, we'll be fine.
There was a certain irony yesterday in that it was the 10-year anniversary of Sam Hinkie, who once upon a time was the general manager of the 76ers, uttering 3 words that became somewhat legendary and in many cases overwhelmingly despised in sports, which were trust the process. It was yesterday, the end of the process once and for all.
Yes,
It's crazy that the day they lose that Game 7 is the 10-year anniversary of that. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie. Him saying me and James, we can't win alone when they both combined for 24 points in the game. I just don't think it's wise here. The Sixers, seeing that they're obviously in a bad situation, having to scapegoat somebody. Doc Rivers, not saying he's not blameless, but Embiid is also blamed. James Harden's also to blame. Look, there's a lot of people to blame, and Doc Rivers is one of them. And let's be honest, he just happens to be the easiest, to replace, especially when that replacement won a championship in 2019 with the Raptors in his first year as a head coach. Now that is an upgrade for the Sixers at the head coaching position.
Won with a championship. You know, whatever it takes. I don't know where that's going to be, whether it's in Philly or, you know, anywhere else.
This was the first time I've heard Embiid even hint at him leaving Philly. Is it truly over? You also have James Harden being in bad blood with Daryl Morey, a longtime good friend of his.
Too late to repair the relationship?
I think so.
James Harden not at media day with the Sixers as he...
Now there's more drama as James Harden now wants to get traded from the Sixers because Morey had promised him to give him his money and he didn't do it. And Morey, he obviously denies any wrongdoing on his part.
Hopefully the situation with James get resolved. If he's here, you know, we love him and, you know, we want him to be with us, and I think we have a, you know, better team with him on the floor. So
you're telling me there's already a chance this duo will not be a thing anymore?
Now I show you this. This is Joel Embiid's Twitter X bio, and if you take a look at it, this is today's, up until yesterday, this...
God, Greenies, we're taking way too long to explain this, okay? He used to have Philly as his location, now he doesn't anymore. Is it truly over? Is Embiid gonna request out already? And with the new player policy of participating more, 65 games, Nick Nurse does say this, that his goal is to try to play these guys as much as he can, and that he thinks Embiid is going to play more games. Nick Nurse, he's also a Thibodeau disciple here. He plays his players a lot of minutes. He runs them to the ground. Pascal Siakam led the league in minutes per game the year before he got hired by the Sixers. Not just that, Fred VanVleet is number 5. And let's see here. OG Anunoby is number 16. Like, I'm telling you, bro, Nick Nurse, he's one of those guys. He'll play you to the ground.
Joel Embiid choosing USA over Cameroon and over France, which he has citizenship of as well.
Now, up to this point, I mean, Embiid choosing USA is a shocker, but at the same time, he has spent a lot of his life in the US. He knows the language. Not just that, but the Cameroon team did not qualify for the Olympics, and Embiid obviously maybe would have arguably, you know, participated with Cameroon if they were good enough. And as for France, maybe it's the center depth. Like, he didn't think that, you know, he would mesh well with Wemby and Rudy. Either way, as of now, there's not much more details that I could disclose up to this point in the video in 2023, right? The US just seems like the best place for him to try to win gold. I don't blame him for doing this. Look, I could say he's a traitor to his country, but at the same time, it makes sense why he would choose Team USA. And also, my Raptors were getting decimated by the Sixers team. Holy moly. This is like earlier in the season, first week, opening night, and Embiid was torching us, both him and Maxey, with 34 points. Another day, another fine for Joel Embiid for doing the Triple H celebration here. 35K just seems excessive, I'm not gonna lie. The trade is done. Harden is now a Clipper. I think the return on this is quite interesting. The Sixers getting a lot of interesting wings that are quite older, obviously. And there's one, Kenyon Martin Jr., who, you know, he barely plays. A lot more draft pick assets than I expected. But, you know, James Harden is getting paid a decent amount of money. And the Sixers trading away PJ Tucker, which is also interesting. Which gives a bigger opportunity for Maxey to excel, which he is at the moment with Embiid, combining for 51 points in the first half of this game against the Pacers. Now, Embiid, he's still foul baiting as always. And I just want to point out this one incident in the in-season tournament game where he's just flailing around. Like, look at this. Bro, I get it, bro. He knows the rules, so he's really just taking advantage of the rules. But I just do not like how he's playing, bro. I don't... something about this annoys me. And the reason I'm talking about this is because he's shooting a lot of free throws. And Embiid by far was leading the league in free throws attempted yet again. He's been doing it for years on end now.
The margin is just so slim now. And Embiid actually, right now, has the highest player efficiency rating in NBA history. He just overtook Jokic. Jokic had those 2 off-shooting nights. Joel Embiid is averaging a career high. He's on pace to win his 3rd straight scoring title. He's averaging a career high in assists.
And JJ Redick, he also tries to defend Embiid for the foul baiting he does.
He's also one of the smartest players ever. And I mean that. I'm serious. The ability to draw fouls is such a skill. And we can show the clips on Twitter all we want. We complain all we want. This is what makes guys so hard to guard now.
It's getting harder and harder to argue against this point. Like, it is a skill now. These guys have perfected it to a way that it's actually annoying to watch. And Joel Embiid, his career year might be this season. I mean, look at some of the numbers he's putting up. It's crazy.
Embiid from the elbow, 50.
In this game in early December, he tied Charles Barkley for most in franchise history with 30 and 10.
All and I still trying to get the kids club memberships. Embiid the steal. Embiid leading the breaks to Kelly Oubre.
And he now ties Michael Jordan for 10th all time in most games with 40, 10, and 5 assists. And Embiid and the Sixers had a schedule that was rather easy. Washington one game, Atlanta, Washington, Detroit, Charlotte, Chicago. Minnesota is a good team. Toronto. Like, I'm telling you, this part of the season, look at Embiid's scoring output. 50, 38, 34, 41, 35, 42, 40, 51 against the Timberwolves. He also passed Wilt Chamberlain. He broke a Wilt record. Most straight games with 30 and 10 with 9 straight games.
Embiid looking for 40. Embiid from the elbow.
Did I say 9 straight? Make that 10 straight game. He's the first player in the last 50 years. Did I say 9 straight? Make that 10 straight. For the third time in the last 50 years, a player has recorded 30 and 10 for 10 straight games.
That has led to this little streak that they've been on as of late. Embiid spins away from Caruso, the finger roll for 36.
Did I say 10 straight? Make it 11 straight. Tied for most with Shaq and Malone.
Rebounds. Embiid. Oh, seconds. 50 piece of the season.
Did I say 11 straight? I know y'all getting tired of this. He ended up playing 16 straight games where he had at least 30 and 10 rebounds, which is the all-time record. Hello. I have just been informed of the existence of Wilt Chamberlain. He actually has the longest streak of 30 and 10 games. Let's see here. How much is it at? 65? How is this man even real, bro? This was obviously during the season. He averaged over 50 points and I think, what was it, over 20 plus rebounds a game. This guy, from November to February of that year, of that season, just went crazy. Like, I just don't understand how a person like this exists.
To be the best, you gotta have a bunch of championships and, have a bunch of different individual awards. So, that's why, my goal is to be the best. And I understand that to be the best, you have to have something to, show from,
As far as individual awards goes, he's on pace to win the MVP according to the straw poll.
Shannon, what do you think about Embiid's chances to repeat as MVP?
Well, right now he's the hand-down unanimous MVP.
But how do you stop him, bro? You can't. Like, you cannot stop him. He should average 41 this year.
I legit thought that was crazy coming from Paul George, but in this game against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, Embiid did something I didn't think he could do.
Embiid, coast to coast for 70.
This man broke Wilt Chamberlain's franchise record of 68 points to get 70 points. But during this time, Embiid was being sidelined for some games, due to having, knee swellness, right? I don't even know if swellness is a word, but Embiid missed his second game now due to a swollen knee. And the matchup between him and Jokic is coming up, and Embiid had some things to say. He said here, it's a matchup between Philly and Denver. I know everybody keeps trying to make it personal, but I have nothing against Denver or Nikola. I said it time after time. He's the best player in the league. I respect everything he's accomplished. Embiid admitting that Jokic is the best player in the league. And Embiid, he seems aware of the Twitter war going on between the Sixers and the Nuggets fans. He says it's funny because both of us are just like, who cares? We just want to play basketball, and win some games, and so he deserves it. And let's just say the duel between the two MVPs was an exciting one.
At LA for that one. Here's Jokic now. Had Maxey on him, and Jokic goes right to work. Then Jackson taking on Embiid, and Embiid denies him. Down the floor. Here's Embiid. Oh, a little Euro! Stop. Gordon's on him. Embiid throwing some moves at him. A foul, and one. Timer ran out before it went out of bounds. Embiid three-pointer, and Embiid The game was tied. They came in at the 7:28. Maker mode. No, he's going to fire over Embiid, and he hits.
And the duel, just like last year, ending up with Embiid this time winning it. And not just that, he wins it with 41 points, outplaying Nikola Jokic in this one. Wait, he also had 10 assists in this game? Oh my gosh! But I like Embiid's approach now. He's not trying to take it personally. He's just saying, look, Jokic is the best player, I admit it. And I like this from the two guys, right? Now, this guy Embiid, he's on an active streak of 30-point double-doubles, and obviously they're counting the fact that he has 10 assists in this one. Like I said, only Wilt Chamberlain stands in his way for that record, and Wilt Chamberlain, his numbers don't even feel real. Embiid missing a game against Denver at Denver this time around, and as I've highlighted earlier in the video, and Malika says here, he has not played in Denver since 2019, which leads people to question whether or not Embiid is trying to avoid playing against Jokic in Denver, as if he's scared of the altitude maybe, I don't know. One thing that was odd is that he was slated to play, he was warming up, and then I think 30 minutes before game time, it was announced that Embiid wouldn't play in this game. Even though Embiid had legit injury concerns, people were thinking, yeah, Embiid, you're just trying to avoid Jokic here. And I don't blame them. I mean, come on now. Up to this point, he had missed 11 games, right? If he misses 6 more games after this one, he's not going to be able to even qualify for MVP. Why would someone who's ranked #1 in MVP voting as of the latest MVP race ladder, why would that guy then go on and miss a game, right? If he's, healthy, perfectly able to play. My suspicions here is Embiid is hurt, and as unfortunate as that is, he's always hurt. That's the thing. Like, people aren't gonna take you as seriously because you're always hurt. Like, it's gonna be like, okay, he's hurt. Yeah, he's always hurt. It wasn't just Nuggets fan making fun of Embiid for not playing. It was a lot of people, even in the media, were saying, oh, there's a pattern going on here. Some people are trying to, say that Embiid, his injury's fake, right? It wasn't his left knee that's injured. It was his right knee that was injured before. Basically, even if there are legit reasons for Embiid to miss this game, people will discount it because of the history, because just a lot of factors coming in.
You got a series for your life, and you're going to take Embiid over Jokic?
I said to you,
must be.
I said to you, a healthy. No, of course I'm not.
Of course he's healthy.
Of course we're
peak position. I'm not trying to.
Well, again, Embiid is never healthy, so it's a moot point. But I'm talking about in terms of his skill set and his game and what he brings to the table.
No way.
Healthy Embiid, I'm taking
over
Jokic or any big man in basketball right now.
Oh, you're crazy. Jokic is unbelievable.
But like Stephen A. said, Embiid is never healthy. This almost seems like a fantasy player, a mythical creature that we're talking about, healthy Embiid.
Is actually impacting in the way that they thought it would.
At the end of the day, I blame the analytics. I think analytics are literally the game up. And this is an example why. Joel Embiid, if he misses another 10 games, you're sitting here saying that this guy isn't eligible to win MVP. And that's mind-blowing to me. I don't want to offend anybody, but we gotta remove the nerves from the game.
I don't want to offend anybody, proceeds to offend a lot of people.
Sometimes I look at it simply as if it was a Game 7 of the NBA Finals right now, and we each got to pick a center. I'm taking Embiid first. As crazy as it is, I love Jokic. Wow. I love Jokic, but so do I. Embiid is the most physically dominant player in the NBA right now. He's the guy where the opponents look at each other and go, I don't know what to do with this guy.
It almost feels like every year we're like, yo, if he's healthy in the playoffs, he's gonna be special. There's just no other way to put it.
So when I say this, I will never, ever question a player's injury, but you have to start to notice a pattern of behavior here.
Do I blame RJ for this? Not really. The history shows this guy's never healthy anyway. So why would I think, oh, all of a sudden, he's hurt? Well, he's always hurt. Like, what are we doing here? And now we get to games like this where Embiid's clearly hurt, but he's having to play for the MVP votes, right? He wants to be an MVP. He wants to be eligible. So he has to play all the remaining games.
This man right here, he shows up when he's not in Denver. He goes to Philly and match up with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid, my brother, business been standing on you lately for the last, 4 or 5 years. You haven't played in Denver since 2019. You have to show up and give that man his lick back. Your big ass better suit up tomorrow. You better suit up and you better stand on business and give Jokic his lick back.
To the shot. He lost that one, B, and still got to it.
Candace is turning away because this is a very scary sight. We have a
This almost feels inevitable. Embiid getting hurt right here by Kuminga landing on his knee in the game that many argue he wouldn't have played in if the rules were not so strict. And when you see a Brian Stutterer video, oh yeah, you know this injury's bad.
Says the MRI revealed an injury to the lateral meniscus. Embiid
and to see how much the 65-game rule is being affected here, a lot of players might miss too many games to even be eligible for NBA season awards.
The two courses right now for Joel Embiid, it appears, either a period of rest and rehab on that injured left meniscus, or is there some sort of corrective procedure that needs to take place? And so I think in either scenario, I think the Sixers certainly have to brace for some period of time without Joel Embiid.
Embiid's career is quite interesting. He's played over 400 games. He's missed over 300 games. There is a gap here that is quite startling here. He has a lot of games missed, and it's quite sad. And it's looking like Tyrese is going to have to carry this team now.
Which is Joel playing tonight felt very much so because of the 65-game limit.
Draymond, like others, is not a fan of this new rule, is thinking, yeah, this is just going to make the awards mean less because some player who's healthy enough will make an All-NBA team even though he doesn't deserve it. So as you can see with the games missed from Embiid, he's no longer eligible for season awards. He's not going to be an MVP even though he has the stats to make him an MVP. He just hasn't played enough games. And even in a situation where the 65-game rules would not apply, I don't know if the voters would even want to vote for a player that's missed this many games. But you could see here that Embiid ended up returning on April 2nd against the Thunder. Interesting. The Sixers are still within play-in territory, and they have the third easiest schedule, so Embiid coming back, I guess he's ready to play. He's going to be able to help them for this playoff push here. But others argue there's no need for Embiid to even play for the rest of the season. It's over. They're not going to win anything anyway. So now Embiid, he's back, and boy, do the Sixers need him. They're more than likely to be a play-in team, but that won't deter the Sixers, I guess. In this game here, Embiid picks the pockets of Giddey, and he goes for 24 points in his return.
Back 30 minutes of action and a win. How do you feel?
Not good, but I'm glad we got through it and we got the win. You know, I just want to come back. I think we got a chance, even at the level that I'm at, and I'm only going to get better. But
and Embiid, he was a crucial part of how they won this game in the clutch.
Usually, when I have injuries, I just, tell myself, move on to the next one. Get better, and then fix it. But this one was, it took a toll mentally, being depressed, and it was not a good one. So, still not where I'm supposed to be, especially mentally. But I just love the play.
Them being in the play-in, I mean, look, man, why not just try to win in the playoffs? See what you can get here.
I'm happy I'm not in the conversation. That conversation has been toxic for a long time. But I'll be honest, this year has been kind of boring. This year, there's not enough toxicity going around. It's pretty fun, and it's also at some point it's pretty bad too. But
it feels like the Sixers, there's really no pressure on them this season. It's really one of those seasons that's lost, but hey, man, let's see what we can get in the playoffs. And so now it's the Heat versus the Sixers in the play-in, and everybody agrees that the Sixers are supposed to be the winners here. Oh, it's nice to see Joel and Butler here. But unfortunately, there was a hiccup here with Jimmy Butler landing awfully and getting hurt.
Looked bad, Greeny. Like, I wasn't thinking Jimmy Butler was going to finish this game.
Game time. The Sixers were down pretty much the entire game, but in the fourth quarter, they're working their way back, and Embiid's doing it from deep.
This was actually a pretty good game, pretty close, despite the injuries, and the Sixers were the big winners. And look at how clutch Embiid was in the fourth quarter. 11 points, 3 of 5 shooting. Beautiful. It's too bad Jimmy Butler got hurt, man. I'm not going to lie. That game might have resulted in the Sixers losing here. So now the Sixers are going to play the Knicks in the first round. Oh, that's going to be fun. And the odds for the Sixers winning this series, even though they're a 7th seed, we're actually favoring the Sixers here.
Embiid shows it, tries to throw it off the glass, and does. Woo!
And he's injured, Gus. He hurt his knee.
This game was looking like one of those games that was signaling how great the series would be, but Embiid goes down hard, and it looks like his season might be over then. And it just looks like Embiid's shell-shocked, like he's like, no, not again. I worked so hard to get to this point. What makes this even odd is that he's blinking with one eye only. I don't know what's going on with the other eye. But a good sign here as he's able to get up under his own power, but that doesn't necessarily indicate that he's going to be able to play for the series. That adrenaline hit definitely would probably kick in around this time, so we don't know yet. And I don't know how it's possible, but Embiid, he actually ended up playing in the second half. And it looks like the Knicks here are going to seal it for game 1 with an OG3. But Kyle Lowry, midseason acquisition, will make sure that that doesn't happen.
3. Kyle Lowry looks to answer and dump. At 4, Hart fakes. Hart tries another three-pointer. Oh! Maxey brings it out. Maxey drives. Layup is good. Last 2 minutes, Robinson. And a smart play. Oh, and Embiid just shoves down Brunson.
The Sixers fought their hardest, but the Knicks prevailing here at home. Wait. Did Maxey make that shot? Oh, he did! And when Embiid shoved Brunson, we had chants from Knicks fan base. That's quite funny.
So there's the foul.
And I won't lie to you, he was trying to push Mitchell first and then just bumps into Jalen Brunson right there.
I've been hearing for years, Joel Embiid is a great all-time center. Okay, so all the great centers since I started watching the NBA in 1972, they've all won championships.
Despite this season feeling lost, Colin's still thinking, hey, Embiid should try to win this one. Hey, man, he should be able to win this series.
But all the top players right now in the NBA who at least have some age on them and experience, they've all been to conference finals. Kawhi's and Jimmy Butler's and Steph and LeBron and AD and Tatum. It doesn't matter. They've all been to conference finals. Joel Embiid can't win a second-round playoff series in the East. The weakest it's ever been. At some point, dude, you were 0 for 5 in the fourth quarter. At some point, I need more April, May, and June wins.
And I get it from both sides. Colin, he just wants to see more from Embiid. But at the same time, bro, he was hurt. He just came back from an injury that many people thought he was not even going to come back from. But one thing his fans will argue to you is that he's still an impactful player when he plays. It's not that the team, he can't win the game for them. It's that often, more than not, his team is not good enough. Many of his fans will tell you, well, do you expect Embiid to win with a roster of Kelly Oubre, Kyle Lowry? Kelly, come on now. And he's not healthy, is he? Should he even have returned to this game after this injury that he sustained here?
I think this could have been a dunk of the season right here. But what happened? This is his first dunk since returning from injury. And
now Joel Embiid, Perk is saying that he hasn't been moving as well after that injury that he sustained, which obviously makes sense. He's even saying that his shot selection, he's settling for more long-distance shots.
You can look at these clips in the second half. Right here, just settling for the three-point shot. He had the lane. He could have made a move. And then you can see him favoring this knee, right? Look right here. He wants Tyrese Maxey to come get the ball, but he can't get it to him. What does he have to do? He has to settle with a great contest by Mitchell Robinson.
Apparently, this is the slowest Embiid has been in any game this season. Wow.
The second one is made against Philadelphia in now 6 games this year.
Crowd reacts. This series was feisty, man. There was a lot of animosity. Embiid here shoving DiVincenzo after drawing the foul on Embiid. But the Sixers, they're still in this game. The Sixers, though, they're still in this game, and a 12-4 run. The momentum is on their side.
Maxey gives it to Embiid. Gives it right back. Maxey rises up
and Maxey stepping up in the second option role.
Himself free. Now Embiid takes on Hardenstein. Maxey for 3. He got it.
And the Knicks, it just seemed like they couldn't get a bucket.
Around the horn it goes. Brunson, three-pointer. Short. Hardenstein back tap.
And Lowry, he would make one of 2 free throws, but it's still a 5-point game. This game was getting hectic. It was a frenzy. Brunson loses the ball. Knicks hustling. DiVincenzo with the ball, and
comes out of the pack. DiVincenzo finds Brunson. Great defense here by the Sixers. Brunson! 2-point game. Maxey hits the deck. chance here. DiVincenzo, he's got it! The Knicks have the lead again!
One of the more controversial plays of this game. People will argue with you. The Knicks fouled Maxey. They fouled him. Maxey loses the ball, and then they have just the abundance of chances, and then DiVincenzo hitting the clutch three-pointer. And I don't know if I could have scripted a better game. Embiid misses the tying three-pointer. And the Knicks up 2-0 now in the game that should have been the Sixers.
I mean, everybody on the floor was trying to call a timeout, myself included, Nico, coach on the sideline. But they didn't give it to us. But, you know, forget about the timeout. There's a bunch of fouls. You know, that's, yeah, like I said, that's unacceptable.
Embiid not even wanting to show his face. He's pissed. He's upset. And Embiid, he's not wrong. Look at Nick Nurse signaling for a timeout as Maxey has the ball. They didn't give it to him. The ref continued to let this game be played out.
Is it more frustrating because of kind of the heart you guys showed down the stretch?
I'm not frustrated. I'm actually good. We're going to win this.
Est-ce que c'est l'un des matchs les plus difficiles
I'm not talking in French.
I'm not frustrated, yet you don't want to speak French, your native language. I don't understand what's going on here.
3% from three in the series. Embiid's going to fire in and out. He's pleading for a foul, but no.
This game might have been the most pissed I've ever been watching an Embiid game. Holy flop. Look at him cussing at DiVincenzo. He's cussing at him because Embiid, as he falls down, tries to grab Mitchell Robinson, and his ankles end up getting stuck there.
Mentality already off the charts, and now the officials for the third time.
That should be a flagrant one. I mean, that's what we talk about in terms of losing control. He didn't like the fact that he doesn't get the call, but then he just grabs.
Wow.
That's a flagrant two. I'm sorry. That's an ejection. He should not be allowed to play after this. There's no freaking way you're going to allow a player to keep playing when he's actively trying to harm players.
Contact by Embiid was deemed unnecessary to a player taking him out of the air. It's been upgraded to a flagrant foul, penalty 1.
How do you call this dirty play a flagrant 2? This is so dangerous and reckless. And then he pushes him back down. The worst part about this game is how it ended.
Lowry operating. This is Embiid. Crowded. Fires. And
in the game in which he shouldn't even have played most of it, ends up scoring 50 points. And here, you know, have Jalen Brunson foul baiting, of course, and then look at him trying to mimic him. Oh, look, he's flopping, flopping. The irony in Embiid saying this, the irony, man. Oh boy, it's rich. No, you're a flopper. No, you're a flopper. No, you're a flopper. I mean,
whoa, see, that's a dangerous play. They should review that one as well.
In the same game, he hip checks Hartenstein here and then just pretends like nothing happened. Not just that, but this guy keeps complaining. He's flailing. He's like, give me the foul. And then here, with Mitchell Robinson guarding him, he shoots it and then kicks his nuts. You cannot make this stuff up. Now, Embiid, he does play reckless, right? And at times, it results in even his own teammates getting hurt. Like, was from 2023 where Danny Green, his career basically ended after this injury. But Joel, he's quite frankly a danger to everyone he's around when he plays sometimes. And during this game, Mitchell Robinson was actually doing a decent job guarding Joel Embiid. It's obviously physical. But after this play right here, right, and subsequent other play, Mitchell Robinson was out for the second half with a sprained left ankle. And I know what Sixers fans were saying at this time. There's no way it could have been this play. Look, it's his right ankle that Embiid ends up hurting, not his left. So they're lying. Oh, it's fake. Well, this is actually how Embiid ended up hurting Mitchell Robinson. Let's see here. So he goes and drives and then falls on his left ankle, and that's where the injury gets obviously spotted there. Prior to Mitchell Robinson having to sub out, Embiid had 15 points in the game. And obviously, he shot 2 free throws when that happened. So technically, you can say 17 points. And so after Mitchell Robinson leaves, that's where he scores the remaining 33 or, 35 points, really, to get 50 points. And as for why Embiid is wearing glasses in this presser here, it's the same reason why he was hiding his face. Might have been the same reason his eye was blinking whilst the other wasn't.
I don't know exactly what happened, but obviously, I guess that's a normal thing. I think he started the day or two before the Miami game, and I had, bad migraines and thought it was nothing. But usually I don't like to check it out, but for some reason I ended up, having to tell, somebody. And Yeah, that's why that Miami game, it was just, my body was just, I was just not feeling it. And then obviously lately with, I don't know if, I'm sure if you Google the symptoms, you know what it is.
Embiid was diagnosed with a mild case of Bell's palsy, which is not to be confused with cerebral palsy. Those are two completely different things. Now, his left side of his face, he can't move it much, and it's really, that's where you see his eye not blinking whilst the other is. And I talk shit about Embiid for being dirty or whatnot, but obviously him, having to score that many points, 50 of them, with Bell's palsy is something to be admired. But at the same time, I will say this though, Bell's palsy is not like cerebral palsy. I don't think Embiid would have been sidelined because of Bell's palsy in any way, unless it was major, it was like severe, and as he said, it was a mild case. Game 4, no exceptions, it was quite physical, quite intense. During this play here where Brunson gets fouled and gets to the line, he would have choice words for Embiid, who he claims elbowed him, and he's like, what was that for, bro? What was that for? And Embiid seemingly confused at what he did. He's not sure. And Brunson's telling him, bro, that's not cool. Come on.
5 to shoot. Hard rummages through and gets fouled by Embiid. And then Embiid looked like he caught a piece of heart then.
At first, I thought this was intentional. But I'm like, yeah, he's trying to go back and he just ends up stepping. Then he steps on him again. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? But because of how often Embiid plays this way, it's just like the benefit of the doubt to me, like, I just don't know if I'm willing to give him that anymore. By the way, this is the elbow that Brunson was referring to during that play here, where obviously he's drawn at Embiid. Not only did Philly lose this game, where now they're trailing the series 3-1, but it almost seems like the Knicks have taken over Philly.
Whatever it takes to win.
You guys have always had such great home court advantage here. How strange was it for you the past 2 games with the significant amount of Knicks fans in the house?
Disappointing. I love our fans. Think it's unfortunate, and I'm not calling them out, but it is disappointing. It kind of pisses me off, especially because Philly is considered a sports town, so they've always shown up, and I don't think that should happen.
And I didn't talk much about Brunson, but in Game 4, he broke a Knicks record. Most points in Knicks franchise history in the playoffs game. And obviously, in the first 2 games, he struggled. And even with those struggles, the Knicks managed to win both games. They're up 2-0, right? And now they're up 3-1.
Finish line and wrap up this series. Maxey floats it up and in.
With under 30 seconds left, this game should have been over. Maxey contributing big in this one, and basically is to drain the clock game, the free throw games, and Josh Hart, he only has to make one to make it a 3-point game. He misses the first, so now it's guaranteed to be a 1-possession game. Sixers still have a chance, and he makes it.
10 seconds left in Game 5. Maxey fires. He's got it. 3 seconds left. Brunson, 2 seconds. Brunson at the horn. It's blocked.
That shot was from the logo, 30-plus foot. And with the Knicks opening up overtime with a 5-point lead, you would think this game was over.
Well, right now, all the momentum is in the Knicks' way. To Embiid. 12 to shoot. 2-man game. Ball fake. Embiid, drive, dish. Oubre layup, no. Embiid grabs it. Embiid is fouled, and it bounces. This is just the 4th and 5th free throw attempts of the night for Joel Embiid.
In the scene, but you gotta admire he's out here.
The Knicks just cannot buy a bucket now.
High screen Embiid. Maxey thought Embiid was going to be there. Turnover. Brunson attacking. Hart to the rim. Contact. No. Knocked to the outside. Maxey. Leak out. Oubre. Hartenstein the block. Clear it. Harris to Embiid. Maxey is down. It goes.
Even though Embiid wasn't scoring much, he notched a triple-double in this one.
Brunson turns the corner. Denied.
And as you can see here, he's still hurting. He's still playing through the injury.
Brunson weaving through traffic, creates space, draws the foul.
Refs ended up calling this a flagrant penalty 1 for Embiid swiping on Brunson's head. And due to Maxey's heroics in most part, this series would be a 3-2 series.
Vincenzo, too strong, back tap, Hartenstein to Hart. Anunoby, he's going to drive it. Oh!
Now, nobody can deny that Embiid is just playing hurt, and just it's a tough toll on him. Even though Embiid had 39 points in his game, leading the team in points, it wouldn't matter. The series would be over. And really, it's a season that was lost due to injury, but you had a chance to try to prove something, maybe try to get something. You had house money, okay? This is okay.
I think this game tonight is about Joel Embiid. Before the playoffs, I said on NBA Today with Malika, he's becoming the tragic hero of the NBA. All the injuries, all the stuff that he goes through every single year. And like this, 2 weeks and a few kind of dirty plays later, and a bad game 5 that Tyrese Maxey bailed him out in, he's gone from tragic hero to tragic villain in a lot of quarters. And I also think it's been a little bit like it got negative real fast for a guy who just had knee surgery, is clearly hobbled, came back and saved their season, has freaking Bell's palsy on top of everything else, and is trying to gut this out. But look, his playoff record hasn't measured up to his regular season record, and every one of these big games, you only get so many of them. He was not good in Game 5. They bailed him out, and they need a big Joel Embiid game somehow. But
as we've already seen, even with a 31-9-point outing, it didn't matter. The Sixers were just not good enough, really. Now, there are tons of outlets out there that have made videos about Embiid's dirty play and have questioned whether or not his reputation basically suits him at this point. But I think the best way to sum this up is Embiid is basically Draymond Green that gets away with it. That's the best way I could put it. Because of how much of a superstar Embiid is, he's able to get away with a lot of the stuff he does, albeit sometimes he does get punished, he does get fined and whatnot. For some reason, I was just showing Tyrese Maxey the whole time. Embiid is really Draymond Green that gets away with it. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Joel Embiid, if he cares about his legacy, he needs to say, I am going to do whatever I can to get in the best shape of my life and go win this chip next season.
And I wish this is where I could end the video because it's been running for a long time. I know some of you may be disappointed at how long this video is. But Embiid, he got into some, press news here. He was in the finals. He actually was in the finals. Now, it's funny. Chris Broussard is saying this as if Embiid doesn't care about this stuff. He does, and he says it multiple times if you listen.
I mean, y'all sitting here, how do y'all really feel? Like, you in the building in the NBA Finals. I know that both of you guys probably want to be here performing on the big stage.
I mean, that's a goal. You want to win a championship. All I care about is, legacy. I cannot find a way to accomplish what it is that I want to accomplish, and that's win a championship. So, whether I got to find a way to do it with what I have or, with what they put in place for us to win, I'm going to try my best to make it happen.
Also, it seems like Embiid was doing a little recruiting, if you know what I mean.
As we see the Boston Celtics getting ready to close the deal and win a championship, what does that have you thinking about as a member of the Philadelphia 76ers?
I can't stand them. I can't stand them. I hate Boston. Great city, great fans. Obviously they got some great players, but he hurts me a lot. So hopefully, this offseason we find a way to get better and, add some pieces and,
Who does Joel think he is? We all can see what you're doing here. It's not that subtle. I was surprised to find out that his recruitment actually worked. Paul George is now a Sixer, wearing the number 8 in honor of Kobe Bryant, who obviously is from Philly. We got to talk about oh my God, man. So many baddies coming at my door right now. The Olympics, oh boy. This article apparently says here that Embiid had promised Macron, the president of France, that he'd only play for France. And apparently this came out in April of this year, but this was back in 2021 that he had wrote a letter to Macron. And in the letter, he specifies here also, after discussions with the French Basketball Federation, my choice has now been made. I would like to take the steps to obtain French naturalization and thus be eligible for a selection with the Bleu. I, therefore, do not wish to play for any other national team. I have sent a file to this effect. So basically, Embiid is giving them his promise to play for their team. Not just that, but he's doing so by means of naturalizing into a French citizen. Meaning that this entire time, Embiid was leading France into believing that he would play under the condition that he would be a naturalized citizen for them. Now, could it be a case of Embiid basically changing his mind later on when seeing the opportunity to play for the U.S.? Maybe, actually, that might be what it is. Well, regardless of what it is, there's one French citizen that is quite upset and that wishes for Embiid to be banned from the Olympics altogether. Who is familiar with the dunk of death? Basically shoved his nuts on a French player. That French player name is Fred Weiss, and he has been vocal at how upset he is at Embiid for not choosing to play for France, even saying that he wants Embiid banned from the Olympics altogether. The most shameless person in practice, foul baiting with the Team USA squad here.
Not here. Kevin Durant with a calf injury. Embiid, even the Americans say about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Great. I like this call right now. Little power, nice hands.
In the first scrimmage game versus Canada, Embiid struggled mightily to create his own shot. Not just that, but he was trying to foul bait the whole time. And yeah, it was awful.
Look at this kid. He's fearless, isn't he? See that push overall and got a problem.
We've seen this script far too many times in NBA games. It's the third quarter. In the middle of the third quarter, Embiid here picks up his 5th foul, which in FIBA competition is the maximum amount of fouls he can pick up. So basically, he's fouled out in 12 minutes of play.
Okay.
By the way, Embiid got another foul, if I'm not mistaken.
Only 5 fouls allowed.
Yeah,
so Embiid
he's out.
has fouled out.
Now, the U.S. still won by 14 points, I think. I remember because I was rooting for Canada, and this was not a good game for us. But I bet it's a game that Embiid also wants to forget about because he also struggled in that game. And in the game against Serbia, Embiid was obviously matched up against Jokic.
Started the game. Nice pass.
Sharp bounce. Embiid got decked by Jokic.
In this interview from the New York Times, Embiid said a bunch of things that a lot of people had problems with.
LeBron now is not the LeBron that was a couple of years ago. So it's a big difference. So the name might be there, but everybody would also tell, and you can see for yourself, like the athletic LeBron and the dominant that he was a couple of years ago is not the same that he is now. So yeah, I mean, I think people get fooled by the names that are on paper, but yeah, those names have been built throughout their career, and now they're older, so they're not what they used to be.
I think the timing of this was weird, considering how much Embiid struggled during those scrimmage games. But again, this was recorded probably weeks before those scrimmage games, or even days before, if not, right? They were probably in Vegas just sitting and chilling. And a lot of these podcasts, they come out like weeks later. But then he just keeps saying stuff that I'm just like, I don't know if I can defend this. Now here he was talking about his son and how he wants to set a better example. And part of the reason he stopped trolling as much on Twitter is because he wanted to set a better example for his son. And then talks about how, you know, part of it is that he saw his dad playing games. He was a handball player. And basically it set an example that this was the bar. And Embiid was like, I got to be better than this. I got to try to achieve better than this.
I don't want to put that pressure on my son. But, like, you know, if that's the way he wants to look at life, then if the bar is, you know, winning all these things, then he has to be the greatest player ever, which at least, you know, I think to me it's all about health. If I was healthy and all the seasons, that would be a different conversation. But
is the implication that you think you would be in the greatest player of all time conversation without the injury problems?
I think so. I think I'm that talented. I didn't start believing it probably until I say my 4th or 5th year in the league, where I had the opportunity to accomplish something special. And for that, obviously, you need to win championships. And to win championships, you need other guys. You need help. You can't do it by yourself. It's just impossible. So that's why, like, I want to win so bad. But then again, if you don't, you just got to understand, as long as you know, worry about the right stuff, and if it doesn't happen, then I guess maybe it wasn't meant to happen. So, yeah, I kind of forgot the question, so I got lost. What was the question?
But you answered it. The question was about whether or not you feel like you were on a greatest of all time trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the thing that has stopped me all these years is You know, just freak injuries. Every single playoffs, regular season, people falling on my knee or someone breaking my face twice. It was always about freak injuries at the wrong time. Like, I really believe that because I would have been, if I was more healthy, I think it would have been a different story.
Now, he does have a point. He has missed a lot of games. And as many know, this doesn't even include the first 2 seasons in which he didn't even play 1 game. But I think Embiid, saying stuff like this will obviously get you hate. And honestly, it just feels like you sort of have it coming, man. It really does. I don't know what else to say. I think it might be because he wants it so bad that the way he talks about this stuff, it comes across as him being, desperate, or, he complains about his failures and tries to excuse his failures, really. I don't have time to translate this myself, so I'll just sum it up for you. Embiid walking in France to the bus, and French hecklers are basically telling him, give back your passport, you shouldn't be here, you should have been playing for France. And there's just been increased hostility, really, like boos, a lot of boos being thrown at Embiid's way during this whole Olympics. And Embiid, he's saying more stuff during the summer that has a lot of people talking.
But I think it's official watching Embiid yesterday where Steve Kerr pulled him off the floor 2.5 minutes into the game against Serbia. He is the most overhyped, coddled, and over-discussed, my bad, player in the NBA.
Oh my God, Jokic outplayed him like crazy. What the hell?
Because now that the United States is playing their game against South Sudan, they made a little bit of a lineup change here. In goes Jason Tatum to the starting lineup. In goes Devin Booker to the starting lineup, starting alongside Steph, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis starting here, Perk, in replace of Joel Embiid.
In fact, as you could tell from Embiid's face, he got benched the entire game against South Sudan. I mean, the scoreboard indicates that it didn't seem to matter, really, but how come you have a 40-year-old LeBron James that's producing way more numbers than Embiid? Embiid, didn't he say, oh, he's not the player that he used to be? Also, Embiid, he's looking a bit sluggish as of late, so South Sudan, with their size, with their athleticism, they're running around, back and forth. They didn't want Embiid to play in this game. Steve Kerr was also experimenting with lineups as well during this time.
I hope this is a wake-up for Joel. This Olympic experience, he has not played well, and I'm hoping he's like, yo, man, I got to get in better shape. Because me personally, I think that's one of the reasons he's always injured. I don't think he's in good enough shape. But I think the way he's played, which is not well during the Olympics, should be a wake-up call for him. Like, you know what? Yeah. I got to get in better shape. I got to get healthy. Because if we don't win the championship or go deep in the playoffs, it's going to be because of me.
There are tons of stuff that people were saying around the time about Embiid. I even made a video about Embiid, how he deserves his failures. Because really, a lot of this is really something that has to do with how he plays. And not just that, but his health having to do with how he plays. Again, it's all related. You had Gilbert Arenas being xenophobic about the South Sudanese, talking about how Embiid threw the game because he was playing his cousins or whatnot. And there's one thing about Embiid, you think, oh, he's a traitor to Cameroon. No. That's not what it is. I think with Embiid, he just saw an opportunity to win gold with the U.S., but he's going to stand behind his African brothers whenever he gets a chance to do so.
Obviously, I don't condone it. I'm African, first and foremost. I might be playing for Team USA, but I'm Cameroonian, first and foremost. So, I don't know exactly what I said, so I can't comment on it. But if it was that negative, it's just disappointing.
Joel Embiid, well, he hints at potentially playing for his home country, Cameroon.
Paris is a great city too. So, and then the next one is in LA. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it might not be with Team USA. Maybe it might be with Cameroon. So we'll see.
Now, I'm limited in terms of how much I can show, but during this game against Serbia in the semifinals, Embiid was actually key for their comeback here. For a lot of shit that Embiid gets, and obviously this is the turnover right here, him being subbed in the game was actually a great thing. And of course, Team USA won their gold, which means Embiid now is a gold medalist.
He's been fun, no question.
Even his teammates are relishing this.
I think when you look at Embiid in his career,
and the number of injuries that have derailed his postseasons. Like, you can say the way that guys have played alongside him as that co-star. You can go back to some of the issues Ben Simmons had, some of the issues that James Harden had in the postseason. Well, now they've got, number one, Tyrese Maxey, a guy that I think most of us believe is unfazed by the moment. Tyrese Maxey's the real deal. He is a star offensive player in this league. And now you go out and you have Paul George. So talent's not a question now. The talent is in place. So it's going to come down to, for Joel Embiid, the time is now. You have to be as good for a 2-month stretch for the Philadelphia 76ers as you have been in the regular season year after year. He has yet to do that.
Honestly, I think this video might age poorly if Embiid ends up proving everyone wrong and winning a title. And I'm not saying that it's out of the realm of possibility. He could definitely do it. He recently got a 3-year, $192 million extension. He's a rich boy now. And Philly, I mean, they've got a lot of money locked into this core free players. And it's funny, Embiid, for all the health problems, he's played most of his playoff games, even more so percentage-wise than the regular season. Oh, and this goes without saying, Joel Embiid, his points per minute during the season, over 1 point per minute, which I think only Wilt Chamberlain had done that in the shot clock era. It's not just that, though.
You surpassed, Durant and LeBron. You're now third all-time in NBA scoring average, and he's first all-time in points per minute. So, I mean, he's literally scoring at a clip that no one, not even Wilt, which is crazy.
Now, the reason why I wanted to save this podcast to the end, right? He was in a podcast with his trainer, Drew Hanlon, and a couple other guys that he's friends with. And I'm not going to lie, it was actually pretty insightful for what, obviously, the aggregators picked up.
He always gives Jason trouble, or he gives me trouble about Jason. He's got a super team. You know what I mean? Like, if I had a super team too, I would win too. You know.
I mean, I tell him the same thing. Like,
well, you got a super team now, coach.
If I go 5 for 20, like, we get blown out.
You guys don't know how much shit that I get when Jason could start out 0 for 2 and the team's up by 6, and he'll be like 0 for 2 up 6 must be.
Now people have twisted this to me that Embiid is basically using that as an excuse, and he's complaining about other players having better teams. But he himself said he's not using it as an excuse. I think the full context of this pod, I wish I can go deeper into it, but I do want to talk about something else.
On paper, looks like a pretty good team. It feels like you're starting, from scratch. And I know there's going to be a lot of growing pains, but just got to stick it together. And the goal is always to win a championship, but it just doesn't happen overnight. But we're going to do the best job possible.
There was a quote that surfaced that a lot of people had a problem with. And Embiid basically talked about how he feels great just having to play with Curry and LeBron James. And basically he's like, they make my life so easy. And the reason I didn't expound on this earlier is because I just really don't have a problem with this quote. I don't think it's a problem. I think that's a great thing, if anything. He's living in the moment. He's appreciating what he has right now, the position he's able to be in, playing with this crazy squad. This squad is going to have a documentary 10 years down the line. And Embiid, he could say to his children, his grandchildren, that he was a part of that team. That's big. And for all the shit people give Embiid online, right? Oh, somebody died before he made the conference finals. Right? For all the shit we give him, just know, I'm going to end it off with this one. This will be shocking to you. I know some of you will be very shocked to hear this, but if Embiid does not win a championship in his career, I'm saying it right now. I don't care if I look stupid by saying it. If Embiid doesn't win a championship by the end of his career, he will end up as the best player to never win a championship ever. I'm telling you right now, that is just how good Embiid is, to where it doesn't feel like it's fair for Embiid not to win one. I'm not saying he's gonna do it. I'm just saying if he's healthy enough, if the circumstances line up, I wouldn't be surprised that he pulls it off. And it's crazy because I'm the same guy in this video, Meet the NBA's Biggest Chokers. I acknowledge how bad Embiid's been in the playoffs, to where amongst MVPs, he's dropped off in the playoffs in terms of his numbers more than any other player in the NBA history. And yet I can still see a world where this guy ends up winning a championship. That, to me, is just how complicated his story is, and just how special he is despite the circumstances. Not just that, but despite his faults, he's so special in his own right. It's preseason time, and Paul George already with an injury here. Here's a angle of the injury itself. He hyperextended his knee, and you could see it here. It looks pretty bad. And then you have another game in the preseason where Maxey ends up getting hurt here with Jalen Suggs grabbing his arm here. And this all happening whilst Embiid is not even playing in the preseason. I wonder why.
Follow-up question, can you just speak to your health? Like in your knee, you also look like you're in pretty good shape. Did you shed some lbs, lose weight, and yes, how's your knee holding up right about now?
I'm all right. Think I lost about 25, 30. So yeah, I still got ways to go.
He seems to be taking his conditioning more seriously now, which is a great sign. But he does add in the expectations for him to, play in the playoffs and how they're going to handle his season, day to day. It's quite revealing.
Dell will tell you this, as soon as we lost last year, I just texted him. I was like, we got to do whatever it takes to make sure that in the postseason I'm healthy. So this year is all about, there's no agenda, there's no all-star, there's no, all-NBA, there's none of that. It's whatever it takes to, make sure that, I get to that point and, I'm ready to go because I believe, every single, for the past, basically every single year of my career, I've been hurt in the playoffs. So I think, that's the goal.
Now, he would talk more about this, not just him, but the Sixers publicly and openly saying, basically, Embiid is going to load manage throughout the season.
Well, Embiid says, who, by the way, has struggled with injuries throughout his career, that he does not intend on playing back-to-back games this season.
I wish I could tell you this is a fake quote. I wish I could say it's made up. This is very real. ESPN reported this originally, and it's actually way worse in terms of, the amount of back-to-backs he'll miss. He said, if I have to guess, this is Embiid's words here, I would probably never play back-to-backs the rest of my career. And we all know this is obviously in the pretext of him being healthy for the postseason. As we all know, he's been hurt every single time he's played in meaningful games, right? Let's just say 2020 was not meaningful play. So it's safe to say the Sixers season is beginning on the wrong foot, right? Embiid so far hasn't played in the preseason. Paul George and Maxey having injuries that are obviously, not concerning, but there's still, it's like something to monitor, right? This sort of thing just feels like foreshadowing what this season's about to be.
Paul George and Joel Embiid are both sidelined for the season opener Wednesday night on our airwaves on ESPN. So Paul George, Joel Embiid are out for the opener against the Milwaukee Bucks in Philadelphia. I'm told Joel Embiid is not going to play this entire week. He is progressing well in his recovery.
Oh boy, I'm just like Shannon Sharp at this point. These dudes have no shape. Just like what the hell is going on? By the way, the Sixers are basically saying that Embiid hasn't played because of a left knee injury management. They're not saying that he has a injury that is keeping him out. They're saying that he's not playing because he's managing the, quote-unquote injury. So this basically screams the 76ers are taking precautions here. It's not that he's actually hurt. It's that they're trying to make sure he doesn't get hurt during this whole, what the hell is that? Okay, so Embiid's out for the opener. How much worse can this get?
I'm told by multiple sources, Malika, that the NBA is set to start an investigation later this week into the Philadelphia 76ers and this situation surrounding Joel Embiid and whether they are in violation of the player participation policy.
First off, I do want to highlight Shams being on ESPN now just feels weird. This feels so weird, bro. But also, I do want to talk about a lot of people basically just misunderstanding what the NBA is trying to investigate for. They're not trying to investigate Embiid being hurt. We all know that he's dealing with injuries. He's dealt with injuries throughout his career. They're investigating how the Sixers are managing it. That's what they're investigating because they haven't been transparent with the NBA or even with the public for that matter. Okay, you say that he's managing an injury, okay, but you're not disclosing exactly the type of injuries he's getting. Like, bro, he looks good. You haven't said that he needed much time off. You're just saying that, he's going to be taking precautions. So basically, he's able to play, right? All of a sudden, he's not able to play, and then you have word from the team that he's not playing in back-to-backs. I don't blame the NBA for being suspicious here. And then you have quotes here from Nick Nurse, the coach. There's been no setbacks, right? He says he's really active Okay, he's lost some weight. He's on the court. Just kind of sticking with our plan to making sure he's getting to a really, really good place. Bro, didn't he just play in the Olympics? He looked perfectly fine in the Olympics. I mean, the only thing is he was struggling because maybe conditioning, all that stuff. If that's what it is, bro, there's no excuse for you not to play. They're saying it's an injury management, basically meaning they're trying to prevent an injury because they're not really disclosing that he has an injury. It's really just vague and ambiguous. That's why the NBA is like, yo, bro, this is not normal. You shouldn't be talking to us like this. The Sixers fans getting mad of the NBA investigating. I mean, wouldn't you also want to know more about how the Sixers are managing a player that is one of the best players in the league? I want to know how somebody that is one of the most prized possessions in the NBA is doing, okay? And I want to know this because he's bringing in a lot of money. And now I'm looking at Raptors tickets because they're playing the Sixers on Friday here. And let's just say it's not normal for tickets this up close to the stadium, this up close to the court, to be worth less than $300 a ticket, bro. Like, what? Yo, bro, I kid you not, bro. I see courtside tickets worth $600 a ticket. What is happening, dog? Well, Embiid is happening. He's not playing. Not just that, but Paul George's not playing. That's gonna cheapen the tickets. You're losing money. This is why this is a big deal for the NBA, bro. The Sixers brass basically have PTSD from all the times Embiid got hurt in the playoffs. And this is their way of avoiding that scenario from being played out. But the problem is this comes at the expense of the fans. This comes at the expense of the NBA's bottom line. And so obviously a lot of people, a lot of interest are going to be jeopardized because of it.
He just signed for 3 years, $193 million. 3 years, $193 million.
I don't have to play you the rest of this rant. Chuck basically pocket watching and saying, we're playing basketball here. We're not steel workers. We're not nurses. Just like they've said in the past, right? The old school gimmick of, we played back in the 80s or 90s when, you had to play with a, chipped tooth and a bum knee. Like, I get it, bro. This mentality, I get where they're coming from, right? This is how they grew up. This is how they play in the game. But this mentality, I just think it's not just insensitive, but like it's not considering all the factors, all the sides at hand. I think a lot of people, they come here and they feel like they're entitled to these guys playing these games. Obviously, as a fan, if you're paying big money to watch these guys, I'm going to be pissed too. I was pissed when I missed Giannis because he had one of the few games that he didn't play in Toronto. Look, I get it. And I think the NBA is also starting to get this from a fan's perspective. That's why, you may see them, having to find the Sixers because of all this nonsense. But I think what a lot of old school people don't seem to understand, not just that, but they don't seem to give enough credit to the younger generation, is how the game has changed over time. So much more freedom of movement, so much more space to work with. It's not the same that it used to be in the 90s. Guys aren't nearly as skilled as they are now. And I think a lot of people miss that point, or either that or choose to ignore that point because it doesn't serve their agendas, right? Okay, now that I've, put that side of the table. Okay, now that I've outlined that side of the table, I do gotta give some pushback here to Embiid and the Sixers for thinking this is going to work. This is going to make sure that he's never healthy. How are you gonna get into a rhythm during a season that is grueling? Not just that, but getting into the playoffs. If you're always getting hurt in the playoffs, what makes you think you can avoid an injury when you're playing in the playoffs? And that's always been happening no matter what it doesn't matter what you do. You're always gonna get hurt, it seems like. And you just wishing and praying that it won't happen this time because we're resting him. Come on now. It always happens. You just got to deal with it. Like, in a way, that's just the reality of the situation. Embiid is one of those players I think a lot of people like to shit on, and I do too. I really do like to shit on this dude. Parts of this video is me shitting on him, okay? That's why I made this video. It's fun! But Embiid does also have a right to basically be like, yo, y'all don't know me. Y'all don't understand what I go through every day, night in and night out. Okay, so there's really this is a more nuanced conversation about player injury management, a guy that's notoriously been injured, and really they're trying to find ways to avoid what seems to be now an inevitable scenario of him always getting hurt in the playoffs. And pairing Embiid with another injury-riddled player, right, that's just going to cause the Sixers to overthink this whole thing and basically be as cautious as they can be. Nick Nurse, he's had to coach Kawhi when the whole injury management was being dealt there in 2019, right? The season they won a championship. A lot of people go back to that season and say, hey, injury management, load management, whatever you want to call it, it works because we've seen it work for Kawhi. Am I saying that Embiid is on the level of a Kawhi Leonard to where he could lead his team to a championship if he's healthy? Yes! Yes! I am saying that, okay? Talent-wise, he's better than Kawhi's ever could be, okay? Talent-wise, he's one of the best bigs of all time. Let's be honest with ourselves, okay? The skill he has as a big is truly unprecedented. I'm not joking when I say that, by the way. Me refusing to acknowledge that fact just to serve an agenda that I have of bashing this dude is obviously me doing a disservice to you guys watching the video at home. I have to acknowledge the good with the bad because that's just life. There's always those mixed feelings that we have when it comes to a player like Embiid. Embiid is one of those players that this is why this video is as long as it is, because he's so polarizing. He's so fascinating in terms of his career arc. Is unlike one we've ever seen before. Okay, it's so unique, and people will point to Giannis. It's a completely different arc with him. Embiid, it's just the storylines just merge to where it just ends in a it ends as just say like, what the fuck? Like, that's what you end up thinking to yourself every time you think back the whole length of his career up to now. And I'm sure in 10 years time there's probably going to be another part to this video added. Oh man, I hope it's not as long as this video though. I'm not gonna lie. 5 hours, bro. I'm making y'all sit through 5 hours. That shit's ridiculous, dog.